Hello, hello. Welcome back and welcome in. Welcome to another blind review with Jay. That's what we're doing this Monday afternoon. It is chilly still here in Florida. It is 52 and sunny, but that is cold. If you know, you know. It's good to see you guys this morning, or this afternoon, rather. Hey, Cindy. I always want to say Joel. What's up? What's up? We got some bangles to start out our day. Sounding pretty good. What are you guys up to today? Hey, Jess. Hey, Feisty. I didn't know you couldn't chat. What was up with that? Desire to go higher. I want to go higher. Hey, Unsolved Amy. What's up, Cindy Arnold? Sarah Lee. Nobody does it like Sarah Lee. Crash. What's happening? You'd take 50. It's teens. I know it's it's colder everywhere else. I get it. I do. I get it. What are you guys up to this manic Monday, though? Are you guys being good little cooters, or it's 22 and snowy? Ugh. Hey, what's up, John Smith? Hey, Judy Lynn. Hey, Cheyenne. Thanks for popping in. I know it's a pop-up live. What's poppin' in the pop-up live? Hey, Dreamweaver. You're knitting hats. Nice. Someone actually in the comment section offered to crochet me a cool beanie, and I'm excited about that. You're at work? Well, I hope to make your day go a little faster. What's up, Paul Sorensen? Cheyenne, welcome to Cooterville. Thank you for becoming a member today. It's so cold we could all ski Utah today.
She says, welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
Hello, Vane. Hey, pretty girl. I'll be watching on TV, so I won't be able to post. Love your lives. Thanks for popping in. And thanks for watching on the television. Hello, Miss Jules. I love the bangles, too. You're knitting a dog jumper. Cute. For what? Do you have, like, Yorkies or something? Oh, my God, Elizabeth. If I ever say H-E-Y, Google, you guys are going to kill me. People are like, oh, my God, stop. I went on a rant on John. It's 27 in Seattle. Starting. Ooh, that's chilly. Isn't it always, like, cool and rainy in Seattle, though? Oh, no, Judy Lynn. 43 in Atlanta. Hello. Happy MLK Day. Very important that you bring that up. Hey, Susie Q. I feel like I want to ask all of the people in chat a question about Martin Luther King and what we were taught. Because I did research as an adult and found out that I was lied to about Martin Luther King. And I think it's sick. It's sick. Because I talked about this before on my show many times. We've discussed history and horrible things that have happened, right? And the thing that really makes me mad is that I was lied to. I was led to believe, and I don't know about you or your upbringing or where you went to school, but I basically feel like I was lied to and made to believe that Martin Luther King Jr. was some kind of a troublemaker, some kind of a bad guy. That's what I was led to believe. Not purposely, not in direct words like that, but that was what I went away with. And when I did my own research, and actually I went into the FBI files and actually read the documents, and it's shameful. It's absolutely shameful what we were taught. It's all a lie. Martin Luther King was not a bad guy. He was not someone who wanted trouble. He was someone who wanted peace among the races. And if that ever happened, our U.S. government would crumble. They would crumble. The two sides would crumble because we can't all get along. And I just wanted to address what I learned. And I suggest that you do your own research if you were taught like I was, or went away with that thought that he wasn't important in history, because he truly was. and his family, you know, continued to feel the effects of his voice. Like, their family home was firebombed a couple years ago. I mean, this stuff is still happening. And I just wanted to share that. I wanted to share what I learned, encourage you guys to do your own research. And it's good to hear that some of you guys were told the truth. But like, look at Paul. Paul says, I was taught he was a pot stirrer. And you know what? That's basically the feeling that I left my, like, childhood. I'm older than you. MLK was respected. I'm just saying that if that is what I walked away with, there's got to be others like me. And I just encourage you, just read some of the stuff. Watch some documentaries. Learn about Malcolm X. Learn about MLK Jr. Learn about what happened back then. And it'll truly help you understand what's going on now a lot more. They did paint Malcolm X as more of a, yes, I agree. You were told he was a hero in school. That's awesome. Maybe it depends on the time frame where you lived. It's very interesting that some of us walked away with different renditions, and it's just effed up, right? It's effed up that any of us walked away with that opinion. And I'm just glad that I stepped away and did my own research. And I encourage anybody who doesn't feel that way to do the same. I mean, we didn't even have, where I grew up, we didn't even have MLK Day off until the 90s. I mean, I don't know when it became a national holiday. Mimi says Malcolm X was anti-white though. Do you blame him? I'm sorry, but the whites that he had contact with were fucking assholes. Who can blame him? Oma says, I remember when he was killed. My mother told me we lost our peacekeeper. It was a very sad time. That's sad. Good for your mom. That's what I'm wondering, if it's a time period or location of education. Okay, so I grew up in Michigan. Small town Michigan. Always, right, he always thought he ruffled feathers, but I always thought he ruffled feathers, but for all the right reasons. Well, no man is perfect. They followed him. They harassed him. They wanted him to off himself. That's basically what Hoover, when he was the head of the FBI, he had those guys tailing him, wiretapping him, holding things over his head. They literally wanted him to off himself. And when he didn't, they did it themselves. In 1986. Thank you, Judy Lynn. Cheyenne says 57. I grew up in Utah. I was lied to. Buffy says I'm from the South and was always raised that he was a hero. You know, my husband's from Georgia and he said the same thing. He said the same thing. It's wild, but it's important. And that's what I wanted to stress today on Martin Luther King Jr. Day is educate yourself on the truth, because they don't want you to know the truth. For some odd reason, you know, we can't all get along. We can't all be friends. Yep, they were going to release his affairs and all that. It was horrible. Kelly, okay. Oh, J. Edgar Hoover. Oh, gosh, he is the evilest of the evil, you guys. You want to talk about the evilest of the evil. He also targeted gay people. He was horrible. And he was gay himself. Yeah, Hoover was beyond an asshole. But anyways, yes, thank you for bringing that up. I don't remember who initially mentioned it, but I'm really glad, that we were able to talk about that. And I think that we need to talk about this kind of stuff more openly because it is important. Yeah, Hoover was gross, dude. Ugh. And the more that you understand, hey, Flannel, good to see you. The more you understand the past, it'll help you understand what's going on now. And the way that I look at it is they don't want us all to get along because we would just be a force to be reckoned with if we did. Oh, thank you, CH. CH says, there's a good background article from Time, 10 historians on what people still don't know about MLK Jr. Nice. Oh, hey, Crescia. Oh, how awesome. It is Miss K's birthday. Miss K Woodcock, happy birthday to you. Crescia says, happy birthday, Mom. Hold on, let me get the happy birthday ready. Crescia says, happy birthday, Mom. Sending you love and happiness for the rest of your days.
Everybody. Happy birthday, baby.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, 'cause you're awesome. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Kay. I hope you have a great day. Have a great day, Kay. All right, now Crescia, she's like, all right, I got that out of the way. She's like, now on to my notes. Atta girl. That's awesome. I hope she has a great day. Look at all the birthday wishes. See, CRPS, I can't blame my parents for what I walked away with because they never said anything about it one way or the other. But I guess I would have to blame it on my school or my education. Oh, it was loud. Sorry. I'll get you guys all new eardrums for your birthday this year. Remind me. Sorry about that. I don't know. I haven't played that in ages. I just figured Kay deserved an official song. And I definitely don't think she wants to hear me singing, so. Patreon was in July when she was asking ChatGPT MSP equals July. She said she was diagnosed with MS. I'm confused. Can you do anything for tinnitus? Maybe listening to Tricia's voice will help, Jim. It might rattle things back in place. How about we find out? Oh, Mormon stories. Okay, hold on. Let me read your whole thing, Crescia. I think I'm missing. Oh, you retracted it. Patreon was in July when she was asking ChatGPT. Asking ChatGPT what? Mormon Stories podcast was in July. Yep, July 3rd, I believe. Yep, July 3rd, Mormon Stories. She was diagnosed with MS. Make that make sense to me. When did she say she was diagnosed, though? Well, hey, Claudia, as long as they're partially closed. Oh, that's right. She did ask ChatGPT about the cough instead of going to Instacare. God, my memory sucked. Crescia, you have the memory, I don't even know, of like a computer. Oh, moderator, next time, you know what? I say this year, we get a cake and we plan it on your birthday that me and you will have a piece of cake and our asses will eat cake together. Just let me know when your birthday is. I'll gladly eat a piece of cake any day of the year. If anybody wants to share cake because they don't get cake on their birthday, I'll share cake with you. Eddie says, I know this sounds awful, but I don't believe she has MS. I'm being tested for it. I'm sorry about that. And I know there are many different ways it affects people, but still I'm doubtful. I completely am doubtful. I don't think you would go to ChatGPT if you had an official diagnosis. You know what I mean? Right. She's such a liar. For sure. What month is your birthday, moderator? Is who pregnant? D. Tricia? Oh, Lord. We already have talk of some old lady creator on here having a baby in her 70s or some shit. 60s. We don't need D having anymore.
Out.
Eddie, I feel for you. I do. I know it's got to be scary. I have a little story to share. So when I first started getting panic and anxiety attacks, my panic and anxiety would make me feel like off kilter. I don't know if this makes sense, but I never had any sense of like being on like stable ground. Does that make sense? Like I'd always be like, oh, I felt like unstable. Anyways, I didn't know it was anxiety or panic attacks. And I went from doctor to doctor. They like, oh, it's low blood sugar. Oh, it's your heart. You have mitral valve prolapse. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's that. And one of the doctors sent me to a neurologist. I think it was a neurologist or it was some kind of a doctor. And they said it might be MS. And just the thought of that was so scary that I can't even imagine being tested. It's scary as hell. So I'm here for you. Oh, it's in September. Do you remember? You're not late, Michelle. We're just bullshitting. Hey, Evelyn. Sorry if I missed anybody coming in. Hey, Moments. I'm trying to catch everybody. But yeah, so I went to this neurologist and they had me do like not I didn't get to the extensive testing part because I kind of knew like at first it was scary, but then like I don't remember who I talked to. It was like my mom or something. And she was like, don't go to the worst case scenario. Like, who is this doctor that you saw? You need to go see, another doctor. And I did. And then eventually we figured out what it was. Ew, Paul Sorensen. Oregon Kelly, I was diagnosed at 27 with MS. One of my really good friends, we used to both own Yorkies. That's how we met. She has MS, and it's hard seeing her decline over the years. She has children, but her youngest rather just got married. Oh, hey, Mindy. She said, hey, Jay, small clarification. We filmed Lauren's Mormon Stories on Wednesday, July 2nd. Okay, so it aired on the 3rd. Thank you for clearing that up. And thanks for being here, Mindy. My mom gave me advice once, not that long ago. I was in my 40s, to do jumping jacks when I had my next panic attack. I was like, wow, did it work? Did it actually work? Hey, Steph, it's good to see you too. And Liz. Panic attacks are very scary. Like, you literally feel like you're dying. And I would get them out in public. Like, if I was home, I was okay. Well, at that time frame, I wasn't. It was completely out of control. Like, I was getting them at home. That's what scared me the most. Was usually, like, home's your safe space. And, like, here I am at home thinking I have low blood sugar. So I'm, like, drinking a glass of milk or whatever the hell they told me to do, and it wasn't helping. So it was even worse. Like, I didn't have like a safe spot. But once I figured out, the doctor that I went to was like, you're 21. You just had your first baby. You're not married. And you're fucking stressed out. That is exactly what he said to me. And I was like, really? It didn't work. I probably had high, I don't remember if it wasn't really high intake, but they made me stop it. They made me stop caffeine. I did all the things and none of them worked. So I do understand like that feeling. So you guys are not alone if you've dealt with panic, anxiety, getting tested for scary things. Carolyn Breeding, it's good to see you. Dr. Chat GPT. I used to get panic attacks. I agree. It's the worst feeling. Oregon Kelly says, LM and I talked. Her MS is real. We were both diagnosed young. Stress sets things off, so I believe stress caused the cough. She lies, but I don't think she's lying about the MS. I mean, you guys, you may feel that way. I have not seen this lady tell the truth about much of anything. Yeah, Binder Mindy is here, the queen of binders. Your service, I love service dogs. Hey, Harmon, good to see you. Hey, Birkenstocks. Love my Birks. It's terrible to have one. My fiance still doesn't know what to do. I don't know what to do. It's frustrating and scary AF. It is. It helps to know. Yeah, she's been coughing for years. I don't believe anything she says. Hey, Sunflower. Does THC help it, Jay? It made it worse for me. Well, I have it under control now. So I don't typically get panic attacks anymore. I haven't had a panic attack in a pretty long time now. I mean, I've had anxiety where I get like that unsettled, like off-kilter feeling, but not full-blown panic attacks. Good for you, Kentucky. She said, I haven't had panic attacks since I divorced the narcissist. Energy medicine from Germany. I bet it does work. That's why they won't give it to us here. I got to give it to you Europeans. I got to give it to your Europeans. They care more about their people than our government cares about us as far as what we ingest and the medications we have access to and the treatments we have access to. We like to sit here high and mighty because we're Americans, and I'm no slam. I'm proud to be an American, but some things aren't cracked up to be what they are. You know what I mean? Right. Doctor's papers or it didn't happen. Just like she said to Kevin Frankie. Lauren said, Kevin, pictures or it didn't happen. I think it's once you know what it is too, it's a lot easier to understand, and learning how to breathe and meditation. I agree. As Seagirl is amazing. It's all about keeping yourself, not getting that breathing out of control. I've realized totally like what I did during those episodes that made it escalate, and learned, like techniques, breathing or focusing, on other things to try to de-escalate that before it gets to that point of no return. Because once you get to the point of no return in a panic attack, it's already there, occasionally Classy, she said, since I hit the perimenopause stage, my anxiety has been more prevalent. It's interesting you say that, excuse me. I feel like it's a different kind of anxiety for me. Like it's evolved over the years. Maybe you need to convert your walk-in closet to a magical reading nook for panic attacks. That is a great idea. You know what? You know what's better than that?
Ski Utah.
Skiing Utah is good for the soul. When I popped pills to control my anxiety, it made it 10 times worse. I take one if I absolutely have to. Yeah, and I know it sometimes gives people, sometimes anxiety even to take those kind of drugs because they're addictive and all of that stuff. But I actually take a daily antidepressant called Effexor, and it's the only thing that helped. You know what I mean? Where you don't have to take Xanax or an anti-anxiety. I take Effexor XR, and I don't need those anymore because I don't get that panic. But it's frustrating, and it's a battle to try different medications and figure out what works. But now, what's really cool is that they have genetic tests you can do now that actually will match you with the correct, or not the correct, but an antidepressant that's more likely to work for you based on your genetics. I'm not sure if it really, I don't know if it really makes a difference. If anybody's ever done it, I don't know if it makes the odds. Effexor worked for a while but leveled out. Yeah, it does kind of do that. And then it's hell getting off of it. Like Effexor they called it side effexor. My doctor called it side effexor. The cat lady last night when talking about the Nook, John said he doesn't like it because you made it to Lauren. That pissed me off because he followed by telling us what healthy families do. Hypocrite. You were on Effexor too? Side Effexor. It's horrible to come off of. It's grueling. But it worked for me. It works for me. You know what I mean? So it's like, all right, well, I'm not coming off of it. I've come off it before, but I had to literally pinch one little bead out at a time to level to, it took me months completely. Hey, Higgins, it's good to see you. Cleaning my mother-in-law's house aggressively since she's depressed and grieving, losing my father-in-law. Aw, picking up the slack. Well, hang in there. Hang in there. I know we're weird, Tricia. Under Tricia. Oh, yeah. Just when you notice that, Amy, not that I'm, a doctor or anything. But when you notice that you hold your breath, because I do the same thing. Oh, my God. The brain zaps. Yes, Shannon. Horrible. Horrible. That's exactly what it is, too. You're literally, your brain feels like it's going bzzz, bzzz. Shit works when you take it. If I miss, I can tell that I've missed it. Like, I'll wake up in the morning like, bzzz, bzzz. I'm like, oh, God, I better take my Effexor. It gets to the point where you feel like you're just keeping those damn brain zaps away after a while. Hey, reader, thanks for chiming in. No, this isn't supposed to be today's topic, but it's Monday, so we can do whatever we want. Actually, it's my channel, so I can do whatever I want and talk about whatever I want, whenever I want. That's the joy of this, right? So, I gotta show you guys something before we start.
Ski Utah.
We got a shout out over on the Tiki-Taki from Miss Christina. Look who was skiing Utah this weekend. Imagine that. So this was Christina's story, and I'm not a big Tiki-Talker, so I didn't see it right away. But that's her and one of her kiddos out on the slopes in Utah. And the thing says, had some fun yesterday. Gotta love Jay and her sound bites. Got to love it.
Ski Utah.
Look how cute they are skiing Utah. I'm telling you, we all need to ski Utah. Look how pretty it is. Oh, so the backstory on Ski Utah is Lauren was doing a serious court TV correspondence piece. And, she was talking about that case of Micah Smith, the guy that took his kids up in the mountains and tortured them. The one that John wants to do the story on, and he's dedicating it to their son Banks. Yeah, that story. So she was telling on Court TV about how high this peak was that they were on, and she said it was so high it was like Ski Utah. He took his kids so high up the mountain it was like
Ski Utah.
Embarrassing. I would love to go to Utah. It looks really pretty. Oh, thank you. There's a little paperback called Hope and Help for Your Nerves by Dr. Claire Weeks. It's old but common sense dealing with panic attacks. Thank you, Vinay. I know, isn't that pretty? I love the shout out. Thank you, Christina, for that shout out. Yeah, he will look back and treasure this video forever. Weird. Ski Hawaii, surf Hawaii. All right, guys, so we're gonna just take it easy this Monday. Moderator, if I had the timestamp and stuff, I would for sure. Oh, okay, Blue Jay, I will. Everybody else too, check out Dreamfeed Media's video from yesterday. Oh, Colorado is beautiful too, though. From Panic to I loved Lucinda Bass. Oh my God, you just reminded me. I used to watch her. That was when I was getting my attacks. Lucinda Bassett, she saved my life. Not joking. Yes, push me, pull me up. I just saw that. I have it unlisted in my playlist to finish off the 9-hour live. I'm like, oh my God, we never did that. So yes, we will. I'm trying to get through my watch later. So this is one that was on my watch later. And I thought, it's a manic Monday. It's cold. We can chill and review Lauren Matthias, Tricia Griffith, and Stacy, the insightful one, from only 5 months ago. So this was August 13th. August 13th. Zooey, I know she was so good. I totally forgot about her. Wow. Lucinda. What was her last name again? Bassett. Hang on. Lucinda Bassett. Anxiety. She was my lifesaver. I mean, this was back in VHS days, guys. VHS days, but she helped. She has a YouTube, y'all. I think I actually ordered this back in the day. The 333 rule. Totally did. If you ever want to look her up, here is her website. Totally forgot about her. But wow. The 333 rule. Review the one from 1016. We might have already done that one. I'll check it out though, Cindy. It helped your sister too. Very cool, man. Very cool. All right. Look at us. We're the resource channel and everything else. Angie Atkins. I've never heard of her. Hey, Hexies. Oh, and by the way, I am going to put the Cooter chat at the top of the screen so it is easy for you to find if you want to sound off and chat. Look at me and Hexie did it at the same time. I'm going to pin it. Also, you bypass YouTube and their 30% cut. It all goes to the streamer. I wish every streamer had something like that. Okay, here we go. So this is going to be, again, August 13th. This is pre-CrimeCon, but it's after July. You know, we just went over July. June, July, the cop calls, all the bullshit. We're still in, like, cleanup mode. So we're mid-August, and we're like, okay, we're a few weeks away from CrimeCon. We know Christina's going to CrimeCon. Hey, RLR. So that's kind of the mode we're in. But we have Kevin Franke has filed a new lawsuit. We've got the chat pulled up. We've already got McSpunky in there. It's going to be a good stream. So everybody buckle up, enjoy the stream, hit the like button, and send a Cooter chat to stop me in my tracks. In my little Cooter tracks.
Well, hey, everybody. Welcome to WebSleuths YouTube Live. My name's Tricia Griffith. I am the manager of WebSleuths.com, and I'm thrilled to tell you that because I love WebSleuths.com.
I think this is the live where Lauren decided this backdrop had to go. She's like, if y'all are going to be having me on here for PR, I need to make you look a little better. Because if I'm going to be important, you got to look important. Can I get a 1 in chat? Can I get a 1 in chat?
Ski Utah.
Hey, Ski Utah. This is the moment of reckoning when she said, oh, no. This PR background is not going to work. It's bad enough we got her over here, Stacy. I don't know what's behind her, but it's bad enough we got this. I think that was when clean up started with the backdrop. You guys agree? You do. I see all the ones. You guys definitely are agreeing today.
And with us here tonight is our executive producer, Stacy. How are you doing, darling?
I'm doing good.
Good. And everybody, please welcome the amazing, the one and only Lauren Matthias from Hidden True Crime. How?
The amazing and the one and only. That makes me want to throw up. Look at old Birkenstocks coming in with 5 Berkey Cooterships. We got Kelly, Buffy, Desiree, half Irish. You're only half Irish, not full, but that's okay. Everybody's welcome. Even Little Miss Nobody. Welcome in, guys, and thank you, Birkenstock.
She says, welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
The one, the only, the psycho from Hidden True Crime.
How are you, my dear?
Good. How are you? I'm so happy to be here.
Good. Oh, you just look so gorgeous. My gosh. I
No
don't know
way.
how you do it. You look
Thank you.
fantastic.
No way, Crusha. Is it something I need to look at now, or can it wait? Because he's right here in the chat. Hi, Joe Schmo. See this? Joe Schmo, good to see you. Hi, McSpunky. McSpunky meets Joe Schmo. Ooh. The backdrop looks like a room in the Bates Motel.
That's
Well,
sweet.
I was really surprised to see. I'm going to jump right into it because I was really surprised to see Kevin Franke in the true crime sphere again. I thought we were done. Yeah, I thought we were done with them. And I was talking last night about it, and before we get into why he's back, I go back and forth with having a problem and having sympathy for Kevin. And because
you just can't see it.
And Lauren, correct me if I'm wrong.
Hold on. I do have one. Look, my room is under construction, but hold on. Look, I'll show you. I am part of the gang. Did Lauren Matthias send me that? Inquiring minds want to know. See? Ooh, Jay's got a J sign. Oh, looky there. Looky. Watch out, Tricia. I just might be the next PR piece. You never know.
Before Jody Hildebrandt ever came on the scene, Kevin and Ruby.
Okay, we'll review Joe Schmo as like a palate cleanser to get rid of Tricia for a few minutes. Joe Schmo. Okay, I'll go find it right now. Hey, Penny.
Were doing their own show.
Hey, Felicia.
And they were filming. Kevin was behind the camera. And in my opinion, Ruby Franke was very abusive. Sometimes she wasn't, but there were times she was horribly abusive. And people used to keep track of the abuse she was doing and then report it to CPS, and nothing was ever done.
You're so clueless.
And then Jody Hildebrandt came on, and then it just went psycho nuts bizarre. But I don't understand how a husband and a father could stand back and watch the mother of his children be so horrendous.
Yep.
Got it.
She would yell at them.
What video
And
again,
one of the
moderator?
worst things she ever did. And then I'll let you talk, I promise, because you're my guest, and I will let you talk.
And listen, I'm taking notes. I love this. Keep going. You
Okay.
just bring it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Speak for all of us.
So anyway, I
Shut up,
just,
Lauren.
the worst thing she did was that one day her 5-year-old forgot her lunch. And she told her mother, the 5-year-old, that she had her lunch and she forgot it. Well, the teacher calls and says, hey, she forgot her lunch, so we're going to give her something. And she said, no, let her go hungry. Let her starve. She needs to learn.
Higgins.
That to me, thinking about it now, I start to get furious. That was a 5-year-old forget stuff. Take away a toy, ground them, do something, but don't take away their food. They can't perform in school if they're hungry.
Right.
She is just a horrible human being. But Kevin got away. I shouldn't say he got off scot-free. He didn't, because Jody Hildebrand moved in. She was a therapist recommended by the Mormon Church. And basically, Jody told him that he was the problem with the family and he needed to get out. And that's what she did. And then they had Ruby's kids tied up in her basement, and one of them escaped. And that's how this all came about. Now, there was a lawsuit, right, Lauren, a while ago by Kevin. Who did he sue?
Recent lawsuit. There's a recent lawsuit right now. That's why we just covered it. It's a fresh lawsuit, and he is suing Jody Hildebrand.
But didn't he sue her before, though? Or has he never sued?
This is like an official. He wants a jury trial. So this is like a new. He had requested damages for the children, and the victims, but this is about him and what she did. I mean, ruined his family and abused his children. But what he did and how she used her position of power, which is true, as a therapist to coerce and gain control over Kevin and manipulate.
Oh my gosh, there's Carolina Hurtado. Shout out. I'm going to shout out all of you guys in here. No shade. I love you guys.
Him, and
I think it's great that you guys are smart and picked up on it after the 9-hour.
Isolate him.
Right.
And he walks people through that lawsuit in a way that sort of shows this intense, all of the things I just stated, way that she did that and used, again, her position of power.
Right.
And I want to just say two things can be true at the same time, which is hard for human beings. But what you just said and about your anger towards him, I have the same anger. I think even before Jody Hildebrand came into the picture, we saw videos on the documentary of family videos where Ruby is being very cruel to Eve and
dude, their chat's not even moving. I was like wondering what was going on. Sorry, I'm trying to get cozy here with a blanket. Ugh. There's just no way to be cozy in these chairs. I wish they made like streaming chairs that weren't just for gamers who want to sit back all night. Because this chair is made to like lean back. I don't want to lean back. I want to be comfy. I want to be able to sit cross-legged. I want to do all the things. You know what I mean? We need someone to come up with a good streamer chair, if you will. Streamer chair. Not a screamer.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry, to E. And he looks the other way. He doesn't participate. He doesn't participate, but he is like, and cut, Yeah. So two things can be true at the same time. And
well, isn't it interesting that you say that, Dee Dee? Because remember she said in that Patreon we listened to last night in July, she's like, oh, we just built my studio. And he's like, well, we didn't really build it. We just, well, yeah, it's the spare bedroom. Right? Oh, you did. A big, tall chair. Cross-legged chair. Okay, I'll look it up. Just get a lazy boy and get on with it. Anyways, what was I saying? I can't remember.
So two things can be true at this end. Excuse me. I'm sorry, to E. And we saw videos on the documentary of family videos where Ruby is being very cruel to Eve and oh, excuse me. I'm sorry, to E. And he looks the other way. He doesn't participate. He doesn't participate.
Oh, about her studio. She was like, yeah. And she's like, no, it's the and then they're like, oh, it's the guest room. But like, if they just did that in July, good point. Like, why are they now filming at Grayson's, and why did she need to go to Home Goods to get the orange couch? They're not building a mansion. I think that's bullshit. But why, you gotta take that into consideration. In July, she's like, we just built a new studio. And then she's got that like sectional couch. We've seen it with like the file cabinet or whatever. Nothing impressive. But then all of a sudden, shit starts getting deep. She's paranoid. She's calling the cops. She's got lawyers involved. She's filing injunctions. And now all of a sudden, she's at the orange couch. And we see body cam video where she's like, my husband told me to just stay here because my son doesn't need this. It all points to trouble in paradise. Dee.
But he was like, and cut,
What does this mean, Tricia? T1951237. What is this? What is she putting in the chat here? Is that some kind of code? What is this? Is that McSpunky's code? Is that McSpunky's number? What is it?
Yeah.
So 2 things can be true at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And what he walks us through, though, in this lawsuit is compelling. It certainly is the formula for coercive control, for a cult mindset, for isolation, for manipulation. And it does paint the picture of how Jodi Hildebrand entered this family that was primed for her, ripe for her to walk in.
Right.
I do believe Ruby Franke is an abusive mother before Jodi, severely abusive after. Yes. So this family was primed for very similar to Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell. Chad Daybell walks into Lori's life, and I believe that she was an abusive mother before, but probably, and then, as I say, this is actually how Dr. John says it. And let me say this, put Kevin aside for a bit, and we're going to talk about Kevin in just a second.
Okay.
But
it means,
let's just talk about Ruby and Lori Vallow. So Jodi,
can we just throw you in that bucket?
Enters with Ruby, and what happened to those children is
Salter.
I can't even handle thinking about it. It's so upsetting.
Okay, I hope you feel better
soon. The torture. What Jodi did was gave Ruby, she didn't change who Ruby was. Okay, Ruby was a terrible mother before Jodi Hildebrand. Yes. But Jodi comes in
Cindy?
And she gives Ruby permission to be
there.
Who she always was.
That's good. That's exactly right. Gave her permission.
The chat's not even moving.
And that is what Chad Daybell, same thing with Lori Vallow. That is who Lori always was. Chad Daybell didn't change who Lori always was, which is a psychopathic mother.
Yes,
but gave her permission.
A plant of what, though?
To be that fully.
Hold on.
Right.
Berkey thinks that Lauren is a plant. What do you think Lauren's a plant of, though?
So let's just put that aside.
Hey,
Kevin
Gigi
was probably in this
Call
situation
Gigi.
before Jodi, always a passive parent in denial. There's one really telling line in his documentary, the family documentary that was on Hulu. Devil in the House, Devil in the Family, which in many ways, by the way, I think they called it that.
Can we just call him Joe Schmuck? There he is.
Because you actually think
he's such a schmuck. He's not even a member of Tricia's channel. They don't give a fuck. Oh, she can't have members. That's right. My bad. See? I caught myself.
Who was the devil? I mean, it's supposed to be Jodi, but was there another devil in the family?
Exactly.
But during that, Kevin says something towards the end of that documentary where he says, "You'll do anything. I'll do anything for love." And he's like, or maybe it was his Good Morning America interview that he said it, but he's like sitting next to Chad saying, you do anything for love. Like that made me angry. I think that in many ways he never felt good enough for Ruby and was always trying to like whatever she wanted, even if it, it's not great for my children, I'll do anything. And that's upsetting, but
absolutely.
But Kevin, so let's now go back to this lawsuit. It does to me show an absolute systematic cult-like recruiting, isolation, manipulation of Kevin Franke to the point where he walked out of his kid's life as their last offense. I'm so angry about that. And
exactly.
I can't get over that. It's so angry. So I don't think he was a very aware father before this, and in denial and ignoring what was really going on, and participated in some of this abuse, like not feeding E, for example, that you mentioned. But I do see the systematic
Megan's in the chat
manipulation and mind control that Jodi Hildebrandt had on Kevin and Chad, Frankie, and how she used that to get them out of the
Look
house.
at Mick Spunky. He says, "Hey, at Megan Connor. Hey to you, fine lady. Salute and cheers with the beers." You can't hear what? What can't you hear, Berkey? You should be able to hear me. You should be able to hear the video.
And used.
I just had to turn off my camera for a few minutes. I'll be back.
Her position of power as a therapist, she called herself a psychologist. She has a master's in not even social work. It was like a master's in like educational psychology, I think. And
wait,
became a therapist.
Wait, isn't that what John has? Hold on. Pot calling kettle black. Doesn't he have the same thing? Help me out here, guys. Listen.
A therapist, she called herself a psychologist. She has a master's in not even social work. It was like a master's in like educational psychology, I think. And
wasn't his in like marriage and family? And Steph says yes. And she's like downplaying it. She's not even in psychology. Wow.
Became a therapist and claimed she was more. And
oh, that sounds familiar. Claims she was more. Hey, Pyro Pam.
Use that authority as an expert to really manipulate many people.
Oh, boom. Can we go back and play that for John? Wow. Okay, we need to clip this later. That was, she just described her husband. Maybe Tricia should have.
It out.
Wow. All right, let's listen to that part again. Here we go.
And used her position of power as a therapist, she called herself a psychologist. She has a master's in not even social work. It was like a master's in like educational psychology, I think. And became a therapist and claimed she was more, and used that authority as an expert to really manipulate many people.
Yeah, absolutely. It's horrible.
Projection. Right. And we can't forget, that's a huge bing bong. I agree. We can't forget too about this. Hold on. Oh, Crusher, were you in this one? We might get a Crusher pinned comment. Let's not forget this. And I know I always play the wrong one, but it's important to remember. Here it is. Boom, right here.
My dream is coming true. I'm in a happy marriage.
A reporter where?
In St. George, in Hilldale, Colorado City. So I'm reporting from my old state.
Wait, hold on.
My dream is coming true. I'm in a happy marriage.
I did it wrong. Damn it.
My dream is coming true. I'm in a happy marriage.
Okay, forget it. Forget it. We're just going to do Dust in the Wind. I screwed that.
So in this law, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No,
anyway, John worked with fucking Jodi Hildebrandt, okay?
Say, we also hear this from Adam Paul Steed too. And Adam Paul Steed has always said that he had a lot of empathy for Kevin Frankie, and they've talked and they've been friends. You remember Adam Paul Steed, the victim of Jodi Hildebrandt back in the day?
Yes,
he sued the Boy Scouts of America. We interviewed him. We have a 2-part interview with him on our channel.
He's great.
And he was on, I was on.
Oh, she's talking way too fast for me. I got to slow her down now. I was trying to play the damn short of John saying he worked with Jodi. You know, I came into contact with Jodi Hildebrandt a few times. So we're just going to sing Dust in the Wind instead.
On the curious case of Jodi Hildebrandt with John and Adam Paul Steed. But he has always said he has a lot of empathy for Kevin and is friends with him. And I've always thought, what? But Adam Paul Steith went through something very similar. So
Hey,
I
Chris.
also understand that these two men probably connect and
Yes,
have a similar story. So
exactly. Well, do we know, and we'll get back to the lawsuit in just a moment, do we know if any of the kids are living with their dad, any of the Frankie kids?
yeah, so he has worked to
Look at Troublemaker Baker. Kevin is now learning to be a good father and has reconciled with his children. Kevin should be in prison with his wife.
have custody of the minor
Hey,
children.
Sigma.
Mm-hmm.
So R and E, I believe, are now back with Kevin, and he has stated that Ruby hated animals, and they now have many animals in the house.
Good. You know, when I hear of a parent that says, I hate animals, there's something wrong. I mean, it's one thing.
Lauren looked at Grayson like, oh, fuck. She knows Grayson knows she don't like fucking animals, and she don't like that dog. Look how she looks at Grayson. Tricia's like, when I hear a parent say they don't like dogs.
Of a parent that says, I hate animals, there's something wrong.
Hey, Reese Cup, good to see you today. I don't know what Troublemaker Baker's thing is. She probably knows too much, so she's being held close.
Wrong. I mean, it's one thing to be like me and have a ton of animals. That's crazy.
She's like, what do you mean?
Good. You know, when I hear of a parent that says, I hate animals, there's something wrong. I mean, it's one thing to be like me and have a ton of animals. That's crazy too. But kids need an animal.
Lisa, it is Grayson's dog. It's her service animal. That's Grayson's service animal. And we know Lauren doesn't like it. Look at Lauren. She's like, I need a drink.
A pet, a turtle, a bird, something, you know? And I can see Ruby just hating animals because they're messy and they're dirty and they don't put their stuff away. I can just feel it. Do we know if Sherry, the oldest daughter, if she is in touch with her father at all? Do we know that?
I don't know. I know that during the documentary, she refers to Kevin and Ruby by their first names. And I think you can notice that Sherry does not do her interview in the same place as Kevin,
right?
For the Devil in the Family interview. And then I have also read Sherry's book, where it does not sound as if she has a good relationship. I don't want to pretend that I know, since the book's publication, things could have changed. But at the time of the book's,
I would imagine that Grayson has a service animal based on the trauma she experienced, based on. We got a cooter chat.
Every time Lauren has an opinion, Fax quietly file a restraining order. Sleeping face emoji.
Every time Lauren has an opinion, Fax quietly file a restraining order. I don't understand that. I'm sorry. I was trying to understand that. Thank you for your cooter chat, but I don't understand what you said. I would be inclined to think that it's due to the trauma of her childhood that she talked about in that Patreon. Of course, blaming her brother for it and her weird parents. And yeah, I agree with Pyro Pam. People who don't love animals. I'm waiting to see if Shortcake, if I read that wrong. People who don't like animals, I question them too. Let me know, Shortcake, if I read that wrong.
publication, and when I read it, it does not seem like she has a great relationship with either parent.
Well, and I can understand why she wouldn't with her father. If I was there, if I was one of their kids, I would say, Dad, you saw this even before this crazy woman came in our lives. why did you let mom do this? That would be the question I would ask over and over. Do you think?
Well, yeah. Well, he also wasn't there for her. She talks in her book about seeing him on campus because she's like a freshman at BYU and he's a professor there. And
right here, look at Mel Stiller. The way I see it, cults only succeed because they find weak and gullible people and make them feel special. Bing bong.
Turns the other way. And many people know, because it's body cam footage, that after Ruby and Jody are arrested, he accuses Sherry of coming into the house and stealing items and wanting her charged. So yes, certainly, and
that's what a horrible thing for a father to do. It wasn't like she was a drug addict who always was stealing things all the time and, kind of a last resort. No.
What? What the fuck, Tricia? Remember in the body cam, Frankie came to get like the computer and stuff. Her dad didn't want her to get that shit. And he called the cops. But, ouch. Damn. Ow, that hurts. She automatically goes to this like weird scenario.
Her charged. So yes, certainly.
Listen to Tricia.
And that's what a horrible thing for a father to do. It wasn't like she was a drug addict who always was stealing things all the time and, kind of a last resort. No. I mean, it makes me crazy.
Yeah.
Has Kevin Frankie ever self-reflected and taken responsibility for what he did before Jody Hildebrand came on board?
Oh, I
feel like he needs to do more. I wished I had seen more of that in the documentary. I'm sure he has. I don't know how much though. Gosh, I'd love to interview him one day.
Oh, I would too.
I actually feel like this lawsuit, reading through this lawsuit, helped me to feel a little bit better. Like he's had to have processed that, right? And how he left his children. He did say that in the documentary too. He said, I was their last line of defense. And I was like, yeah, you were. You were. And you walked out on them. So I hope he has, but I did find hope during a Good Morning America interview again, where he said that thing that he said, that there were animals in the house and things were dirty. And he said Ruby would hate it. And he kind of smiled. And he also said he's not really talking to her.
Well,
so
I hope not.
Good point, Eddie. Kevin can try to get his daughter arrested, but can't get Jody out of his bedroom. He's a pussy. As Tricia would say.
He's like this little pussy.
He should be in jail with his wife and Jody.
No, that gives me hope. And, he has his kids back. And I'm sure that the state services are very involved,
I'm sure. I hope they're involved and keeping close watch on this. Let's talk a little bit more about the lawsuit. So in the lawsuit, you say he pretty methodically kind of goes through how it all happened, and he wants a jury trial. But does Jody have? Yeah, exactly.
No one
does Jody
knows
have
who
any
Stacey
money?
is.
I mean, would it be the LDS Church? Are they named in the suit? Is it some other organization that Jody belonged to?
I suspect that she has money. I think that Jody is sneaky, and she loves money. Her home, which I've walked through.
It's big and beautiful. Yeah.
Oh, it was on sale for over $5 million. It's stunning. Well, let's be honest, it could have been prettier. And the architecture was beautiful. The landscape's beautiful, but I would not have picked what Jody picked. And actually, as I was doing the walkthrough, I definitely made sure to shade her choice of decoration. But
good.
like who picked this bed And these companies are like, well, it was so heavy, we got to leave it here. I'm like, well, that's unfortunate. I just do that for everybody. I definitely.
Right.
So this is, I feel like we've watched this before, but she probably talked about this in another podcast. And again, we brought up the fact that she went and like pretended to be a potential buyer of this $5 million house in order to walk through. And however, I didn't see the pictures or videos, but she totally made shit up to get in there. And then once she got in there, she was like touching the walls and like touching things. Very creepy. That is weird to want to get close and in that energy and want to feel the energy in a torture house. Ballet Flats, better late than never. Welcome in, girlfriend. But to want to touch things in there, that's weird to me. It gets a whole nother level of ick. And I say that because, God, I sound like Duty Ron, but I say that because I've been to the Watts house and not once did I want to put my hands on the house and feel, oh, let me feel the doorknob where they touch to open. I never did that. As a matter of fact, I didn't touch anything. I was like, ugh. I was just walking around the perimeter. But she went inside, literally putting her hands on things. And like, what happened in that house. Those kids were hogtied and tortured and really, really bad things happened in there. It's just really weird. Janice says they used the in-laws' bank records to show that they had the money to buy the house.
On Prime Crime.
Yikes. Then that reminds me, whenever I hear something about the in-laws, it makes me think of the Spanx on the on the credit card statement. Spanx. I don't know if it was this one we reviewed or another one, but I don't know. We'll keep going.
Right.
I ripped on her decorating choice while walking through this incredibly beautiful home. But the architecture is beautiful.
And your decorating is so great. You have a beige wall behind you and an orange couch from Home Goods. Like what? You don't even have a vase with like those furry little things like Annie Elise does. That's what you should do, Grayson. You should take her to Home Goods, get a big vase with those fluffy, trendy, fluffy things in them. At least put that back there, or put a picture on the wall of you and Gray. Frame a picture of you two, you and your producer.
The landscape's beautiful. So she has this $5 million home, which she quickly was putting up for sale. Why was she putting it up for sale so fast? So she could hide the assets, so she could get that money.
Hiding the assets? That sounds familiar too, but I can't place where I've heard that. Oh my gosh, is Molly in here? Molly Colleen, where are you? Molly Colleen, there she is. There's our superstar. Molly Colleen picked herself out in the meta footage. The latest meta footage we went over yesterday. It's so funny. She's like, oh, I'm famous now, Molly.
She'll be out one day, unfortunately.
Yes.
What she shouldn't be, but she's going to be because of Utah laws and what she was charged for and the sentencing. And I absolutely think she's trying to hide assets, and I think there's a lot more of it. I mean, she had an entire MLM pyramid scheme going with therapy where, she had these groups going and these little mental health counselors making money for her when she wasn't even having to lift a finger. I mean, I've never seen, has anybody ever seen a therapist have a $5 million mansion?
Never.
No.
She's like, what the fuck? I don't have a $5 million mansion. Spaghetti, I think the hidden mansion is fake. I think it's a spoof, satire, if you will. I don't think they're really building a compound. If I'm proven wrong, I'll say I'm wrong. But as of now, I'm pretty sure that's satire and not real. Ooh, Felicia coming in hot. She says hiding assets. Lauren would know about that. Shortcake Mom, there you are. I really do think it's satire.
No.
Never. Not unless they're absolutely, methodically scamming people and care about money. And so I do think she has
like daddy
money, and I think she's hiding it, and I think she has hidden assets. And I think there's a lot
hidden assets, hidden production.
I think she has money, and I think she's hiding it, and I think she has hidden assets. And I think there's a lot there. And in that sense, I hope Kevin takes her for everything she's worth. And I hope he uses it for his children, and their well-being. And so
absolutely. Yeah. Everybody, we're talking with Lauren Matthias from Hidden True Crime. And Stacy, you have a question, my darling.
Yes. I figure Lauren might know this because she talks to Dr. John all the time. But
look at you think I look at Lauren's face. You think I talk to Dr. John all the time, but really I'm over here. I'm sipping on some wine and hanging out with Grace and Lily. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Just over here at Grayson's pad, Grayson's place. She talks to Dr. John all the time. She's like, not really. Hey, Salty Sleuth, good to see you this afternoon.
I figure Lauren might know this because she talks to Dr. John all the time. But I was wondering, this is back a little bit, but do you think when what was going on when Kevin and Ruby were doing the YouTube channel and those things that, were abusive, do you think he considered them abusive, or did he think that was just how it was, or how things are done?
Is Stacy wrapped up in chains? Do you hear it's like she's chained up. Do you hear that shit? Hey, Potato. It sounds like she's wrapped
he considered them abusive, or did he think that was just how it was, or how things are done?
That's where I think there was a lot of cognitive dissonance. I think
you don't know.
I think a great example is how there's this family video again that you see on the documentary Devil in the Family, where it was pre-Jody, and Ruby is being very harsh with E, almost physical. She grabs their youngest child, E, and all you hear is Kevin say, and cut. I think that he was burying his head in the sand because he was madly in love with
Bloom.
Ruby, probably had low self-esteem. And I think that I hope that looking back, he sees the abuse, and I hope that that's what he's processing even before Jody entered the picture. That's what I'm hoping that he now sees. I can't tell you whether he thought it. We certainly saw videos of him during the Jody era where he was supporting their choice to not give the kids Christmas presents and was actively backing what to many viewers seemed like child abuse, me being one of them. I think it was very abusive, and he stood by.
So McSpunky thinks poor Kevin was pussy whipped. That's McSpunky's comment here. Yep, and poor Kevin was pussy whipped. Who thinks Kevin was even getting pussy? Not I. Who was he pussy whipped by? You think he was getting pussy, McSpunky? He wasn't getting any. His wife was getting some.
Ruby and shared how they were raising their children and backed it. Of course, it was also Jody era time. There were years of this. I hope that he is looking back and seeing all of that as abuse. But then I think that was part of the again, the systematic
he didn't even see his wife for years.
Manipulation of him, and that he was being threatened that Ruby would leave him and losing his family. So back to your question, and I have to process it. That's why I just talk.
Yeah, I do that.
I don't know. I don't know if he knew then that it was abuse, but I hope he knows now.
Right.
Perfect.
I agree. I agree.
And anybody in chat, if you have a question, just put a bunch of question marks so I can see. And we have a question from Kibby. And even though this,
what are these noises that come out of Stacy? My goodness. Ruby was getting more pussy than him. Right. He didn't even see his wife for like years or something.
Just put a bunch of question marks so I can see. And we have a question from Kibby. And even though this may be rhetorical, I think it's a great question. Question from Kibby. And even though this may be rhetorical, I think it's a great question. It is. This may be rhetorical. I think it's a great question. It is the Kevin video where he taped Jody being possessed. What was that about? I mean, he taped Jody, a therapist promoted by the LDS Church. She was possessed by a demon. What the hell was that about?
Yeah. I think it actually shows the mind control and how people can believe that. I mean, here's an engineer professor, right? Like that's someone that shouldn't be believing in sort of this possession. And you're right. There's the question of why was he recording her? And there's the question of like, why was he believing? But I think he was believing it and he was recording it to be like, look, this is real. But like, and he explains in his police interview, like, I saw things flying in the room.
Here
like
we are
people
again.
have had a really hard time with this. And he said,
that's what she said. Picks her, it didn't happen, Kevin. Picks her, it didn't happen, Kevin. And John said, no, he wasn't. There was nothing flying around.
I'm telling you, like, I'm an engineer and I don't know how, but I saw it. No, he didn't. That shows how strong belief is and how you can believe with mind control, with these manipulation tactics, we see this in the Daybell case too. Belief is powerful.
Who's Kibby?
The ultimate question.
Hold on. Who's Kibby? Ragtime? I missed that. Look she's telling us how big John's peen is. Itty bitty teeny weeny. Was it pinned or something? Oh. Kibby. What is that? Yo, what is that, y'all? Is it a doll? Is that what's her name's doll? These people are bizarro, man. Is that like an old doll? What is that? Thank you for subbing up, Charlotte B. I appreciate your support.
I mean, he taped Jody by
a professor. There's the question of like, why was he believing? But I think he was believing it and he was recording it to be like, look, this is real. But like, and he explains in his police interview, like, I saw things flying in the room. Like people have had a really hard time with this. And he said, I'm telling you, like, I'm an engineer and I don't know how, but I saw it. No, he didn't. That shows how strong belief is and how you can believe with mind control, with these manipulation tactics, we see this in the Daybell case too. Belief is powerful. The ultimate question, what is the difference between, a belief and a delusion and
yes, exactly.
fantasy? Like that's an eternal question. You can't just answer that. There is no like black or white question to that. But he believed it. And he believed that she was possessed. I mean, I watched that video and I'm like, I remember that was one of the most fascinating things I saw in that she was possessed. I mean, I watched that video and I'm like,
what is she doing? Y'all, I can't. I'm going to lose it. What? Look at Tricia. She's like, you know what that means, don't you? She's like, Lauren, are you giving a signal to Grayson? Janice, do you see this? I'm leaving that there so that ends up on a thumbnail someday. Crush a screenshot that shit. Sativa.
I remember that was one of the most fascinating things I saw in that documentary. I mean, I watched that video and I'm like, I remember that was one of the most fascinating things I saw in that right question.
Janice, clip that.
Did that. But he believed it. And he believed that she was possessed. I mean, I watched that video and I'm like, I remember that was one of the most fascinating things I saw in that documentary, Devil in the Family, because like you're seeing Jody, in my opinion, completely faking it and manipulating this family.
It looks stupid. It would have been funny if it wasn't so ridiculous.
Right. It looks so stupid. But they were believing it, and you see the manipulation there. And that's also why I believe Kevin was completely manipulated. But it shows the power of belief.
Yes.
He absolutely believed that he saw those things, and he didn't, in my opinion, see anything flying back and forth in his house. And Jody absolutely was taking them for a ride during that possession video. And
for a ride.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dude, Ron would love to see that.
I'm here.
Sorry.
He's like, when's it happening? Can I watch?
It froze for just a second. And yeah, if anybody else has any questions.
Dude, Ron's like, is it going to be members only? Can I watch? Oh, yeah. Someone send that shit to Jolene. Jolene will love it.
Please feel free to pop into chat, and we'll see what we can do. Justice Jane wants to know, why is Kevin only suing Jody? Why not sue Ruby, his wife? Can he?
He is suing Jody for very specific reasons, that she used this mental health. This isn't about the family. This is about someone coming into the family, that she used her position as a mental health counselor to manipulate his entire family and isolate him from his family, and that it was her teachings and her doing, which I do believe. I'm not, so he's not saying, that Ruby didn't by suing Jody, but he's just making a point that, like, this woman in her position of power, did this. Using that.
Oh, looky here. Look at all the big red question marks. Big red question mark. Big red question mark from Joe Schmo. How's Grayson? Big red question mark. Big red question mark. Tell her Joe Schmo says hi. Can't wait to buy her tequila at CrimeCon. Joe Schmo, you are fucking gross. Dude. Tell her Joe Schmo says hi. I'm ready to have some tequila shots.
He's like this little pussy.
Position as a mental health counselor, which Ruby didn't have,
It is, again, it's so bad. So you say it's a very, step-by-step type of lawsuit. It shows how she came in, the manipulation, and the manipulation it's the father's fault, and he needs to leave the family and for people to heal. Is that basically what Jody's thing is? And
and I do the step by step in the episode that maybe you've mentioned. Like, I take everyone through the entire lawsuit in
fact, we're going to put that
video
in chat right now, and I'll put it in the description. It's a great video.
Hey, Mama Bear.
So, but
get to it. Come on.
He can see it now. Why? I'm just wondering why he couldn't see it then.
I know.
I mean, it's bad.
Yeah. I do think that he, today, even too, I think he's very much someone that looks to authority I think he's sort of probably wired that way. That he's sort of an authoritarian type of mindset.
Yay,
where
Swanee, that's awesome.
he looks to other people for, I don't know, but why he couldn't see it, I
Now, was he
ideology, and he's a bit of an ideologue, I think.
Sure. Was he fired from his?
What is Stacy doing back there? Like, maybe I don't even want to know. She's like, ugh, out of nowhere.
Ideologue.
Mute, Stacy.
Sure. Was he fired from his teaching position? Was he fired from his teaching position?
I think.
Sure. Was he fired from his teaching position?
I think.
Sure. Was he fired from his teaching position at BYU?
He was, and that's actually explained more in the lawsuit in detail. So BYU is a private university. It's owned by the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and that's where Kevin was a professor. And in order to teach at the university, you are supposed to be a member in good standing and hold a temple recommend.
Right.
And what started was Jody Hildebrandt telling Kevin that he was not worthy of his temple recommend and that he needed to give it up. And thus, when he didn't renew his temple recommend, he was then thus fired from his job. So the temple recommend wasn't just a symbol of his faith and standing in his church. It was it was actually a ticket to keeping his job. And so she essentially, by doing that, made sure that he had no job.
Again, that's so awful. That is, and I keep saying that. I don't know what else to say. It has just been terrible watching this unfold. And I'm grateful for you.
What is she doing back there? Oh, I'm crying.
Watching this unfold, and I'm grateful for you and Dr. John for the videos that you have done. And I've just put the last one that you did that explains the lawsuit in chat right now. Let's see. This is from Carolina Hurtado. Do you think all the money Ruby and Kevin were making in their 8 passengers could have played a role in the physical and mental abuse of their children? Well, they certainly were making a lot of money, right? Right, Lauren? They really were.
Oh, yeah, honey bun.
I think that to keep that up, they started to make a lot of, excuse me, they started to make a lot of money. And as, it turns into child labor, unfortunately, because then in order to keep that up, their children are essentially employees in the family business. And so that certainly played a part. And I then think that the money and their following certainly was what put dollar signs in Jody's eyes too.
Yeah, that's why when she saw how many followers that Ruby had, boy, she went in for the kill. This is a great question from Tricia. Do you think Jody will represent herself pro se in the lawsuit filed against her by Kevin?
That's a great question, Tricia. Yeah. Difficult research.
There's
I can only hope. Sorry, now you know how I feel.
Yeah.
Man,
we can only hope. Exactly.
With the popcorn, I am here for it. And hope that justice is served. I
never, Molly, never.
I think that Jody's absolutely diabolical, and actually, we all saw Lori Daybell do it. Jody is smarter and more diabolical. They're both diabolical. Jody is smarter than Lori, so it could be frightening to watch if she chooses to represent herself. But that would be fascinating. With the similar personalities they have, I wouldn't be surprised if she chooses to.
Yeah, exactly, because she can't. Nobody can represent her better than herself because she's just so dang smart. Now, Ruby has seemed a little contrite. I don't know if it's legit. I don't think Jody thinks she's done anything wrong.
No.
I mean, tell us how you came to that too, because I've just the things she said. I don't think she thinks she did one thing wrong.
She can't apologize. Her
right.
response at her sentencing, I was there in St. George.
Oh my God. I was there in St. George. She can't apologize. Does that sound familiar? Says the bitch who made this whole motherfucking thing what it is because she couldn't apologize for saying bad things. Look at her. She looks possessed. I was in St. George. That's when I went in the portal.
Apologize.
That's right.
Her response.
Tell us how you came to that too, because I've just the things she said. I don't think she thinks she did one thing wrong.
She can't apologize.
That's right.
Her response at her sentencing. I was there in St. George. She literally said, "I love these children.
Yes.
I hope they can heal from their, issues." She didn't take responsibility. She claimed to love them, which is what abusers do when they hurt you.
Absolutely.
I'm doing this because I love you.
Yes.
My grandmother was severely abused by her first husband, and
let's bring it back to me. So it's my turn to tell my. It's my turn to tell my story. It's all about me. My grandmother. Everything is about me. So,
yes.
My grandmother was severely abused by her first husband, and around World War II. And she always says, after he beat her, he said, "Now you know how much I love you." That's what abusers do.
Yep.
So that's what she said at the sentencing. I love those children, and I hope they can heal from what, Jody? From what?
Yeah. What did you do?
She took no responsibility. It was disgusting. It was despicable.
Well, that's a good clip too. This didn't age well either.
What, Jody? From what?
Yeah.
What did you do?
She took no responsibility. It was disgusting. It was despicable. I've never seen a worse sentencing response. She would have been better off not saying anything.
Oh, absolutely.
She had the opposite of any remorse. Ruby's sounded like, an Oscar speech where she's like, "I'd like to thank,
I know. Yeah.
Detective and this person." But who she didn't thank her little boy for escaping.
For bringing it to an end. Exactly.
The person that saved her kids,
Mm-hmm.
her kids
Exactly.
saved themselves. Didn't thank them, didn't say sorry to her kids.
It's terrible. So how long are they going to stay in prison? Is it 60 years or 20 years? I've heard everything in between.
It's unknown because they'll have to go before a parole board again, and it will be decided continuously by a parole board. Like, that's how Utah. So it's a range. It's this to this. Like, it could be this many, and I don't know. It might have been the range you just said, but it could be. And so they'll go at that moment to the parole board for them to decide if it's longer or if it's.
I wonder what was in that drink.
If it's that amount. So it's like you wait till the next step.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I was surprised. I had forgotten.
I feel like they slowed down since
Jody Hildebrand has her own children, right?
USMC Mom says, Jody comes across to me like a lesbian who had a thing for Ruby and like Chad Daybell did her best to destroy the Frankie family. Am I wrong? Wow, that's putting it right out there. You could insert Lauren and Grayson in this too.
Are they adults?
By the way, USMC Mom says, Jody came across me like a lesbian who had a thing for Ruby and like Chad Daybell did her best to destroy the Frankie family. Am I wrong? No, you're absolutely right. Jody is a lesbian. That was said pretty much. That Sherry Frankie makes that clear.
Yes, it's clear she was.
Yeah, clear she was, and that she was having. Sorry, let me clarify that. I apologize. She didn't make it clear that Jody is a lesbian, but she made it.
Smoke them if you got them.
I apologize. She didn't make it clear that. Sorry, let me clarify that. I apologize. She didn't make it clear that Jody is a lesbian, but she made it clear that there was intimacy, sexual intimacy going on.
Absolutely.
Too. And so take that for what it's,
Oh God. Take that for what you know.
And so take that for what it's, and it absolutely was like Chad Daybell. I would call it a precise, happy copycat crime in absolutely like just completely the same. I actually think
completely a copycat crime. She needs a refill on that drink. Come on, Lauren, drink some and go live. Your reviews are fun, but I think your live streams would be funner. Please fill up your sippy cup and go live.
I would call it a precise, happy copycat crime in absolutely
happy copycat crime. She tried to say copy, and happy came out.
Precise, happy copycat crime in absolutely like just completely the same. I actually think that Jody might have been inspired by Chad Daybell and was like, let me be better than him. Watch this.
And I think those kids would have died. I think there's no question.
Absolutely.
Dude, she was so fast in the beginning, and I was like, wow, I had to like slow her down. Now she's so slow, I got to speed her up.
Absolutely. And I wish they had been charged with attempted murder.
Yeah, they should have been.
What did
both of
Stacey
them should have been.
Wish they had been charged with attempted murder.
Yeah, they should have been. Both of them should have.
And I wish they had been charged with attempted murder.
Dude, Stacey is possessed back there. Stacey, we need to see your face. We need to see the face.
Yeah, they should have been.
I'm getting concerned.
Absolutely. And I wish they had been charged with attempted murder.
Yeah, they should have been. Both of them should have been. They were starving those kids and had them tied up. I'm sorry, Stacey, did you have a question, my dear?
No, I was just agreeing.
Okay. Now, so
I was just moaning. I was rolling back here.
Jody has kids. Are they are they teenagers? Are they adults? What do we know about them?
They're adults, a daughter and a son. We don't know much. They've stayed very quiet. The son had just returned, I believe, from an LDS mission, and we have not heard.
Can you imagine that poor kid?
I know we have not heard much from either of them, or we haven't heard anything at all from either of them. But the one thing we have heard from somebody else about the daughter was Jody's nibbling niece.
We did listen to this. Remember, we did watch this because it was the nibbling niece. Why don't I remember all of this? We had to have watched this. Or did she say nibbling niece before?
They have stated that their cousin, who is Jody's daughter, said that she was afraid of her mother in the sense that if my mother told me the sky, was yellow, I would believe her. Like that Jody could convince anyone of anything. If my mother said to me, no, that sky, is red, or green, whatever, I'd have to say, okay, it is, even if it was blue. Right. That's how manipulative and convincing and conniving she is. And that, comes from a Mormon Stories interview with
Shout
Jody's.
Out to Bindi.
Her name is escaping me.
Yeah, is it Jesse?
Jesse.
There's Cindy.
Yeah. And Joel Roberts says Jody's niece needs to sue her aunt for all the abuse she dealt with in her family and when her family left her in Jody's custody. That's what just shocked me, is this niece's own parents said, here you go, let me serve you up this child that you can abuse. And, she should. I wish she would. Because that's the only way they're going to stop. And like you said, both of them are going to get out.
No, Janice said that Lauren and John talked about the nibbling niece. No, I don't think we did this one. Nibbling was in the Lauren and John one. Thanks, Janice. I'm not losing my mind.
And let's face it, Ruby's going to try and get back with her kids. I don't know if they'll have anything to do with her. I don't blame them if they wouldn't,
Right.
Because she's never, ever apologized. Really, not truly.
No, absolutely not.
Anyway, can you hang on for just a moment, Lauren? Because I need to talk about our wonderful, incredible friends.
Yeah, I know what's
at
so
DNA Solves.
Oh, Lord.
Now, let me get
your two
to
bad
this
actors.
screen here so I can show you. There we go. You know, we talk about the scientists and the researchers at DNA Solves all the time, but I can honestly tell you,
Stacy, mute.
I've been down to their labs, and it is like a family, but they literally spend their lives trying to find out who these remains belong to, because there's nothing more terrifying, I think, than seeing your loved one walk out the door one day and never coming home. Your child, oh my God, I can't imagine. They take these cases to heart, and they have solved so many, but they need your help. I'm putting a link in chat,
she said
and what
it
you can
on
do is become
purpose.
what's called a...
hey, Colette, what's up, girl?
It's a monthly subscriber, and what you do is you give whatever you can each month to DNA Solves, because these cases, each one of these cases start actually at 7,500. It's actually more, but they start at...
I think people in chat are saying nibbling is like between a sibling and a niece or nephew, but Lauren said nibbling niece.
$7,500, and that's just for the DNA test to get this going. So if you could find it in your heart to give a little bit, and I will find the link here, I promise I will. Here it is. And click on this link that I'm about to put in chat. It's also pinned at the top of chat, and I will put it in the description. And you will see that you can actually be a part of this. You can be a part of bringing these families together and helping them get the answers they deserve, even if it's $1 a month. Anything you could do to become a subscriber to DNA Solves, which is all a part of Othram, the amazing DNA company that is every day there's another announcement, 3 or 4 or 5 announcements. 50-year-old case solved, 50-year-old missing persons case identified. It is incredible what they do, and I'm telling you, the people down there, it is in their heart and soul to do this. I've never seen a group of people like this. So if you could help these families get the answers they deserve, I've put the link in chat, and it's also pinned to the top of the page. So thank you, Lauren. Thank you.
Absolutely. No, I'd like to reiterate what you said. For so many years, we didn't have science.
I've never heard that either.
Or the DNA to solve these cold cases.
That's
many
right.
years. And now we have this science, a DNA Solves, and this ability. And there are so many cold cases that we don't have the funds and the ability to do all this. So it's so incredible what DNA Solves is doing. They know how many unanswered questions so many loved ones have, and there is such a need for this. And I love that you work with them. And I love
nibbling is gender neutral for niece or nephew. Never heard of it. Never want to hear it again. I will never use the word nibbling to describe a human being in my life. Oh my God. These damn sayings they come up with, I tell you. Can't keep up. Too old. I'm officially throwing it all out. I'll say what I say. I can't worry about they, them, she, her. That all confuses me. I don't do it to offend. I simply don't understand it.
Of what they do. And so thank you for WebSleuths for doing this and for being a part of this. And I do hope that if anybody does have, something that they desire to support, that they'll consider that.
Absolutely. And I'm so thrilled that we were able to partner up with Othram. They've been wonderful to WebSleuths.com, the True Crime Discussion Forum, and to our YouTube channel. I just can't say enough good about them. They truly are incredible people. So thank you, Lauren. Thank you for helping, because it does help. Whenever you're on, I know a lot of people subscribe, and that helps them. It helps us, and it helps keep WebSleuths free from all those obnoxious ads that I had to run on WebSleuths. And I feel guilty about that, running those ads.
Well, that means a lot to me. Tricia, you and I are good friends. We know that. We are good friends. We chat all the time, even when you guys don't know it. But
yeah, because we know now too that Lauren passed Grayson off to Tricia to be her moral support through this thing. Remember when Grayson went on on WebSleuths? She's like, "Oh yeah, we talk every day." Grayson and Tricia were talking daily at this time.
One reason also, though, that I like to come onto WebSleuths is because of this, and because of DNA Solves, and because of Othram. And
that's not why she wants to come on here. She's coming on here to get in front of this whole mess that she's created behind the scenes. And WebSleuths is the only person she could turn to at this point. Susan Hendricks and WebSleuths. And these weird, no offense, but these weird Mormon podcasts that she's never been on before, right? She all of a sudden has interest in them.
And this is such an important part of the true crime community in helping. We always say, I just got off another podcast. They're like, why do you follow true crime?
See,
I'm like,
I just got off another podcast because I'm out doing PR. This is called narrative control.
There's so many reasons, but I also said, like, so many of us are victims. Like, so many people are victims, and we're processing. We're trying to.
So many of us are victims.
Cope and understand, and you never know when crime hits a family, and you never know, like, no one ever thinks they're going to be a victim of crime. And then think of how many years and how many decades of crime and unsolved crimes and families waiting and in pain, and as a true crime community to be able to help Othram and DNA Solves and to help families get the answers that they deserve is such an important thing. And it's one reason that I'll always support WebSleuths. And
shut up. Mick Spunky says Lauren is top self.
You as my friend, but there is another aspect to this too, and I want people to, and you as my friend, but there is another.
You're so sweet. Thank you. She can't stand you, Tricia. She thinks you're annoying. Everything she said in her text about you is how she feels.
Aspect to this too, and I want people to know that. And I'm so grateful that WebSleuths is partners with such an important
Katie
organization that helps families.
Thank you, Lauren. That means a lot to me. It really does. You know how much I love you and Dr. John. We've been friends for a long time, and we love your.
Yeah, we just revisited the first podcast they did together. It was an epic fail. It was over the phone. Yeah, we've been friends for a long time, just like Susan Hendricks.
Your channel is amazing. I get so much information every time I go there, and I love it when Dr. John is on. You know, and the two of you,
I do too,
talking back and forth. It's and when you're alone, it's great as well. So
no, I love it too. And just we've as we've grown, people have noticed that John has started to appear a little bit less, and it is he is a licensed psychologist.
As we've grown, he's appeared less.
It's a little bit more difficult. He's incredibly ethical and
incredibly ethical. Who has to say that? If your husband was a psychologist seeing patients, would you ever have to go on YouTube and go, my husband's very ethical? No, it should go without saying. It's just like saying, I'm not dark. I'm a good person. These are not things that you should be telling people. He's incredibly ethical. Why would we be thinking he's not? Because he's not. She knows he's not. She knows he's unethical. He sucks. He's never had a career. He's never been able to hold down a job. Oh my God. As they've grown, he's appeared in less clothing. Ugh.
Incredibly caring and a little bit more difficult. He's incredibly ethical and incredibly caring. And as we grow and become more public, it gets a little bit more difficult for him to show up every show. But we do our best, and he does showing up, and we are preparing.
So it's difficult for him to show up for every show because he's a licensed psychologist. But his declaration and the motion to testify from home says differently. It said he wanted to testify from home because he's disabled, not because he's busy. Not because he's busy. Right? And then we heard later, it's because Christina made his health go sour. Jerry says Susan Hendricks is an asshole too. She is. Shush.
A show on Stephen Stearns is soon that we'll be sharing, as well as Kevin Franke. But
Tricia, good.
For those that do want more Dr. John and would be, care to support us, patreon.com/hidden2crime. We actually posted an episode today about the Manhattan shooter.
Oh, wow. Look at Mike spilling the beans. Mike says, sounds like a great program. Speaking of Othram, just wish they didn't keep charging you monthly until you contact them again. So FYI, that's one thing that Tricia doesn't disclose, that it's an auto pay if you sign up and you donate towards their fucking things. Dr. John could be an elephant in the circus, right, Mavis?
Okay. There are certain things, certain crimes that we want to discuss openly and honestly that just feel better behind a paywall, because I think if you hear this episode, you'd understand why. but those are the type of cases that we will take to our subscribers only. And so there is more Dr. John out there. It's just that he's having to be just a little bit not as public all the time. And so for those that do love Dr. John like you, that's where you can find a lot of them.
Yeah, and I'm a Patreon subscriber, absolutely. So, and we'll put the Patreon link in the description as well. So everybody, please join Hidden True Crimes Patreon. We're going to switch here to our other psycho that we know. I just read the headline and I couldn't even click on it today. Lori Daybell files appeal. Have you heard this yet?
I've heard it, but I haven't read it. I have to be honest.
Haven't read it either.
Yeah.
I couldn't. I just couldn't. Stacey, have you read it?
It's been a busy day.
No, I haven't.
Yeah, I'm sure we will. We'll get to it tomorrow. Let's take a breather, because I mean, how long has she been out of the spotlight? What
I might have listened to a little bit of this on my own or something, because some of this is so similar, but who knows?
10, 12 days, and boom, another appeal. And I'm sure it's handwritten, and it's just going to keep it. It's going to be turned down again. But again, she's just waiting for Jesus to come in and rescue her and Chad.
Can you guys see this?
Oh, yeah.
What does it say?
This is the button. Yep. I remember the buttons. We did watch this, Belly Flats. Why can't she read the appeal? I don't know. We'll find out. We did see this, though.
Judge Boreski states, "Are you done? Can you be done yet?" That's my little pin that I keep it on my desk now.
I remember
are you
the
done?
Buttons.
I'll have a bunch of those I'm giving out at CrimeCon, so come find me. But we have.
Okay, so this is where she mentions, listen.
I'll have a bunch of those I'm giving out at CrimeCon, so come find me. But we have like 100 of them.
I'm gonna have a bunch of these on me at CrimeCon. Come find me. I feel like it was a different video, though. Anyways, she's saying on August 13th, she's saying, hey, I'm going to be at CrimeCon. I got 100 of these little tiny buttons. Come find me. Hey, Christina. She's letting her know. Hey, Christina, I'm going to be at CrimeCon. I know you bought your ticket a year ago, bitch, but I'm going to be at CrimeCon. It's basically what she means. 913 WebSleuths. We may have watched that one. I got to go through. It's pretty much what happened, right?
So
good.
Yeah, but no, like every time I see her, I just cringe. Judge Boreski also stated, at her sentencing, soon you will stop getting interviews and you will fade into obscurity. And
exactly.
I want that to happen. I guess it's a good sign that I haven't yet read her appeal, because typically I would have been over it. But I do plan to. Yeah, she's
we will
despicable.
too.
The other psycho, right?
Yeah, the other psycho. And we'll read it too, but I just wanted to take a breather from that. Now, you're going to be at CrimeCon.
Yes.
Right? And I'm 90% sure I'm going. But are you going to have a booth? Are you going to, what are you going to do?
No, booths are that's like responsibility, like
it is a lot of responsibility. I had a booth once, and boy, it was a pain in the ass.
Okay, yeah, we did watch this, and I think we were going over a CrimeCon dealio when we watched this, so it's really good that I have a backup. Oh, jump scare! It's our good friend Megan.
Jeepers!
So this stream is from after Arizona sentencing. Looking back now, she cried in her 9-hour because she wasn't allowed in rooms. That, my friend, was the family room off back of the courtroom. Ha ha. You were wrong about what? Cindy, what were you wrong about? Yeah, we played that. We were going over the CrimeCon thing. Yeah, here, I'll let it play. I'm going to go use the ladies' room. And then we'll go to Megan when we get back.
And I want to walk around. I'm going to show up, no strings attached. Well, I guess I'll have little pins with me.
I'll be back
you
in
can
2 minutes.
Come find me, and I'll share my little pins. We'll also have hidden true crime pins.
Oh, good. We'll do a live together from CrimeCon. Okay.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah. Tables cost money. Booths cost money, and then you have to stay there. And I don't want to. I want to hang out. So I'm there to hang. I'm there to chill. And so I hope you're 90% turns to 100%. And
I do too. It's looking good. But I got to tell you, the gold and the platinum tickets, like the $1,200 and $1,800 tickets, sold out. And those are the ones where you get to go backstage and hang with the people and everything.
I don't get it either. I didn't buy mine in time. Yeah.
I don't know where people get that kind of money. I mean, my gosh, that's crazy. That's just crazy. But it is going to be fun. It's going to be interesting. John Ramsey's going to be there, which everybody knows that makes my blood pressure go through the roof. But we have a few things that we'll be doing with that. So it's going to be a lot of fun this year. And I'm going to be hooking up with people from WebSleuths.com, some of the Mad Chatters. So, and I know a lot of people from Hidden True Crime will be there as well. So it's like it really is one big happy family.
Mm-hmm.
It really is. Yeah. It's great. So you say you have more on, did you say you had more on Kevin on your Patreon channel? Oh no.
So on our Patreon, so the Manhattan shooter.
That's right.
Shane,
okay.
Who claimed he had CTE, which is from, a football, we delved into his background, and it is a sensitive topic. Shooters always are.
Yes.
Some people believe that we shouldn't talk about them, that we should forget their names and not discuss because it's happening so often in our society. Again, another reason we chose to keep this behind a paywall.
Look, Moonlight View wants to know, Tricia, take some Othram swag to hand out if you go. I thought it sounded familiar too, Bloom. We'll move on in just a second.
But John particularly delved into him and had some things to say because he does not believe that it was your average shooter. He also didn't believe that. Yeah, he also didn't. Believe that he had CTE. So, yeah, and and I would talk about it a little bit more, but again, this is a sensitive topic.
Yes.
Cindy asked Crescia, "Are you going to CrimeCon? You and Joe Schmo?"
So, but it was interesting. It was interesting what he had to say, and he delved into his own life a little bit. But yeah, there's a lot going on in the true crime world. But yeah, he will be on our show on Hidden True Crime next, discussing the lawsuit with Kevin Franke, Kevin Franke, and then Stephen Stearns. That happened during the James Craig trial that I was covering every day of. I could hardly do anything else, and we certainly were covering the Madeline Soto case. We interviewed Stephen Stearns.
Stephen Stearns' parents. But there you go. There's the James Craig, a.k.a. Bobby with an I. Oh, Mary wants me to review the interview with the Stearns
parents.
Right. I think you're the only ones that did. I haven't seen them interviewed anywhere else.
Yeah. And so it was a case we were certainly covering. If I hadn't been at one trial, well, it was also Lori Daybell sentencing as well as Koberger sentencing. So I would have actually tried to have gone to that had not everything, if I could have cloned myself.
You should, yeah. I mean, you were everywhere, and I'm glad you're home now for a few months anyway. So do you have any plans to go to any other trials in the near future?
Yes, and to cover some from home as well. We're going to try that out too, because again, I am a mother, and
shut up.
That was very hard. I finally.
Oh, shut your pie hole. You had Stephanie streaming from home. Miss freaking Veneers. Where's her side teeth? Thank you for the 5 cooter shubs. Trish Norman, Grillsy, Tana, Mary Romine, and Maureen Francis. Welcome to Cooterville. Come on in and close your legs. Oh my God. Irish Jen. I will never, ever hold it against you. But when I saw your name, I'm like, oh shit, you're in that Megan video. I don't know if I'm going to make it that far. I was kind of maybe just going to play the very beginning of it, Jen. Irish Jen, come on in. Close your legs. Thank you for becoming a member today.
I do work a lot. People point that out, but I finally hit a limit. It was a little too much. So.
Oh my God. Steph said she also had me watching her child in Boise. Are you serious, Steph?
Bing bang.
Like while she was attending the trial, were you streaming? Oh my God. Irish Jen, yep, I was a mod at that time. I had no idea the drama that was happening. No one did. No one did. They said they regret talking to Hidden True Crime. The Stearns? Why do they regret it? Oh, crush on me either. Watching her kid, the first trial, Steph was babysitting the kid and streaming. Were you streaming from the hotel that you guys stayed at or from her house? Like, how did that work? From your house? Did you have to go with her? Wow. Didn't she also, I thought I heard a story that Lauren let the juror Tom or whatever, correct me if I'm wrong, the juror Tom, his wife babysat? Right, when the Stearns regret talking to you, you're a POS. The Stearns interview is eye-opening. Okay, let's do a poll. You guys can choose the direction of the stream. You watched him for a week. Wow. Stephanie is a damn good friend. I agree. That must have been before she created the cute little closet nook. That's supposed to be all cozy and shit. Okay, I'm going to put a thing up. What do you want to review next? JAI. That channel is garbage. That channel is garbage. Stern's family regrets being born. They regret ever having sex. All right, so your choice is Megan at CrimeCon. She's live from CrimeCon. Or the Stearns. They went after Plunder for what? Yes, Tom's wife watched Banks. Okay, that's what I thought. Everyone babysat for Lauren. Everyone, says Felicia. That's wild. All right, get your votes in. We're going to listen to a little bit more of this, and then we will see the results, and that's what we'll head over to next.
So we want to cover Donna Adelson's trial, but we're going to do that from...
I think she's trying to keep up with STS Nation. And there ain't no way she's going to be able, or her or Grayson will compete with the COE. Do you guys not agree? Why would I review the Stearns? Because I want to see their inappropriate, disgusting interview. That's why. I can't stand them. As a matter of fact, Mrs. Stearns called me a twat. So, game on, game on. Megan's live at CrimeCon. It's a little different than the typical Megan. We can laugh for a little bit. We can do both.
From the comfort of
your home. That's an interesting case. That's a custody
very interesting case. Very interesting. Yeah. And we have the full backstory. We have the full backstory on our channel. I'm proud to say I think it's the most detailed backstory out there on that entire case. So we have been covering it. We've been very curious about this trial. This is the matriarch now. You know, it's interesting. They've just been going down one by one, you know.
I think 4 people have been sentenced so far for the death of, is it Dan Markle? Is that his name?
Markel.
Is that his name?
Markel, yeah.
And so we're going to try to cover that one from home. And then again, the Stephen Stearns, the plea deal that he took, and speaking at we're going to just have Dr. John go over that soon on, you know.
That's going to be great.
We're preparing for that.
Fantastic. We're going to put all of these links in the description for you. And if you haven't started following Hidden True Crime, come on, people. The link is...
Shit. You think no one's subscribed? Look at her. Yeah, follow me. I know you all do anyways. I'm just here to brainwash you. Here is... Oh, look at Joe Schmo. Look at this. Mel Stiller. Joe Schmo says, hey, Mel Stiller. John is on the board of Purdue NWI board for the Center for Justice and Exoneration. John who? John who, Schmo? And then Joe Schmo says down here, I'm on the fence on whether or not I go to CrimeCon 2025. It's a crapshoot. So on August 13th, it was a crapshoot for Joe Schmo. And then all of a sudden, 2 weeks later, he's there following Christina and taking pictures. What the fuck? So he didn't even plan to go until the last minute? That's even creepier. Ugh, I can't stand these people. So when did he get his tickets for 2025? He has tickets for 2026. I hope he isn't allowed to go. I hope Christina gets the video from CrimeCon 2025 of him following her around like a weirdo. Well, this is what he's saying. I'm on the fence whether or not I go. It's a crapshoot. Weirdo.
Is in chat, and again, we'll put it in the description. Lauren, I know you've had a long day.
Wait, John Matthias is on the board of Purdue NW. Really? Here, I'm going to put this in chat. Maybe we could do a little bit of research for that. Purdue's in Indiana. Why would John Matthias be on the board, Purdue board for Center for Justice and Exoneration? Ugh, Calissa.
I'm going to let you go. Normally, I try to keep you 3 or 4 hours, but
it's okay. Yeah, no, I plan for at least an hour. You know, I didn't mean to like make you feel bad or anything.
Oh no, it didn't make no.
Okay. Okay.
You can't make me feel bad about making
All
you
right,
stay.
Michelle,
No,
do you like
'cause
them?
I will make you stay, woman. No question. No, we have a few more questions if you can stay for a little bit longer.
Yeah, and I saw YouTube bad actors they pointed out they saw a picture of me with Grayson and Teddy. That's fun. I didn't know that YouTube bad actors knows them, but yes. And then
YouTube bad actors. Great.
Someone asked me if my
Great
son started school, and he has this week, which is also another thing that's always overwhelming for the whole family.
Yeah, I mean, that's so hard to send them off to school and they're that young, you know, because they're so cute and it's just so scary.
I know. But then he also he's like his dad, where he struggles with people. And so, you know, like we don't take first day of school pictures, and we take second day of school pictures because
that's
first
a good
day.
idea.
Oh, it's John Ramsey, not John Matthias. Thank you, Flannel. I was like, what? Is this another claim? It's John Ramsey.
Yeah.
First day school pictures never go well.
Oh, damn. 10 months for Vibrator. What's up, my man?
He's like this little pussy.
How you doing? Good to see you, Vibe. Thanks for 10 months of support. I love your new picture. Look at you. All in the jungle with your kitty cats.
Well, he's not happy. So we do second day, and and
cute.
So yeah.
Well, again, it's difficult, but yeah, it's all part of being a parent. Let's see. Whose birthday is it? I'm trying to go through her. I can't tell who they're talking about.
It's time to get funky. It's McSpunky's birthday. Yeah, someone confirmed it was Ramsey. All right. Oh my God, you guys are 50-50 in the damn poll. Are you kidding me? Straight 50-50. That means we watch a little bit of Megan. Then we'll segue into Stearns. Because I can't take these guys no more. Uncle Spunky is August Leo as well. Uncle Spunky. Blech. Yeah, she gets off anyways. Okay. Let's go over to the Meegster. She is live. She's sitting in the CrimeCon hotel. They are overwhelmed. I mean, you look up overwhelmed in the dictionary and there's all these people. We're going to watch Stearns, but we're going to watch a little bit of her. She's live at the con. And we've got chat. I don't know if anybody comes in, but Crescia thank you for your super chat, Hawkeye. Crescia was shocked when she heard Megan and Megan and Joe were going to CrimeCon. She thought they weren't. Then boom, they were there. I remember right. If I remember right. Great job, Jay. Get you some Coke Zero. Thank you. I will. I'm telling you, I think they were paid to do a job at CrimeCon. That's why she was getting video and he was getting stills. And they admitted it, and Joe went, shh. Remember? Shh. In that live.
Hello, beautiful humans. Welcome to the Midlife Revolution. I'm your host, Megan Connor, and I'm coming to you live today on Saturday, September 6, 2025, from Denver, Colorado, where I'm attending CrimeCon. And as many of you know, if you've watched the channel, I've always had a little bit of trepidation about coming to CrimeCon, the concept in general. But I also, to be fair, did not know exactly what to expect. I knew a few things from looking at the website, but I was concerned that it was going to be a little strange for me. So I was grateful to find out that it is very centered on crime prevention, on honoring victims. It's
Justin Jane says, is Tricia around? I think Tricia actually joined. Or wait, this is the one with, I thought that someone at CrimeCon came and sat next to her. Is that the wrong one? This is the one with Irish Jen. This isn't the right one. You guys are lucky.
Victim-centric and finding missing
You're lucky.
people
We won't be
and
watching
solving
her long.
cold cases. And I think it's actually a really great community that they've built here. I do from time to time see a t-shirt that makes me raise an eyebrow. But for the most part, the people here are just really kind, really welcoming. Really enjoying my time here, and I'm learning so much. And I can't wait to share with you guys all of the cases, the new cases and old cases that I'm going to be visiting in the future on the channel.
You probably haven't done one.
I've also made contact with a lot of my podcaster friends. If you watched Court TV last night, Court TV was live here from CrimeCon, and I've run into Vinnie Politan 2 or 3 different times. And at one point, he did stick a microphone in my face and ask me a question about my dumb cousin. So I got a little bit into, I had a little snippet on Court TV last night, right before he aired his interview of Colby and Ray Hermosillo. So I'm excited to tell you all about what I'm learning. Hi, Tamsin.
Kelly J says, yay, Megan is a CrimeCon convert.
Justice Jane, Cat Lady, Georgia.
E.T. Lizard, hello. Glad that Tricia didn't do anything to you. Jackie, thank you so much. She says, I'm new here, loving your coverage. Well, welcome in, Jackie. It's nice to have you. Thank you for your super chat.
Jana, Carolyn, Eliza. And I'm joined today. Hey, Elizabeth T, Deborah, Kelly J. I guess I'm a CrimeCon convert, yes. Lola Z, good to see you, Lola. It's been a while. Cat Lady, thank you so much. Oh, for coffee and drinks. Thanks. I need it. I bought a $4 water yesterday, so I appreciate that. I actually came up here on the floor above the main floor to get away from the crowds because there are several places you can eat here. It's a resort and a hotel, plus they have food trucks outside, and every single place had a line that was at least.
Salty is saying that Joe Schmo planned his trip. When was the first time that you heard that he was going? Susan J, I know the name dropping never stops with these people.
30 or 40 deep. There are thousands of people here today. A lot of people apparently do just buy a one-day ticket and come only on Saturday. So they sort of pack Saturday full of all of these events. And so yesterday was not anywhere near as crowded as today. And I expect tomorrow's probably not going to be as crowded because it's kind of 2/3 of a day instead of the whole day. But it's been really fun connecting with all my other podcaster friends, meeting some new friends. And if you saw some of my posts, I got to take some pictures with some of my friends, colleagues, and heroes that I admire. So it's really been a great experience so far. I didn't expect.
Heroes that you admire? What heroes are at CrimeCon for you? The investigators? Lauren? Susan? Who?
To enjoy it this much, and it's been great. So I also am joined today by the illustrious Irish Jen. Hey there, Jen. How's it going?
Good.
Look how cute Jen is. Now, for some reason, I thought that there was someone who come and sit by her. I didn't realize it was a panel. I'm perplexed that I saved this because you're not at CrimeCon. I could have sworn someone came and sat next to her. There's got to be another one because that's going to drive me nuts. Megan Connor, live CrimeCon. I know there's another one. Jen, you're cute as a button. Bless your heart for putting up with her. She's got shorts. Tom Evans went on WebSleuths too. Live on WebSleuths with Tom Evans a month ago. Isn't that the juror guy? I could have sworn this bitch had another update. Let's see what she did here. Live on the floor.
Hello, beautiful humans. I am coming to you from CrimeCon Denver 2025, and I'm here in the creator exhibitor hallway and passing by all of the booths that different creators have. And I will just show you a couple of things here. There are lots and lots of booths for missing booths that different
Okay, so she says I'm on the floor.
creators have.
Boring.
And I will just show you a couple of things here. There are lots and lots of booths for missing people, cold cases. This booth is jewelry that's made by trafficking survivors. I'm going to be featuring them on the podcast here pretty soon. This is Othram's booth. They're taking up half of the exhibit hallway basically over here, and I haven't talked to them yet, but I will. And I'm not with Tricia right now. If I was, she would make me stop immediately and talk to them. But there are lots of podcasters, other collaborators that I've already connected with here. And there are lots of places that are nonprofit organizations who are trying to help people who are survivors of different types of crimes.
Ski Utah
Foundation is one of those. We got Pretty Lies and Alibis over here. Mike King's Profiling Evil podcast has a booth, but he's not at it because he's speaking here just a little bit. So I just wanted to show you a little bit of the crowd and what things look like over here. It is very crowded, but the people are lovely so far. And I've been able to meet a lot of people who are out here doing the same kind of work that I'm trying to do. And what I'm really interested in the most is learning.
You know, something just popped in my head. Imagine being the cousin of Lori Daybell. And then imagine going to and getting involved to the point where you're literally at CrimeCon as a victim. That's so weird to me. Like, I don't know. It's just like so many lines blurred there. It's pretty wild.
How to cover some of the less well-known cases so that they get more exposure. And here's a place where you can just literally come and pet a puppy. So I just wanted to show you guys what it was like out here, and I'll be back in touch with you soon.
They have puppies at CrimeCon? What the hell is that all about? Okay, let's get into the Stearns, guys. Thank you for sticking around with me today. And I have a question. Did you hit the like button yet?
Thought I was
Oh, God.
waiting many hours.
Oh, God, I can already tell I'm going to get
If you are
angry.
new to our channel, I am.
Shut up, Lauren. Does this have a chat or is this obvious? Oh, yeah, definite pre-record. There's no way they're going to have this on Raw live stream. Not with these sickos. Sicko meets sicko. Now, I know a lot about the Madeline Soto case. It is near and dear to me. I covered that case. I try my best to call out fuckers who exploit Madeline because in my eyes, Madeline Soto didn't have not one male in her life that protected her. Not one. And that includes Mr. Stearns. These motherfuckers knew their son had a sex torso, among other weird things, in the house. It's absolutely deplorable. But we're going to put our chat over here, your chat, because there is no chat for this. Hey, sweet Melissa, good to see you. Hey, Shelly Bean. Welcome in, everybody that I didn't get a chance to greet. If you are here, thank you for being here, and please hit the like button. And yeah, I like to call out people who exploit Maddie, and I don't like the men on this platform that have covered her case, like Dr. John, like Duty Ron. I don't think they have a fucking empathetic bone in their body for women, let alone little girls who are exploited by men. There, I said it. That's my opinion. I'm drawing the line in the sand in 2026. I'm no longer going to tolerate creepy guy creators talking about creepy sexual things with kids. Same with gray pubes. He's just as deplorable with it. She deserves better. At least now, we can at least try to do the best to respect her now. And quit the exploitation and the gross, creepy weirdness of it. Does John make excuses? I don't know. We'll find out. Oh, gray pubes is just, ugh. Felicia Shields, I'm vowing that 2026 is going to be the year of exploitation of dickheads and perverts and exploitation of victims. Done with it. These gross, creepy men sit there, and just because of their sub count, no one wants to say shit. People want to kiss their ass. Oh, they have 300,000 subs. I don't care. I don't care if you have 5 million subs. A creep is a creep is a creep. DB, thank you for your super chat. Megan is at CrimeCon and no one gives a shit. No, they don't. No one did. I thought this interview was an excellent opportunity for them to talk. I'll leave you to your opinionated disgust. No, it's disgust over pedos, men who raise pedos, families who raise pedos. Bron, I'm just wondering, I'm just curious. If your grown-ass son lived with you and he had a sex torso in his room, would you know about it? If your son was arrested and he had thousands of pictures of the little girl you spent Christmases and birthdays with, would you look at them? Because that's what Mr. Stearns did. He admitted it himself. He sat there and he looked at each thumbnail. He told the cops. He looked at each thumbnail. They're icky. They're icky. Right, Melmo. Exactly. Shelly Bean. Thank you. The Cooter chat is pinned. It's pinned up there. Thank you for your support as we get into this. And I am going to get heated because I have zero respect for this, okay? And Mr. Stearns, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Read Mr. and Mrs. Stearns' divorce paperwork that they never went through with. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Absolutely, Salty. Salty did her research. She knows what's up. I don't know if it blows up or if it's silicone moments. I didn't get that far in the description. Yeah, tens of thousands of child porn in the storage unit. Yeah. Oh, there's a lot. There's a lot to these people. Maddie deserved a lot better men in her life, that's for sure.
Lauren Matthias, and this is Hidden True Crime, where we delve into the why behind crimes and criminals with my co-host, criminal psychologist, Dr. John Matthias. This exclusive interview that we are about to listen to is with the parents of Stephen Stearns, and it was recorded on September 21st, 2024. Their son, Stephen Stearns, is charged with first-degree murder in the death of 13-year-old Madeline Soto. Stearns was the on and off again boyfriend of Madeline's mother, Jennifer Soto. We have been in touch with Deborah and Chris Stearns for quite some time and have listened to them process their grief as facts have come to light in this heartbreaking case, but we've always done so privately. until now, because now they are ready to share more. Take a listen. Hello, Hidden Gems. We are with two very important guests today. This is an exclusive interview, and we're going to let them share why they are choosing to do this interview with us, a Hidden True Crime. But we are actually with...
I'll try to find my live about the divorce papers. It's John Ramsey that's on the board for Purdue, not Matthias.
With Deborah and Chris Stearns. Many of you might recognize their names from interviews with police that you've heard, or their names from documents, FOIA documents. They are the parents of Stephen Stearns, who is now behind.
No, I'm telling you, they're doing PR for the Stearns is what they're doing. That's why people walked away with the thought, oh, they were so helpful. They were so helpful. If they were helpful, and I'm not going to put Maddie's life on them, but come on. Maddie was in bed with Jen and Stefan at their house. See fucking something, say something. Well, right, his wife has been playing with poodles for 40. Right, they're weirdos, Crispy. Weirdos. Margie, thank you for your super chat. She said, thanks for keeping the heat on HTC. Absolutely. This is Deborah, the one that called me a twat and likes playing online games like Turtle Island. And that is his dad's, what the fuck's his name? Chris.
Bars charged with crimes against Madeline Soto. I'll leave it at that. And I just want to say, no one wants to be in your situation right now. And we are so grateful, though, that you feel safe coming here to Hidden True Crime, to sharing your side of the story and what is going on in your hearts and in your minds. And so with that, why don't we start honestly with sharing what I think many people might be wondering. Why are you choosing to do an interview today?
Well, we've had, first of all, you're thrusted into a limelight that you would never expected to experience in your entire life. I apologize for having Lacey here, but we want to have as much silence as possible from the dogs. We need to bring the ringleader in here. So she's the one that's quite vocal and wants attention. So I apologize. She'll be quiet, hopefully, right, Lacey? Okay. But anyway, no one ever grows up expecting to experience this. You've seen it on the news, you've seen it in the papers, and oh my gosh, how tragic that is. And all of a sudden, you find yourself in the same similar situation. We had provided from the very.
Do you remember the heartwarming story that Deborah Stearns told about little Maddie? How she wouldn't stay in the bed. So she told her that if she moved, the dogs would bark. And poor little Maddie was too scared to fucking move, thinking that she was going to make these fucking poodles bark. Maddie obviously felt uncomfortable. That's why she wanted to get out of the bed. And this woman's like, don't you move. She even told the story herself. I know, we were thrusted into this situation. Gross. Right from the fucking first couple of words. Blit.
Beginning, proactively very cooperative with the police authorities. I mean, I was caught off guard that Wednesday that Stephan was arrested, not even aware that he was being arrested that evening. I thought I was waiting many, many, many hours to have a conversation with the police to learn what was going on. And if I could contribute any information, I would, and not realizing that he was already arrested. And
you know what the difference between Hidden True Crime and me is? I interviewed someone who used to hang out with Stearns that thinks he's a weirdo. They interviewed the people that love him and enable him. Right?
Actually have been transported away from Orange County down to Osceola County. Never learned.
Oh, and never mind you that his dad used to be a cop. Let that sink in.
Until days later that he was arrested. I thought I was just there to help provide some information regarding the disappearance of Maddie. And obviously we learned much later that this turned into something more serious. And we also, at least I thought, and continue to think later with the.
You guys, I reviewed this on J4J a year ago. Oh my God, you guys, I reviewed this a year ago on my other channel. Wow, I don't even remember doing this. Wowie, wowie. Should we review my review from a year ago and see if I've changed? Or should we just watch the regular one? That's so weird. I didn't realize I did that. I can give you guys the link. I did find the one about the divorce, though, too. Review the review? Okay. That's so weird. Okay. Hold on.
Don't know if that's the truth.
Yeah, don't know if that's the truth. Don't know if anything's the truth.
Okay, let's go back to... We watched a SpaceX launch, and then we watched the Stearns.
Freedom copies. LDS disarm.
Look at, there's me a year ago. Now it's not moving at all. It's just floating.
In 9 quick minutes, we now have 2 new crew members on their way to the International Space Station, having taken off from
that looks
Space
weird.
Launch Complex 40.
Where's the stars at?
The crew now being
Hold on,
in...
let's go forward. Okay. Let's wait. Video and the link to their channel is in the description. Hold on, let me see what I say. I'm so curious if I show any hate to them because I hated them. Okay, here we go. And most people who live in RVs use Starlink. Here we go. Snazzy. All right. Thank you for watching that with me. That was... We watch a little bit of history. We're space nerds over here. So when things happen in space, we put on the brakes. So... You can take it with you. Yeah.
In every alcohol that we had.
Okay, so let's get into the Stearns interview now.
If you are...
Right, Lacey? Okay. But anyway, no one ever grows up expecting to experience.
This video and the link to their channel is in the description of this video. So we are going to step into this interview with Chris and Debbie Stearns, the parents of Stefan. Here we go.
With 2 very important guests today. This is an exclusive interview, and we're going to let them share why they are choosing to do this interview with us at Hidden True Crime. But we are actually with Deborah and Chris Stearns. Many of you might recognize their names from interviews with police that you've heard, or their names from documents, FOIA documents.
Oh yeah, they're very upset about that too.
Of Stefan Stearns,
Vicky, thank
who is now behind bars, charged with crimes against Madeline Soto. I'll leave it at that. And I just want to say, no one wants to be in your situation right now.
No, we don't.
And we are so grateful, though, that you feel safe.
How's that, guys?
Coming here to Hidden True Crime, to sharing your side of the story and what is going on in your hearts and in your minds. And so with that,
thank you, Regina.
Why don't we start honestly with sharing what I think many people might be wondering? Why are you choosing to do an interview today?
Well, we've had first of all, you're thrusted into a limelight that you would never expected to experience in your entire life. I apologize for having Lacey here, but we want to have as much silence as possible from the dogs. We need to bring the ringleader in here.
Poodle cooter.
So she's the one that's quite vocal and wants attention, so I apologize. She'll be quiet, hopefully, right, Lacey? Okay. But anyway, no one ever grows up expecting to experience this. You've seen it on the news, you've seen it in the papers, and oh my gosh, how tragic that is. And all of a sudden, you find yourself in the same similar situation. We had provided from the very beginning.
So we all know from the FOIA documents that they breed these poodles, and these poodles were like a very big part of their life. Okay, and that's Lacey.
proactively very cooperative with the police authorities. I mean, I was caught off guard that Wednesday that Stefan was arrested, not even aware that he was being arrested that evening. I thought I was waiting many hours to have a conversation with the police to learn what was going on, and if I could contribute any information, I would, and not realizing that he was already arrested and actually had been transported away from Orange County down to Osceola County. I never learned until days later that he was arrested. I thought I was just there to help provide some information regarding the disappearance of Maddie. And obviously we learned much later that this turned into something more serious.
You think?
That's, and we also, at least I thought, and continue to think later with the police interviews here at our home, that our conversation was confidential and certainly wouldn't be released to the public, only to have every word and nuance scrutinized and analyzed, and opinions formed about it that is so out of mischaracterizing us and just a lot of speculation and conjectures. So anyway,
the reason we're doing this today, Lauren and John, is because with the docket dump that went out there, we no longer feel constrained to keep silent and let people keep castigating us and dragging us through the muck for no reason, using lies, conjectures, embroidering facts that they do have, making up facts that they don't. It's become a very incestuous.
It's become a very incestuous snake. Now, what do we think about this? What do we think about them coming out and defending themselves? What would you do in this situation? Would you come out and defend yourselves? I wouldn't. I'd shut my freaking mouth. I'd be ashamed of my son. And I wouldn't have a freaking word to say about it to the public. What do you guys think? What would you do? It's hard to put ourselves in this position. But I would have a really hard time even coming out on YouTube to defend myself. Like, these are Freedom of Information Act documents, okay? Florida has the Sunshine Statutes. There's nothing you can do about it. There's not a damn thing you can do about it.
Snake pit of lies, innuendo, and just ugliness. And I don't understand why any parent would be subjected to that, because we didn't take part in any of the crimes. Is it a crime to give birth to somebody? I mean, why are we blamed?
Perhaps maybe we need to share something with everyone before we go any further, because it might not be obvious to many watching. Where are you in accepting the reason your son is behind bars? Are you in a place of understanding what he did? Are you believing? Where are you?
Totally.
Lauren and John kissed the Stearns' asses so hard. I hated HTC even more after they allowed Deborah Stearns to speak for Madeline on their channel, which she quite literally does at one point.
Thank you, Mom Interrupted, for your cooter chat. That's disturbing to hear, but not surprising to hear that they speak for Madeline. Thank you so much. You guys, the cooter chat is pinned at the top.
Yes.
I mean, the last data dump that they had a few weeks ago, and I went through line by line and then shared with Debbie the chronology of events, the narrative summary and such, that it's very conclusive, and it does, in our mind, indicate Stefan is a lone perpetrator, as much as we want to believe what he said, that there are other people involved. And again, that's out there in a prior phone conversation.
So Stefan is saying there's other people involved besides Jen? Am I understanding that correctly? You feel bad for these two, Barbie? They are being crucified for their son? Well, I don't know. I mean, this guy's behavior has been bad for a long time. Since he was a teen. I don't know, man.
That Stefan said, but you look at the evidence that's been presented, and it's pretty conclusive that there doesn't appear to be anybody else involved, and that he is the lone perpetrator. And certainly he was guilty of the images that he found on his phone, and then later the charges were expanded to include murder. Whether it was premeditated, I don't.
Does it matter? Really? Oh, we found the images, and then whether it was premeditated or not.
I don't to include he found on his phone, and then later the charges were expanded to include murder. Whether it was premeditated, we don't think that. We don't think that. Again, we won't know 100% of the story until if and when he ever provides testimony.
Y'all, this guy had a sex torso in his parents' house. A sex torso. If your grown son had a sex torso in your home, do you think you'd know? His mother was cleaning his room when he was at Jen's. He had a sex torso.
But obviously he was involved in her death and nobody else was. But I don't want to believe that it was premeditated, but I can't rule that out. But we hold him 100% accountable for his actions. And we obviously are extremely disappointed by that.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's been a process, but in other words, you're learning everything as the public learns it.
Yeah. We're not privy to
Nobody's
anything.
giving us a heads up on anything.
Yeah.
That we're mushrooms. We're kept in the dark.
Yeah, and
We're
the
mushrooms?
only time we know is all of a sudden we're getting these text messages and heads up alerts from our friends. You go, hey, you got to see this out there. And I go, oh my gosh, what does this mean? I mean, I looked at
Well, Nick, he lived at home. If he had lived on his own and his dad wasn't paying his way and shit, I would say no. Leave him alone. He lived there. His mommy was cleaning his room. He had a sex torso. His dad gave the cops a computer with no hard drive in it, and the hard drive was in the damn storage unit.
for the news every day, and I don't see anything, and all of a sudden it's out there, and these videos and YouTube channels had a field day, and it's been that way for weeks ever since. And the challenge is going to be is that we do know that we were told the other day that this is going to be multiple years before it goes to trial. Given the gravity of the charges and knowing what the penalty is, we're resigned to accept that fate and the fact that we could lose them in a multitude of ways. You know, at any given time, some prisoner in the jail could off them, and you know, we're just dealing with it on a day-to-day basis. You know, we could get that phone call one day, so we'll wait and see what happens.
Yeah, exactly, Catherine.
I told you, I think before, this is the most protracted death of a child that you can go through, because they're already gone to you. We'll never touch him again. We aren't allowed to see him right now. And, you know, he's out there, but he's not available. I mean, if he'd been hit by a car, it would have been easier on us because the grieving period could go, instead of grieving for years. And
if he had been hit by a car, it would be easier for us. I don't know, man. I haven't heard them mention Madeline one time. We are so disturbed. We are so distraught. We are so disgusted that this little girl was treated so horribly by our son. Oh, it's about us. If he had been hit by a car, it'd be easier for us. I'm sorry, but when there is a little girl that is dead, it's no longer about you.
Years and years while he's still alive, and we can't have any access to him.
Apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
For over 3 weeks now, and we don't know why. I called the other day inquiring about his wellness, and
this dude did a wellness check to the fucking jail, guys. To the jail and wellness check. Listen to this.
And the jail correction officer says, "What does that mean?" I said, "Well, it's a wellness check. We want to find out if he's okay." Because we heard from him. Well, if he wants to talk to you, he'll talk to you. I said, he wants to talk to us.
Oh, I'm doing a wellness check on my son. I mean, sorry, Mr. Stearns.
God almighty.
But you've got to stop coddling your son. Enough. Let him sit in solitary. He murdered a 13-year-old little girl after abusing her for years and years and years and years. I don't think I could even look in my son's eyes for a very, very long time. I still feel the same way.
We don't know of any reason why he wouldn't, unless he's being denied access to jail. And the jail correction officer says, "What does that mean?" I said, "Well, it's a wellness check. We want to find out if he's okay." Because we heard from him. Well, if he wants to talk to you, he'll talk to you. I said, he wants to talk to us. We don't know of any reason why he wouldn't, unless he's being denied access to communication, which we think he is. And I think it's...
Look at Dr. John taking mental notes.
that the guards are intentionally preventing him from getting access to...
Mind you, this was a year ago. Okay, this is before all this shit happened with hidden true crime and stuff. I'm like, look at John taking mental notes. Oh, I didn't like him then. I was getting my little jabs in.
Where we can communicate with them. He's in solitary confinement.
The guards are deliberately not letting him speak with his parents. Wah. Take your fucking punishment, Wow.
Okay. Wow. Wow.
My
And
thoughts exactly, Lauren.
I remember you telling us that in an earlier conversation too, that it would be easier almost it would be easier to mourn his death than this, because you also have to realize and mourn Madeline, who you knew as well.
The whole thing we do, and we're accused of being cold and impartial people. And I mean, they made a big deal of the fact that I went outside and was screaming Madeline's name. I wasn't looking for her in the woods. I was talking to God. That's my privilege, to talk to my God. I was asking, why Madeline, and where is she? I'm sorry.
But we, every day, all of this is in our minds. We talk about it often. And
Carolina, I didn't expect that from you. I'm just nonchalantly reading chat, and here comes good old Carolina Hurtado. She's like a fuck torso. I literally said that in my head. I understand, Pines. I love you, girl. Speaking of twats, before you go, Pines, stay for this, though.
Dolly.
Hello.
Hey. Yes.
Hey. Sorry, but this is Deborah Stearns calling back.
Hey, Deborah Stearns.
I'd like another vote.
You can only vote once by phone. You can only vote once.
Oh, twat.
Yeah. Now, you can super chat a vote, or you can get an egg, or you can buy a T-shirt and vote, but you can only get one phone call a night.
Shoot.
Okay.
I really want Jay from Justice gone. He's a twat too.
Okay. There's your free jab. You got an extra jab, and it didn't even cost you nothing. All right.
Okay. Well, I'm going to get an egg next week. Okay.
All
I
right.
just need to figure it out. Got my cash app. I just don't know how to use it yet.
All right.
Old.
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
Ain't we all?
Thanks, bye.
A night.
Shoot.
Okay.
I really want Jay from Justice gone. He's a twat too.
I think I'm doing something right, y'all. I think I'm doing something right in this life.
We're private people. We keep our emotions to ourselves as best as possible, but we certainly, there's no way that this will escape us on a daily basis. It's impossible for that to happen. We're forever living with this, and I just wish there was. I just wish there was a way that we could have possibly known that there was a problem going on with Stefan. I had no idea.
His mom says we did it. Listen.
Just wish there was a way that we could have possibly known that there was a problem going on with Stefan. I had no idea.
Yeah.
The only thing that we knew that was wrong, and we addressed it immediately, was when we became aware of the co-sleeping arrangements. And they were here at our house. And at that point, I put my foot down and said, Madeline's not sleeping in the room with you. She's too old for that. And I said, you need to stop doing that at home.
Okay, so what I don't understand about Mrs. Stearns here is that she says she notified Stefan, this is not okay to co-sleep with you and Jen. But why would she have Madeline then sleep with her? Why can't Madeline have her own little sleeping area? Why can't Madeline have the bed to herself? Why can't Madeline sleep on the couch? Why does Madeline have to be moved from somebody's bed? We got her bio dad wanting to do a Maddie sandwich when she went to Texas. What is going on? It's weird.
Too. Now I talk to both Jen and to Stefan. And Jen says, well, she comes in at night. She gets scared. She comes in at night and climbs into bed. And I can't stop her. I said, did your door have a lock on it? She said, yes. I said, well, then use the damn lock.
So Stefan's mom says, lock her out of the bedroom then. Jen says, oh, well, she can't. She comes in when she's scared. She comes in when she's scared. Do we need some doggy cam emotional support through this? Let's get baby. She's taking a nap here. Here's your emotional support. So she says, oh, well, use the lock. Damn. Lock Maddie out.
And I says, well, she comes in at night. She gets scared. She comes in at night and climbs into bed. And I can't stop her. I said, did your door have a lock on it? She said, yes. I said, well, then use the damn lock. I mean, it's ridiculous. And then to send your child off to sleep with a man in another room in a single bed together.
Okay, but you forget your son is the one who went and slept in bed with her. If she said she was coming in the middle of the night, did she leave Stefan and go to her mom? Like, I get the feeling that Jen and Stefan maybe didn't sleep together all the time. And maybe she was coming in the middle of the night. I don't know. All of this is just icky. Nope. No power. No power. Thank you for your super chat. She says, Jay, this episode is what made me unsub from HTC. Ridiculous. Does she forget that? Does she forget that even if Jen said, hey, Stefan, you and Maddie go upstairs. Do they realize that their son didn't have to put his hands on Madeline? That is his choice as well? Gross.
Who is not a biological relative, and even biological relatives can't be trusted. I mean, seriously, how many people have you heard of in that situation with family members? So I just,
I know,
I saw red
talk.
when I heard that. And it's
Did you, on that issue, did you, I know it sounds like you chastised them about sleeping in the same bed, but did you ever get a chance to sit down and talk to Stefan about that issue
exactly
in more detail?
I didn't think I had to. I did not think I had to.
Well,
but I did bring Madeline in, and she stayed with me in my room anytime they came to visit.
Can you imagine staying in a room with this woman? Now, no offense, Mrs. Stearns. I know y'all watch everything. I don't know you personally, but you don't seem very warm and fuzzy. And I heard in the FOIA documents that Mrs. Stearns, when Maddie slept in her bed, to keep Maddie in there, in my opinion, she had all these dogs on the bed. And she said, if you get up, they're going to go ballistic. So Maddie was basically, in my opinion, stuck in this woman's bed with these fucking poodles and told if she got up, they were going to go nuts. So she had to stay in that bed. And that to me is weird. These people are weird.
Right. Yeah, you guys said that in one of your interviews that she was in. Was it both of you guys bad, or was it?
No, we are what they call now sleep divorced. We have separate rooms because we can't sleep together. We love each other, absolutely.
She's insomniac and a night person. I'm a morning person. And
marriage of convenience.
We both snore, and so it would be the battle of the lumber.
So that's what Maddie had to sleep with her? Was the battle of the lumber with all these fucking poodles? And this woman's like, oh, everything was normal here. Hi, Miss Dorky. Good to see you. Can you imagine?
And so in order for both of us to get sleep, we sleep in separate rooms. We sleep with the dogs.
We split the dogs up.
We call it bitches and bros. I get the boys, she gets the girls.
We call it bitches and bros. They are weird. These people are bizarre. We call it bitches and bros. She gets the girls, I get the boys.
And they provide warm comfort, and they're
security.
They're great sleep mates. So, and of course, and if I'm not here, they all sleep with Debbie. And God forbid somebody try to come in the house, they're going to have 5 Doberman pinchers with hair on their ass going after them. They'll tear them a new one. So, warning.
You hear that? Doberman pinchers with hair on their ass. They'll tear them a new one. So, warning. This is all about talking to the public. Leave us the fuck alone. We have these dogs. They'll tear your fucking ass up. Well, bitches and bros. That's weird. Or he sleeps with the males. I sleep with the females.
Heads up.
Yeah. To all
What's
those
up,
YouTubers,
Meredith?
We'll get into that too.
But Debbie did talk to Stefan and Madeline individually, and
together.
Yeah.
I think it went in one ear and out the other because they didn't stop.
We talked to Stefan and Madeline individually. So they sat Stefan down individually. They sat Madeline down individually. What did you find out? What did you say to Madeline? Did you tell her she had to stay out of the room? What was that talk like? Debbie did talk to Stefan and Madeline individually as her shirt's falling off her damn shoulder.
So
But Debbie did talk to Stefan and Madeline individually, and
together.
Yeah. So
I think it went in one ear and out the other because they didn't stop, but they never got to do it here. And I did not. And then we were chastised because we didn't allow them to vape in our home, and somehow they figured out that we don't smoke. We only drink occasionally. Again, I can't turn down a margarita at a Mexican restaurant, and we don't do drugs.
People are fucking weird.
I don't even like doing prescribed drugs. That I won't take pain pills. I did the whole heart surgery on nothing but extra strength Tylenol. I can't take it. Some of it I'm allergic to, but they said we.
Why is this all about them? I mean, I'm sorry, but why are they trying to prove so hard that they don't drink? They don't take prescriptions. No one cares if you take prescriptions. Exactly, Sharon. Oh my God, you took the words out of my mouth. Like, no one fucking cares what you got through surgery taking. It's weird. It's like, what is it? Thou not protest too much?
We thought we were superior because of that. That's not true. That's our choice. But also my choice is I don't want cigarette smoke and marijuana smoke in my home. It makes me ill. I don't.
But it doesn't make you ill. That he called the poodles Dobermans with hair on their ass. They have poodles. Stefan had a sex torso in his room. Right. And he had a pigsty that you had to go in and clean. A grown-ass man. Jesus. She worried about the wrong things, in my opinion.
I like the smell of it. I don't want to be around it.
It sounds like, Deborah, that Madeline occasionally was in your bed. Did you guys have a close relationship with Madeline? Could you talk about that for a minute?
Yes. I taught her to crochet. We sat and did artwork together. We did projects. I was teaching her how to cook. She spent a lot of time with me when she wasn't in there watching movies with them. So we actually put Disney on our TV here so she could sit out in the family room with us.
Disney. We actually put Disney on in our family room. Disney.
Wow. I thought we were giving Jen and Stefan alone time as a couple. I tried to be respectful of their space.
Yeah.
Taking on Madeline. But Madeline was an absolute joy. The girl happy.
Madeline was an absolute joy. The girl was happy. I don't see sorrow. And I'm not trying to be mean to these people, but I don't see sorrow. I think they believe that Maddie was promiscuous. Remember his mom said in the one interview that came out in all of the document dumps that Maddie was like putting her, was like flirty with Stefan. I remember that.
Precocious, smiling.
Precocious.
Yeah.
That's what she said to the cops, that Maddie was precocious.
Taking on Madeline. But Madeline was an absolute joy. The girl was happy, precocious, smiling. She walked with a bounce. She was interested in everything. She had
giggled a lot.
She giggled a lot. This is a horrible, awesome world.
Precocious. Indicative of early development. Precocious. Of a child having developed certain abilities at an earlier age than usual. Precocious. Of a plant flowering or fruiting earlier than usual. Precocious. How dare her? It's her words, not mine.
Happy, precocious, smiling. She walked with a bounce. She was interested in everything. She had
giggled a lot.
She giggled a lot. This is
Annie.
Horrible, awesome world. She's a child. She should still be here. She should still be here.
Yeah. So you just described kind of the bright side of Madeline, that she was happy and giggled a lot.
Where's the Kleenex?
Did you ever,
for Miss Stearns?
She was next to you in bed. Did you ever notice any distress?
No.
From her? Did you ever feel like maybe she wanted to talk to you about something she couldn't, or did you get any of that?
You're next to her in bed. Did you notice any distress? No, you basically told her that all these dogs are going to fucking bark and it'll be her fault that the whole house gets woken up if she moves or gets out of that bed.
There was none of that. In fact, just the opposite. Stefan would be sitting on the sofa and she would go and sit on the arm of the sofa and break her arm around him and give him a kiss and tell him she loved him. And none of that.
You about something she couldn't.
This is absolutely appalling.
There was none of that. In fact, just the opposite. Stefan would be sitting on the sofa and she would go and sit on the arm of the sofa and break her arm around him and give him a kiss and tell him she loved him. And Madeline, is the one that told me about the co-sleeping, not Stefan and not Jim.
Look at her face. If you see the 13-year-old, 12-year-old doing this with your son, see something, say something. Oh. That ain't normal.
Matt, there was none of that. In fact, just the opposite. Stefan would be sitting on the sofa, and she would go and sit on the arm of the sofa and drape her arm around him and give him a kiss and tell him she loved him. You know, and Madeline is the one that told me about the co-sleeping, not Stefan and not Jim. Madeline did. When she related, she said it was a funny story. She says, "Oh, I was in bed with Mom and Stefan, and when I woke up in the morning, my leg was draped over him." And she went, "Isn't that funny?" I said, "No, it's not." In bed with Mom and Stefan. She related, she said it was a funny story. She says, "Oh, I was in bed with Mom and Stefan, and when I woke up in the morning, my leg was draped over him." And she went, "Isn't that?"
Look at Dr. John. Look at his face. Maddie crying out for help. Why didn't you do something? She's mocking her. I'm sorry, she is.
When she related, she said it was a funny story. She says, "Oh, I was in bed with Mom and Stefan, and when I woke up in the morning, my leg was draped over him." And she went, "Isn't that funny?" I said, "No, it's not." I don't find that funny.
Yeah.
And Mr. Stearns just sits there.
Talk with them, because to me, I'm sorry, that sent up a big red flag.
Yeah. She said that.
Hold on.
Yeah.
And Mr. Stearns just sits there.
Talk with them.
That's when I would have a talk with him. So she didn't just do it once. She would keep saying the same things. Well, it wasn't working. Right? This is when I would have a talk with them. So she would tell them it's inappropriate or whatever.
Because to me, I'm sorry, that sent up a big red flag.
Yeah.
It is.
She said that. She said that in a playful manner, but not in a. You wouldn't see that as kind of a cry for help.
I did not see it as a cry for help. I found it to be disturbing to me on levels. So other than that, we had no.
That was a big edit right there. We didn't see it as a cry for help. I found it to be disturbing to me on levels. So she thought that Maddie wanted it. Because if you didn't think Maddie wanted it, you would have done something more. But she looked at it as a consensual thing. That's the way I take it.
Disturbing to me on levels. So other than that, we had no recollection.
Wow.
No indication that anyway that something illicit was going on. Nothing.
Yeah. And when you told Stefan you shouldn't be co-sleeping with Madeline, he, as far as you could tell, he heard you. He said, "Okay."
He heard me. He and Jimbo says, "Well, but she wants to be with us."
What?
And I knew no matter what I said to him, they're going to do what they're going to do anyway.
Right.
It was very obvious to me that they were not listening. They heard.
Then you contact authorities, lady. Wow.
I'm very comfortable sitting here. You've mentioned that Stefan would often say one thing but do another, right? That you didn't know.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, with a big grin on his face. Yep, that's my boy. He would say one thing and do another. Oh yeah. I just think they they're the problem of why things like this go under the radar. She said, "Oh, well, they're not going to change."
Modus operandi.
You didn't know what was true and what wasn't sometimes.
I mean,
he made it. He was a gaslighter.
He still is.
He could make you think things were one way when they were a total other way, and do it with such sincerity that you questioned yourself.
Yeah, the fact that she sat them down together is a little fucked up. You don't sit down with the grown man who you think is taking advantage of the child. But this nasty lady don't see it like that.
Interesting.
And when we got to figure that out, things changed for him, and they didn't change for the good. And he was no longer a happy camper because we challenged him on everything. We came up missing money. We came up missing jewelry. Came up missing my deceased father's Rolex.
And they never once called authorities on this piece of shit. If just one adult had asked Maddie straightforward questions. Mm-hmm. Hey, Grape, If I saw that, this arm, hey, Sarasara, hey, Audrey. Welcome, everybody that's just joining. This is Stephen Stern's parents. Right. Clearly, Crispy, she was being drugged. And it's very disturbing to hear.
And I know he took it, but he won't admit to it even
Listen
now.
when he took the Rolex.
When did that start? Could you tell us a little bit about the line, when it started, and when did he take the Rolex?
Last year.
He took the Rolex. Look at Dr. John. He's like, last year. She probably thought she was going to say when he was a teenager. When did he take that? She says, last year. He's like, what? Watch that part again.
Could you tell us a little bit about the line, when it started, and when did he take the Rolex?
Last year.
It started when he was a teenager.
Okay.
Little stuff, and then it got bigger and bigger as he got older. I mean, you never got the truth about anything. I mean, he wrecked his car and never got the true story in that. Very similar to the incident of Maddie's disappearance. Coming up with something like that. When he called me that afternoon, second call that day. Flat tire, and listened to that BS. And boy, when you look at the images of that.
So he called his dad during the flat tire. He was always in contact with his dad. His dad came up and got them a hotel room when they had to leave the apartment, et cetera, et cetera.
Of that tire. I mean, there wasn't hardly any rubber left on that wheel whatsoever. And then they show pictures of these chunks of rubber laying in the ground. And Stephen trying to explain to me that he had a flat tire and he was in the inside lane of a highway in a high density commercial district and he couldn't pull off the road. Again, it was a story that I didn't believe, and then getting a call 90 minutes.
This dude was paying his son's rent. He was paying his son's rent. He was giving him money so Stephen could buy his little figures and his games.
It's later, less than 90 minutes later, about Maddie's disappearance. And I go, that's too coincidental. 2 events like that in a single afternoon. I don't believe in coincidences. Didn't believe that, but wanted to. I was there to support the story until it was different. And unfortunately, I found out a couple days later, if I had seen that TV interview that they held the next day, my attitude and demeanor with him would have been considerably different than me making a trip to Orlando.
Okay, if you're just joining, we are watching my review of Hidden True Crimes interview with the Sterns a year ago. I reviewed this on J for Justice. I didn't realize it, but that's what we're watching. He says he would not have made the trip to Orlando and I feel the exact same way today, so I'm just kind of kicking back on some of these things. But we know that Stephen went to Northport. This guy gave his son money. He didn't have a job. He never worked. He never held down a job. So where did Stephen get all his money? I don't know, man. I feel like there's way more to this.
And helping he and Maddie out, or Jennifer out, for sure. My attitude and demeanor with him would have been considerably different than me making a trip to Orlando and helping he and Maddie out, or Jennifer out, for sure.
Helping him and Maddie out. I mean, him and Jennifer out. They knew also that a phone call came in on Saturday from Maddie to Stephen about the birthday party and him coming up there. We don't know what took place in that phone call, but everybody was upset that day. Jen was upset that day. Stephen was upset that day. And I don't know what Maddie was doing on Saturday, but something went down on that Saturday and they're aware of it.
The police kicked everybody out of the townhouse and quarantined it, ripped it off.
Fair use, loaded hot. Fair use. I got to stop it
He didn't want
every
to go
now
to
and
the
then.
in-laws' house, of course, or to her mother's house. They got along like blood and water. But it was, Chris went there to get them into a hotel and to be there as emotional support for them for a missing child, not for anything else.
Not for an escape route or to hide them.
Nope.
You knew that Madeline was missing. You didn't know why. And you thought, I can give them a place to stay.
Thank you, Amy.
And then, I wanted some quality time with him. Again, I just kicked myself for not seeing that TV interview because my conversation would have been
It was after, you couldn't have seen it.
I know that, but the interview took place before I got up there. Yeah. That's the thing, but I didn't find out about it till Friday, and it happened on Tuesday. But my conversation.
Wait a minute. This guy was up there the night that they went. Amy, what do you mean your text? I don't know what you mean by that, honey, but thank you for your super sticker. Let me know what you mean by check my earlier text. Hold on, I need to hear that part.
Because my conversation.
How would he not know about the interview that took place on Tuesday that all of us watched? And he didn't know about it on Friday? What?
And
It was after you couldn't have seen it.
What's up, SS?
That the interview took place before I got up there. Yeah. That's the thing. But I didn't find out about it till Friday, and it happened on Tuesday. But my conversation with him would have been very confrontational.
She needed them pills.
I wouldn't have been satisfied until I got the truth from him. When I
She's addicted,
questioned him as
Jen.
best as I could, now that he was in incarceration, obviously he couldn't give me the answers. The best he could come up with.
Can you retype it, Amy?
I wasn't able to think. Well, he was thinking a lot of other things and taking a lot of actions and doing a lot of things.
Maddie received a lot of money on her birthday.
Thinking. But again, that would be an appropriate response from Stefan because again, keep telling the lie.
How do you know how much money she got on her birthday? Where was that ever said? I haven't listened to everything. So if that's been said, I missed that.
But the amount of time that I had from 2:15 Wednesday morning until 4 p.m., I spent a total of 35 minutes with him, and it was over 3 different occasions. First of all, find out he wasn't at the hotel that morning, and then to learn later that he had left that hotel, went to St. Cloud, went to Northport, and came back. And then, obviously, so exhausted, he passed out in bed, didn't see him again until 3 o'clock. And again.
So they just let Stefan sleep in the hotel all day. Maddie goes missing. The second he goes running around, he goes to St. Cloud, he goes to Northport, he comes back to the hotel, and everybody just lets little Steffi sleep?
No time for conversation because now we're down in the lobby of the hotel.
I won't, Crispy.
And he's
Thanks,
now
Fly.
being escorted to
Fly on BJ's
supposedly a press conference, which there was a press conference, but he was immediately taken to the rear of the sheriff's department and put in a detention room. And later that evening,
sounds like a good day, SS.
Never had a chance to have a conversation with him.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Why weren't the cops watching them? All 3 of these people, Stefan, Chris, and Jen, were at a hotel, and the cops weren't watching if these motherfuckers left? Make it make sense. Why weren't they being surveilled? Maddie's missing, and they're not watching Stefan, who couldn't even get his story straight when he said he dropped her off close to school. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Don't fucking like it.
And there was some issue about one YouTuber who called out Chris as a liar because he said he saw a picture on the phone.
Yeah, much later, I'm having a conversation again, thinking I'm having a private conversation with the deputies back in July. And, Jen that evening had provided some very graphic detail of the image. She told me in her story was that there was a group of photos that they had downloaded off of Stefan's phone. They wanted to show these images, this package of images to Jennifer. She said that she couldn't see them, but agreed to look at one. Then she shared with me in graphic detail what that image was. 5 months later, I'm thinking throughout that time.
Can you imagine Jen telling this man graphic details of what Stefan and the picture with Maddie was? What? Amazon, Cindy. What? I would be like, no. How about the cops tell you what your son's doing, what your son's been doing? Of course, it's going to be picked apart. No one likes these people.
She had the opportunity to.
I don't even know why they're
maybe
talking.
Grab a photo of that, and because once you describe that to me,
you can never explain away pedoism. An opportunity to grab a photo of that. Did he want to see it? Look at John. Look at Dr. John.
Can't get it out of my head. And
hold on.
Months later, I'm thinking throughout that time that she had the opportunity to maybe grab a photo of that, and because once you describe that to me, I can't get it out of my mind. It becomes ingrained and printed, and I'm thinking that there's an image in my mind that I must have seen a photo, and instead of asking a question, I made a comment to the police, and then one of these YouTubers accused me of lying and making this stuff up. And
what? Wait a minute. Hold on. He thought it was a private conversation. Listen.
And there was some issue about one YouTuber who called out Chris as a liar because he said he saw a picture on the phone.
Yeah, much later, I mean, I'm having a conversation again, thinking I'm having a private conversation with the deputies back in July. And, Jen that evening had provided some very graphic detail of the image. She told me in her story was that there was a group of photos that they had downloaded off Stephanie's phone. They wanted to show these images, this package of images to Jennifer. She said that she couldn't.
Package of images. His wording is awful. I'm sorry. And look at the mom. Look at Deborah. He's got his hands up. This package of images. Look at Dr. John. I run a tight ship, don't I, Crispy? Package of images. Ew.
See them, but agreed to look at one. Then she shared with me in graphic detail what that image was. 5 months later, I'm thinking throughout that time that she had the opportunity to maybe grab a photo of that, and because once you describe that to me, I can't get it out of my mind. It becomes ingrained and printed, and I'm thinking that there's an image in my mind that I must have seen a photo, and
blah, 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 blah. He's saying it. He thought it was a photo because she explained it so graphically. Oh, I thought maybe Jen got an image of that. You wouldn't remember? Ew. Ew. Look at Dr. John. Look at his face.
Instead of asking a question, I made a comment to the police, and then one of these YouTubers accused me of lying and making this stuff up, and it was really my bad. I apologize.
My bad. It was my bad. This interview was last week. Last week. Oh, it was my bad. Stephen Stearns reminds me exactly of his father. I know y'all say he looks like his mom. I hear his voice. I hear his personality. I hear his weirdness. It's mimicking the dad.
The question, I made a comment to the police, and then
my dog agrees.
One of these YouTubers accused me of lying and making this stuff up, and it was really my bad. I apologize. I thought it was an image I saw when in fact it was a graphical image in my mind, but I thought I'd seen it.
It was a graphical image in my mind. Makes sense. Yes, he said he must have seen it. He thought it was a private conversation with the cops, but his bad. He misspoke. I didn't add to cart. I haven't seen everything. Oh my God. Hey, Rocco. Many parents would be there for their adult child no matter what, but this is evil. I couldn't stand by evil. Son or no son, disowned. Stefan uses dad to mimic. He is the mom. Salty. Why is Dr. John and Lauren just letting them blurt out and not interrupting? I think they're just letting them talk. I don't know, Salty. Thank you for your super chat. Something's wrong here. Oh, I have live chat.
So I apologize for that, but I'd seen it.
Thank you, Flobo.
It was bad. I apologize. I thought it was an image I saw when in fact it was a graphical image in my mind.
So he told the cops that he saw an image, and then he said, "Oh, whoops, my bad. No, I didn't see an image. It was a graphical image in my mind that was described to me." And I'm not buying it. Thank you, Flo, for your super chat.
I thought I'd seen a photo. So I apologize.
I thought I had seen a photo. Hey, Tracy V. I'm doing good. Thank you for checking in. Yeah, this is not right. There's something wrong.
Apologize for that.
My bad. Look at Dr. John. Ugh. Just watch Dr. John's reactions. And Lauren, too. Lauren's like, oh, God.
Again,
his tongue was out.
Dealing with this stuff 7-8 months ago. There's a lot of stuff going on that evening, especially, trying to gauge Jennifer's demeanor after learning that her daughter had been SA'd.
Okay, so now he is deflecting back to Jennifer. Right? He had this graphic image that he thought was a photo of the SA. Watch how he says SA'd. Watch. Because she's precocious. Do they really believe she was SA'd, or are they kind of poking fun at the SA? Watch.
7-8 months ago, there's a lot of stuff going on that evening, especially, trying to gauge Jennifer's demeanor after learning that her daughter had been SA'd. If it was me, I'd be beating the crap out of somebody, whether I physically could or could not. And she was totally composed.
Okay, but you knew that your son had 30 plus graphic images. Why weren't you beating your son's ass? Why were you and are you so composed? Make it make sense.
And quite calm about the whole thing.
Do you want to see why they don't like me? I'll show you why. And I'm going to share this in the chat too. But no one really knows much about him. From what we've heard, he doesn't have anything to do with them. So down here it says she's living with her mother and stepfather, Deborah and Stefan. She was 43. Hold on here. Let's go back, Mrs. Stearns. And then I realized that Plunder had the actual video. But she was the one that brought the attention to it. And then I saw that Plunder had it. So, okay, let's go. 27th, 1995, 2 days after Christmas, the petitioner retained her as an attorney, and Deborah Stearns was living with her mother and stepfather in Yorba Linda, California. She continued to reside in Yorba Linda until approximately July of 1996. Then Deborah left and went to California to stay with her father in Roswell, Georgia. So I'm just taking note of all of these different locations. Yorba Linda, Roswell, Georgia. It is my understanding that the respondent was attempting to reconcile with the petitioner at that time. Thereafter, I attempted to contact the petitioner on numerous occasions by telephoning her mother's residence in Yorba Linda, California, or by contacting her father's residence in Roswell, Georgia. Although I left messages at both residences requesting the petitioner to telephone me, she did not make any attempt. I get to the meat and potatoes here. Myron, they weren't getting divorced, and it says she owes a balance, which is now in excess of $2,500. So she's like, oh, we're going to get back together, so fuck you, attorney. That's what was going on. And then the petitioner moved out of the state and failed to provide a current address and phone number. They said billing state. What happened was Mrs. Stearns filed, and then she never went through with it, and then she just stiffed the attorney. So here is part of the divorce, the child support. So she wanted Chris to pay child support of $774 a month, payable half on the first of the month and the other half on the 15th. And then she also wanted spousal support. Now, mind you, I think Stefan was 7 at this time. Respondents shall pay spousal support of $680 a month. And then he had to cover insurance and all that jazz. And then it says that he was making $5,281 a month. That's Mr. Stearns. And he'd be responsible for all transportation because Deborah was going to stay in California. And Chris Stearns was in Georgia. She was born on 5/10. God, her birthday was right around all that stuff going on. What is your occupation? Unemployed. What's your highest year of education? High school plus 3.5 years of college. Are you currently employed? No. When did you last work? 1990. So she was on disability back then. See? Miss Stearns was getting disability back in 90. What did I say this was? 8. Stefan is the only child between these two. There is another child, an older brother, but no one really knows much about him. From what we've heard, he doesn't have anything to do with them. So down here it says she's living with her mother and stepfather, Deborah and Stefan. She was 43. Oh, it says Stefan was 10. They said in the interview he was 7. Let's go to our video for a second. Okay, here we go. Excuse me. Child custody visitation. Number 1, the parties shall have joint legal custody of the minor child. Stefan Michael Stearns, born April 25th, 86. Presently 9 years of age, with sole physical custody to petitioner, subject to respondent's right to visitation at times as agreed to between the parties. Other orders, all other issues regarding child support, spousal, and attorney's fees shall be reserved. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, here we go. I, Deborah Stearns, declare I am the petitioner. I'm telling the truth. 2, the respondent and I were married on August 16th, 1980, separated December 22nd, 1995. So after 15 years of marriage, if I can, I'm going to skip forward. I want to do this, and it's into my. Okay, here it is. It's all right. Here we go. Listen to this.
When I needed it, during our almost divorce that everybody seems to be so interested in, happened over 30.
You guys have to see it too. You have to see their body language and everything. This is not just, the audio doesn't cover it. Yes, Pookie. Yes, Pookie. Hold on.
And forgive each other. And
oh, I'm using And as a result, I intend to continue to make Southern California the permanent residence for my son and me. On approximately December 14th, 1995, the respondent, this right here, I think is why Ms. Stearns thinks I'm a twat, which is Chris Stearns, telephoned me and told me that he felt that we should separate because he was unhappy in the marriage. I asked him why at Christmas time. He had decided to inform me that he wanted to end our marriage. The respondent indicated to me that he did not feel that there was any appropriate time to end a marriage. I discovered the respondent has been leading a double life. One part of which he has kept completely secret from me. No, it's Pooh. Vince. What is up, Vince? I discovered that the respondent has had an ongoing relationship with a woman he refers to as Pooh. Pooh.
Like, what the fuck is this? And everybody's like, what the fuck is this?
I have found notes and cards passed between the two of them. A book, which was gifted to the respondent by Pooh, entitled The Art of Sexual Ecstasy. But wait a second. I thought you were in California and he called you to tell you the marriage was over. So you already knew? You already knew about Pooh? And he had to tell you, hey, I don't want to be married anymore. Pooh. Hey, Nash. Right? So she had to have known. I discovered the respondent has been leading a double life, one part of which he kept completely secret from me. How would you know about these letters and shit? But wait, you're going to find out how. Because it didn't just last a few months, Mrs. Stearns. A book which was gifted to the respondent by Pooh, entitled The Art of Sexual Ecstasy, references to a commemoration of and celebration of a 15th anniversary between the two of them.
God almighty.
He had a 15-year double life, and you don't think the apple doesn't fall far from the tree? Come on. These people are fucking weird. This is like Mind a movie.
Bing bang.
These two had been married for 15 years. Do you remember? Do you remember? Listen. They it was their 15th anniversary. They were married 15 years when she filed for divorce. She had evidence that he had had this affair for 15 years. Their entire marriage. The fuck? I mean, what? And interestingly, a necktie with a wedding design consisting of wedding cakes, wedding rings, etc. I do not know if the respondent and Pooh are supposedly married. And if so, if this marriage occurred prior or subsequent to our marriage. She was questioning if he was married to this woman and her. What? Hey, this is Sherry crazy. Rollins.
What?
She's questioning if he's married to another woman. Moreover, in looking back through bank statements and canceled checks for the past approximately 1.5 years, I have discovered that the respondent has spent excessive amounts of money on traveling, an average of $800 a month in monthly telephone bills. Mine too, Nash. Etc. In addition, it gets worse. Are you ready? It gets worse. I have found ads in his personal items advertising pornographic videos, dildos, etc. Yeah, nope, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree at all. I do my research.
Bing bang.
Just saying. Can you? I mean, what the fuck, right? Our gut feelings were spot on, dude. Yeah, they were. Woo-wee. Let's go back to this for a moment. Our gut feelings were spot on. That's why she thinks I'm a twat. All right, let's get back to our review.
It was just very
unemotional.
And she was totally composed and
unemotional.
quite calm about the whole thing. It was just very strange.
Now that we're on this topic, there's a rumor out there about there being SA in Stefan's background. I think some of the rumors involve you guys even. There's rumors about...
Did you see Mom? Did you see Mom? I seen her. Dr. John said there's rumors involving you guys. Oh, shit. Dr. John. Been dropping some bombs.
Bing bang.
About there being SA in Stefan's background. I think some of the rumors involve you guys even. There's rumors about...
What the fuck? Watch them. His dad laughs. His dad laughs when they say there's SA in his background, and Mom says, bring it.
What?
Fucking bring it. What is going on? Thank you so much, Kelly Mack, for your super chat. Double life running in the family. I hate these sick mofos. Me too. Right. I mean, like a whole torso. Can hide that pretty well, can't you?
Now that we're on this topic, there's a rumor out there about...
Says, bring it.
Now that we're on this topic, there's a rumor out there about there being SA in Stefan's background. I think some of the rumors involve you.
Is that funny, Mr. Stearns? Is that funny, Mr. Stearns?
You guys even. There's rumors about
just me
giving him.
She says, just me. Just me.
SA in Stefan's background. I think some of the rumors involve you guys even. There's rumors about
just me
giving him explicit material. Again, I can't use terms because of YouTube, but what could you guys set the record straight on that?
You bet. Number one, it was, from what we heard, it's Hustler magazine, the nastiest magazine.
Oh, look at Mr. Stearns. Oh, Mr. Stearns, did you have dirty magazines? Did you have dirty magazines?
That was ever printed. Never came home. I would never buy it, and I would certainly never give it to my child. I mean,
none of that material existed in our house. But
oh, are you believing it, Amy? You lost power again. It's back on now. Everybody, stay safe. What?
You know, I'm sure, you know, back then, that day and age, you know, magazines tossed to the street in trash can. Somebody has it. Other kids bring it to school. Maybe.
Oh, wow. Look at Deborah. Look at Deborah. Oh, boy. Oh, they were found in the garbage, you know, back then. Back then. Oh, shit, Kels. Oh, other kids bring it to school, you know. Look at, oh, you know, that material never existed in our house. But, you know, I'm sure, you know, other kids brought it to school. And, you know, that day and age, you could just find those kind of magazines in the trash, you know. Nope. I've never seen a dirty magazine in the trash ever. I've never, ever. Never, ever. Have I ever? Have you ever found a dirty magazine in the trash? Let's do a poll. Can you bring me the... Let's do a poll.
Back then, that day in the house, but, you know, I'm sure, you know, back...
Look at Deborah. Look at Deborah.
Back then, that day and age, you know, magazines tossed to the street in trash can. Somebody has it. Other kids bring it to school. Maybe they even try to sell it, but you know, certainly that time.
What? Wait, maybe other kids bring it to school and try to sell it? Sell it? Like father, like son. Why is he bringing up selling magazines? Huh? This dude is tripping over his own words. Look at Deborah. Lord have mercy, y'all. Oh. Watch again. Watch again.
I mean,
none of that material existed in our house, but, you know, I'm sure, you know, back then, that day and age, you know, magazines tossed to the street in trash can. Somebody has it. Other kids bring it to school. Maybe they even try to sell it, but you know, certainly that type of stuff circulated and what have you. Have no idea where he came in possession of this, but it was not provided by us, and there was never any physical abuse or sexual SA abuse at home. None of that. He was always provided a warm, loving, caring environment. So none of that's true.
Do you think there were any?
His mother paid off an old roommate to not turn him into the police for images he had on his computer. Blit.
Any red flags in that area in terms of, I don't know, maybe some of the girls he was dating in high school?
Yeah, the
or did you see
15-year-old?
any
Kendall?
red flags about any unusual
Let's talk about
sexual
Kendall.
interest or
No.
problems?
His first girlfriend he had in California, he was really had a big crush on her. We met her, sweet girl.
Sweet girl.
We left California.
Met her, sweet girl. Isn't that what Stefan said about Maddie? She's a sweet girl. She's a good kid. She's a sweet girl. His first girlfriend was like 15 and he was like 19 or 20.
When the state went batshit crazy, excuse my French, but hey, it's
When that state went batshit crazy, excuse my French.
California. We left there, but hey, it's California. We left there and came to Florida. At that age,
Wait,
kids.
What happened to Georgia, Mr. Stearns? Didn't you go from California to Georgia to Florida?
Your kids circulate through kids like people go through revolving doors. If one kid comes in, hey, this is so and so, okay, and then you never see him again. There's a parade of those instances or what have you. One of the dogs, a friend of his came in, an acquaintance of his came in. And
look how she's comforting him now. She's got her hand on his arm. He is not taking her comfort. He's not touching her.
She didn't appreciate him. She let it be known too. Kind of nipped him in the backside.
She wouldn't let him in the door.
Yeah.
She backed him up against the wall.
Not coming in.
And
these people
nipped him on the butt until he went out the door again.
Okay, but let's not also forget that look at this idiot not coming in. Don't forget that they bailed him out of taking pictures of his buddy's girlfriend in the bathroom. Let's not forget that. Thank you, Crispy Treat.
I nipped him in the backside.
She wouldn't let him in the door.
Yeah.
She backed him up against the wall.
Not.
He's so weird. It's the emoji. Not coming in. So weird.
Coming in.
And
these people
nipped him on the butt until he went out the door again. And we later found out this was the same friend of his that overdosed on heroin and died.
Oh my God.
There was another incident, and I don't think we've ever brought this up before, and that is in California. He was walking down the street with a couple of friends and his girlfriend, and this man.
Oh, this is a great story.
Was very inappropriate.
So a man was very inappropriate. Never Stefan's fault. Stefan's never the inappropriate one. But he was with his girlfriend and some other kids, and this guy stopped and beat the fuck out of Stefan. Just Stefan, no one else. They said because Stefan flipped the bird. Or they flipped the bird and they only attacked Stefan. Who thinks that maybe Stefan was with someone young and maybe that's what happened? Listen to this again. He was walking down the street. Listen.
Is in California. He was walking down the street with a couple of friends and his girlfriend, and this man was very inappropriate.
Thanks, Mod. Let us know.
With them, and I'll let Chris tell you the rest of it. But
well, yeah, cat call or something, and there's
lewd cat call.
Lewd cat call.
There was a shout out to him, and the truck spun around and came back. This guy unfolded himself out of the truck. He was that big, and physically started assaulting Stefan to the point that he was choking him to death.
Really? This was just unfounded?
Is coincidental to that, we had just come back from Sequoia National Forest where we went camping with the church group, and Stefan had a pocket knife in his pocket and stabbed the guy in the chest to defend himself. The guy was later arrested for physical assault, and Stefan
stabbed him in the chest. This is crazy.
The guy was later arrested for physical assault, and Stefan defended himself, but didn't realize that he suffered PTSD from that. I didn't realize that until several years later that he was experiencing that.
He was haunted by it.
Yeah.
He literally stabbed someone, you guys.
He was haunted.
What was the just to clarify? What was the trigger? What was the cause of that?
There was a very lewd remark made, and they shout back to the guys. And it turns out the guy was a meth, but a shout out to the guys that went driving by in the truck. Maybe
the guy was a meth. GB Falk, thank you for being a member for a month. She says, unbelievable. Liars.
nephew or what have you. And they shout back to the guys. And it turns out the guy was a meth, but a shout out to the guys that went driving by in the truck, maybe an FU or what have you. And they flipped
the bird. They flipped the bird, and he spun the truck around and came after him.
And Stefan was the only one that was physically attacked.
Oh, imagine that. Stefan was the only one that was physically attacked.
Karate or no karate, he couldn't get the guy off of him.
And how old was Stefan?
16, 17?
Maybe 16.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was a really thin guy back then.
Yeah.
You know?
Was there,
see him.
When you talk about,
I get horrible vibes.
The line that was starting during his early adolescent years, it sounds like, did any of that become criminal behavior at all, or did he ever get disciplined for any, antisocial or unusual, problematic behavior at that age?
No, that's the thing. There was never any issues with him. I guess a parent's greatest fear is that the kid becomes an alcoholic or a drug addict. I mean, I have conversations with other friends or what have you who tell me stories about not their kids per se, but other kids.
Steven.
And it's tragic what happens with these kids. They get started in this stuff at such a young age. I have conversations with other friends or what have you who tell me stories about not their kids per se, but other kids. And
he would have conversation with his friends, and they would tell him stories, not about their kids per se, but other kids. He is weird.
It's tragic what happens with these kids. They get started in this stuff at such a young age. There was an incident one time where we were gone for the afternoon and came home and I went up the stairs and Stefan was coming down the stairs and I had to stop midway and I go, whoa, time out. Oh my gosh. I said, come here. And I said, have you been drinking? And he just reeked of alcohol. Well, apparently he spent the afternoon sampling every alcohol that we had.
But they don't drink, remember? But he spent the afternoon, look at his mom. He spent the afternoon sampling every alcohol that we had. And we soon got rid of all the alcohol in the house. And believe it or not, he was heading out the door to take his friend home. He chuckles about that. Your son was wasted, and he was about to walk out the door and get behind the wheel.
What was his age? What was the age at that time?
7.
I'm not believing 17. It either, Michelle. Not at all. Hey, Cicada. Oh, my God. I think they were trying to do damage control. A lot of you guys are like, why would they do this? Well, I think that they thought, I don't know what conversations Lauren and Dr. John had with them. I imagine that they built rapport with them behind the scenes. Mm-hmm. And I think they felt comfortable with them.
Did.
Because Lauren and John don't outright judge them. But see, the thing is, it's out in the universe. So all of us are going to watch this. And we are going to judge it. And we are going to pick apart their words. Because this is alarming to me. Very, very alarming to me.
It was just before California. So I don't know, 17. And sent him to his room and didn't see him for 2 days.
It was just before California. What does that mean?
He passed out. And I took the friend home.
I didn't see him for 2 days. He was passed out. Was he on drugs, sir? Because it's all the other people's friends, all the other people's kids, not yours.
All the other kids
told
are
me what
methy.
had been going on that afternoon. But that's the worst thing that we had experienced at that time.
Mm-hmm. When you have these incidents, did you guys sit down and kind of have a heart-to-heart with him at all? What was communication like between you guys?
Non-existent.
We had open communication and dialogue with him all the time. What we didn't have from him was truth, or that if he was having a problem, he would come share it with us. He was very close and close-knit to himself. Never came to us, very rarely, unless he needed money. That he came to us with a problem. Very rarely, unless he needed money.
When did he not need money?
Came to us with a problem. Hey, I got a problem. I felt and told Stefan that, why didn't you come to me with this problem that you experienced on Sunday evening or Monday morning, whatever this took place. Hey, I screwed up. Oh, okay. Because the first thing I would have suggested is I'm coming there and then I'm going to take you to the police. You got to turn yourself in. Let's get.
So he doesn't wonder why his son had been taking pictures and videos of Maddie since she was like 6 or 7. He doesn't want to ask his son that. He just wanted to know after it was all done, why didn't you call me for help? But you didn't want him to call you for help before he killed her? You didn't ask him, hey dude, when you were like attracted to your girlfriend's daughter, why didn't you come to me and tell me I have this weird attraction, I need help? I'm sure it could, Lexi. Hiding in plain sight, Sarah.
That's be out in front of it.
Anders.
I always told him
Let's get out in front of this.
The minute you've done something wrong,
Kelly,
own it, fess up to
Kelly, thank you so much for your PayPal donation. I appreciate you, and it helps a ton.
Do it and get out in front of it. And
out in front of it.
I guess he thought he was smarter than the average bear.
He thought he was smarter than the average. Get in front of it. What were you going to do? Blame it on Jen? Blame it all on Jen?
Yeah, how are you going to get in front of something like this?
Have you? Because obviously, if you look at the timelines and the sequence.
Look at Dr. John's face. He's disgusted too. It looks like, in my opinion, that Dr. John might be disgusted with what he's hearing. He says the quiet parts out loud. Yes, he does. Yes.
Of the chronological narrative summary, what have you, is like, how can he not realize that his trail was being followed?
So he's more disturbed that his son didn't realize that his trail was being followed. You're not disturbed that he dumped Madeline's body. Look at the mom. Look at the mom.
They know
she looks at him intensely.
How can you, in today's technological environment that we live in, do you think you can get away with anything?
So he's upset he didn't get away with it?
You can't, technological environment that we live in, do you think you can get away with anything? You can't sneeze and not know that you've sneezed. I don't know how he thought he could get away with any of this. So our deepest
Melinda, I think they're really mad about that.
Is discover more about Stefan, learn from him. And we're going to kind of lean on you, John, to help us provide some clarity.
They're leaning on John to provide clarity. You hear this? Hey, Asha, good to see you.
Clarity to Stefan. It's a son that we didn't know versus what we did know about our son, and the complete opposite of one another.
I remember that, Rocco.
We feel blessed that we've.
I don't know if Dr. John's Mormon. Are they both Mormon? I thought she was like ex-Mormon. No?
What?
I knew they either were or used to be. I'm not sure.
This is a year ago.
I don't know if it matters in this case.
We found.
I was questioning their Mormonism a year ago. That's so funny. I'm gonna go grab a drink, but I'm listening with y'all.
You reached out to us and it gave us the opportunity of one another.
Right here.
We feel blessed that we found you guys. You reached out to us and it gave us the opportunity to do a deep dive into your channel, and it was a welcome relief to see the professionalism of what you guys put out there. And
so what they did was they reached out to the Stearns. They said, hey, check out our channel. We do non-biased interviews or whatever. They checked out the channel and obviously felt comfortable sitting down and doing this. And I do believe that Dr. John knows exactly what he's saying is disturbing, but not every interviewer has to give their opinion. Sometimes it's just putting it out in the universe for others to catch on to. Okay, Lauren was raised Mormon. She's ex-Mormon, and Dr. John isn't Mormon. But he is a psychologist, I believe.
The fact that John's got a medical background brings a lot of legitimacy to you.
See, it's Dr. John, so they felt he was legitimate. And people his age, Mr. Stern's age, they trust doctors. They trust people who have credentials. They do. But you know what? It's getting the story out there. And I just feel like it's important to hear this story.
To your channel. You guys truly represent what we believe should be represented in these crime channels that exist out there, and not the circus that they do represent. I mean, but
see, and yet another time we have look at Lauren smiling. Look at they're both smiling. They're both smiling. The circus that he is talking about is the truth. the circus equals the truth. But you know what I'm saying? Overall, Sage, they just kind of like, they're from that generation. That's all I meant.
So it's a shame, but it's a shame. It's reckless abandonment that they utilize.
Reckless abandonment,
inciting a lynch mob.
What
circus that they do represent? I mean, but it's a shame. It's reckless abandonment that they utilize. It's basically inciting a lynch mob against us, and God forbid anybody should cross their paths. Because they'll just attack you. I mean, you look at these broadcasts that they have, and then you just watch the thread of comments that are made as if they're really relevant. But I guess the people feel that maybe you can.
Okay, maybe you shouldn't read the comments. Your son is a pedo and a killer, allegedly. At any rate, your son had 35,000 images of minors on his phone. It's not a lynch mob to see the truth. What's up, Chris? How is there a lynch mob? They just don't like what our opinions are. And they're reading our opinions about them and they don't like them. If my son did this or was accused of this, I would not be reading anything. I would not be reading anything. How many of you think this is on them? If they're reading the comments on these videos talking about what their son did. Put a 1 if you think they're setting themselves up for punishment. Put a 2 if you think... Wait, put a 1 if you think they shouldn't be reading those. Puff, 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 that stress away. I don't even remember the question.
Broadcast that they have, and then you just watch the thread of comments that are made as if they're really relevant. But I guess the people feel that maybe you can answer this, John, is that why do people feel like that they have to lash out?
Why do people feel like they have... He needs Dr. John to tell him why people are lashing out. Can you say out of touch?
If
self-snitching,
themselves feel better about themselves, I truly don't understand.
You truly don't understand why people are lashing out when there was a 13-year-old girl who just spent her birthday thrown in bushes by your son? You don't understand the lashing out? You don't understand the emotions? This is the worst case I've ever heard about. And this guy's sitting there going, I don't understand what the big deal is. I don't know why these people are so mad. What are they so upset about? I mean, God. He needs a doctor to answer that question. Are you kidding me?
And then you just watch the thread of comments that are made as if they're really relevant. But I guess the people feel that maybe you can answer this, John, is that why do people feel like that they have to lash out if not to make themselves feel better about themselves? I truly don't understand that. The fact that they spend these hours watching this stuff is just amazing. Don't they have lives?
Yeah, and I want to say, it's almost, this is what I've seen oftentimes in the true crime community. It's almost like you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. None of us can imagine what
they finally get a word in edgewise.
Maybe there are some people, I'm sure there is a small club out there that understands a bit of what you're going through, but I would say the majority of people have no idea the type of situation and what that is like.
Hey, Professor Kate.
No one, I wouldn't wish that upon anyone. And it's true, if you don't speak, shame on you for not speaking up, right? And if you do speak, they're going to scrutinize everything.
I would have never expected these people to speak. How about you guys? Did you guys expect the Stearns to ever speak? No, I didn't. And personally, I think they should be quiet out of respect for Maddie, because if they can't say anything respectful about Maddie, then I think they need to shut the fuck up. Just saying.
Mm-hmm. That you say. So,
Damn if you don't.
Bing bang.
So we've been handcuffed for the last 7 months, almost 8 months. We've been held to strict silence. And so
handcuffed?
I think we've been chastised, criticized for not responding, but people don't realize that, there's some legal proceedings going on here. And
dude, I never wanted to hear from them. Did you guys? It never crossed my mind. I know, Jody, isn't it weird? It never crossed my mind that, oh, I want to hear from the Stearns. I mean, never once. Everything I heard in those police interviews and shit, I never wanted to go further with them. It never crossed my mind. I never thought, oh, I need a follow-up interview from Chris Stearns. After hearing all this nasty, how nasty they are in those police freaking interviews and weird. Weird. Something, I know, Canadian Nana, something ain't right.
Fucking fuzzy slippers and lip gloss.
We don't want to misspeak. And now that all the information is out there, not that we knew anything, because we didn't know anything until it was released to the public. So we're learning just to misspeak. And now that all the information is out there, not that we knew anything, because we didn't know anything until it was released to the public. So we're learning just as much as everybody else does whenever this information is released. Stefan is constrained to tell us anything because he's under instructions from his attorney. So, and obviously what we have learned has been quite shocking to us, and very disappointing to say the least. And then, of course, now we're trying to self-analyze,
No, you're self-snitching is what you're doing. Look at the mom. Did they ever meet Maddie? Oh, yeah. The mom had Maddie sleep in her bed. The mom pulled her out of Jen and Stefan's bed and had her sleep in hers. I'm glad we're hearing from them because we get a glimpse. Yeah, I mean, we got a glimpse, though, from the police interviews. Like, I would be interested to hear from Maddie's grandmother, Jen's mom. I've thought about that. I've thought about, what does she have to say about Stefan? We know she didn't like Stefan. Why didn't she like him? What all did she know? But these people, I never thought that they had anything more to offer. I felt that their police interviews were disgusting and weird. That's my opinion. I don't know
what we did or didn't do that caused this, and we're not even sure. Well, we know we're not the cause of it. We're trying to pursue a conversation about an accident Stefan had 30 years ago as the possibility of causing this.
Excuses.
TBI. 30 years ago when Stefan had this accident of causing this TBI.
TBI. So now they're saying that Stefan had a stroke? What is he talking about?
30 years ago when Stefan had this accident, and just so the public can know what that consisted of, Stefan was literally run over by a pickup truck twice.
Prove it.
Okay.
I want to see
You know
receipts. I want to see receipts. Yeah, pictures or it didn't happen. But you know what? If this is the truth, motherfuckers, and I'm talking to the Stearns here, you MFers, if this is the truth, then why didn't he go to trial? Why didn't he go to trial with his defense of a traumatic brain injury? Look at him. Oh, he got run over by a pickup truck twice. Then he should have went to trial.
He and a friend were playing in a parking area when he was 7 or 8 years old. A guy came out to his truck, a small Toyota pickup truck. Hey guys, how you doing? Gets in the truck and immediately backs over them.
Who believes that? Oh, look at John. He's like, well, I was thrown out of a pickup or out of a semi. I was run over by a semi. I was run over by a semi truck. And my mom never told my dad. John got run over by a reindeer walking home from his parents' house Christmas Eve. You can say this. Lauren ran him over. Hey guys, how you doing? Oh, I'm going to put my truck in reverse. Oh, traumatic brain injury. Really? I mean, oh, hey guys, how you doing? Like, screw off, guy. I'm not believing this.
Parking area when he was 7 or 8 years old. The guy came out to his truck, a small Toyota pickup truck. Hey guys.
Where was Mama? Where was Mama? 7 years old, he's playing behind fucking cars? What? He was ran over twice? What? What?
7 or 8 years old. The guy came out to his truck, a small Toyota pickup truck. Hey guys, how you doing? Gets in the truck and immediately backs over them.
Yeah, I'm sure
pushes
that's
Stefan down into a bit of a hole in the parking lot. Drove right over him.
Pushes Stefan in a hole in the parking lot? Oh, I know. I see that now. Traumatic brain injury. I thought it was TBI. Like, Isn't that what those little mini strokes are called? TBIs, or do I have that wrong?
And hit him in the head with the bumper as he backed up the first time, and then.
But Ange, this wasn't her grandparents. These people weren't Maddie's grandparents. They weren't like that. My granddaughter sleeps with me too, but these people weren't her grandparents.
Also able to pick up truck. Hey guys, how you doing? Gets in the truck and immediately backs over them. Pushes Stefan down into a bit of a hole in the parking lot. Drove right over him, and hit him in the head with the bumper as he backed up the first time, and then if that was enough, he pulled forward and ran over him again. The fact that
Sir, is this man in jail? Oh, TIA, sorry. I got it wrong. I'd like to know, Mr. Stearns, is this man in jail?
Stefan
They hit him in the back of the head first, and then when Stefan raised up to look, he heard the kid screaming. He quickly put it in gear and drove forward and hit him in the front, and then came up over his body, up over his pelvis area.
Where the hell were you guys? Look at Lauren. Where in the hell were you when this guy was backing over your kid?
The fact that he wasn't permanently disabled and wheelchair bound is a miracle.
Dude, these people, I'm telling you, Stefan is just like his dad. Oh, who's the guy that ran him over? Receipts, or it didn't happen? Right. Excuses. This is what's called enabling. Enabling. Look at his mom.
Up over his pelvis area.
The fact that he wasn't permanently disabled and wheelchair bound is a miracle.
Thank the mud.
But
thank the mud.
There wasn't.
Thank the mud. Where in the hell were you? Is my question. Thank the mud. Everything's so horrible for little Stefan.
Thank the mud. But there wasn't when he was released from the hospital. The doctor said, "Hey, be cognizant of any difference in his attitude and his demeanor and such." And we pressed for more information, and we just told that he could have some headaches, dizziness, nausea, sensitivity to light.
Come on.
And so,
listen.
The doctor said, "Hey, be cognizant of any difference in his attitude and his demeanor and such." And we pressed for more information, and we just told that he could have some headaches, dizziness, nausea, sensitivity to light and stuff. May not be able to wake up or go to sleep. And
he may not be able to wake up or go to sleep. Dude, this is bullshit.
Able to wake up or go to sleep. And there could be some other physical traits. He developed a tic for a while, and after that, he did suffer
PTSD.
From PTSD.
No, Angelique, they were not close with Maddie like that at all. No. These people are just full of excuses for this man, dude, if we do even call him that. Dude, you would remember the day your kid had a traumatic brain injury. You'd know the date. He's like, he was 7 or 8. Something like that. So much leakage and bullshit. You're the twats, Stearns. You're the twats. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Wake up.
Who's disturbed? Put a 1 in chat if you're disturbed by this. Put a 2 in chat if you think this is normal. Do it. Put a 1.
Jeepers.
He did suffer from PTSD and also separation anxiety.
She said he suffered from PTD, and he goes PTSD and separation anxiety. Oh my God, I'm going to throw up. Separation anxiety. This is a grown fucking man. Where's Pooh, Christopher? Where's Pooh? Is Pooh all right? I'd love to interview Pooh. That's who I'd like to interview. Fuck interviewing these people. Let's get Pooh up in here. Pooh's got the dirt.
But we
my God,
we just never knew what to expect. But they just told us to be on the lookout for things. And what we did find is that his personality changed. He changed 180 degrees. He was a high energy kid, full of love, laughter, and such. And to something
love, laughter, and such. Yeah, these people never had love or laughter. Do you think this home was full of love and laughter? Put a 1 if you think this home was full of love and laughter. Put a 2 if you think this home was cold as ice. He was a high energy kid, full of love and laughter and such.
Totally, he was a high energy kid, full of love, laughter, and such, and to something totally different.
He's a troglodyte.
What'd she say?
He's a troglodyte.
To something totally different.
I remember
troglodyte.
What'd she say? -5, Sarah. I remember this. Oh my God. Live, love, laugh. She probably has that sign in her kitchen. I know, Cruella DeVille, for real. Where were they when he got run over by this truck? That's still what I want to know. The ice cubes. Get some ice cubes in chat for the Stearns. We had no idea that John got ran over by a semi. Little did I know that a year ago I'd be sitting here a year later with the knowledge that John got run over by a semi. I mean, what does that mean? Troglodyte. What does that mean? Did she say troglodyte? What does that mean? Troglodyte? Troglodyte?
Totally different.
He's a troglodyte.
What does that mean, guys? I'm waiting to see what you guys say.
And
is a person who lives in a cave or under a cliff's overhanging rocks. Dude, these people are weird, dude. Weird.
And a high energy kid, full of love, laughter, and such, and to something totally different.
He's a troglodyte.
And you know, and then he started experiencing some educational problems, and Debbie can relate to that. You know, we had to put him into an individual education plan and what have you.
Okay, a lot of kids have IEPs, dude. Are you trying to find excuses for the reason why your son abused Madeline for so many years? Are you trying to find excuses for the reason he had a 15-year-old girlfriend when he was 19, 20 years old? Are you trying to find an excuse for why he had 35,000 plus CSAM material on his phone? Are you trying to, I mean, what are you people doing?
Finally realized that we needed to take him out of school and put him into a homeschool environment.
Oh my God.
Which was held to a strict regime, and Debbie did a great job of.
Okay. He had a strict regime at home of homeschool. No, he didn't. Debbie already said, and you told the police that Debbie did his work. He did online Florida virtual school, and you said Debbie did it for him.
Out of school and put him into a homeschool environment. Which was held to a strict regime, and Debbie did a great job of managing that for him.
Yay, Debbie, you passed Florida virtual online school. My son did Florida online virtual school, so I know all about it.
We also did as much as we could to encourage him to participate in sports.
Oh, please.
And
you had him in Florida virtual school. There is no sports involved, okay? There's no sports involved in Florida virtual school. You took him out of school, and then you tried to encourage him. No, you didn't. You let him sit at home and play his little figures and become a weirdo.
I tried to expose him to as much sports as possible. He didn't.
You tried to expose him to as much sports as possible?
Seem to have a lot of interest in group sports per se.
What kind of sports did he like? He didn't like group sports? What the fuck kind of sports? Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't poo-poo. He poo-pooed his homework, so I did it for him.
He kind of looks like Biden.
I tried to get him to participate in sports. He didn't like group sports. Scratch his neck.
And I tried to expose him to as much sports as possible. He didn't seem to have a lot of interest in group sports per se.
Sage, Chris never played sports. Audrey?
You can't talk to a fucking log.
Kind of gravitated towards track. He was fast. He was always fast as a kid on his feet, and in spite of his injury,
did these two talk? He was a speedster on the track. Speedster?
That didn't last long because he apparently had a kidney disorder that required some.
Oh my God. A kidney disorder now? I can't.
I'm going to get drunk and ride my horse.
I can't with these people. Now he has a TBI and he has kidney disorder. Look at them putting all this shit out in the universe.
Immediate surgery and he had to have some emergency surgery to take care of that. Again,
emergency surgery? He was running track. He was fast on his feet. And then he had some kidney disorder. He needed emergency surgery.
He discovered an interest in Shokan karate and did well with that.
Then he went into Shokan karate.
You're
We got
a bushy tail.
Yay, we got a cooter
Here's to
chat.
the year of calling out pedos, pedo supporters, scammers, exploiters, and creeps alike. They not like us. Let's get MJ.
Thank you so much, Kels, for your cooter chat. That's what I'm talking about. Calling out the pedo supporters, pedo enablers, creeps. I'm all for it.
That fuck 'em up. I'ma do my stuff.
Managed to get a brown belt in that, but
He got a brown belt in that. Yeah, poo-poo. He got a poo-poo belt. He got a poo. Add to cart. Oh my God. He got a poo-poo belt in karate. Look at Lauren. She's like, this is Lauren's face right now.
What?
we were forced to move away to California. Well, actually, no. Where did we go after that?
The fuck? We were forced? Look at these two. I feel like they have a lot of skeletons in the closet. When he gets the death penalty, that's the emergency surgery he needs. Hey, what the fuck? Good to see you. Where did we go after that? What have these people done in their past?
He was in Georgia. Yeah, we went to California.
Georgia, California.
Yeah, my wife's mother was dying of cancer, so we went out to California. Well, actually, no. Where did we go after that? He was in Georgia. Yeah, we went to California. Yeah, my wife's mother was dying of cancer, so we went out to be with her. And my wife's.
Oh.
He was in Georgia. Yeah, we went to California.
Yeah, he takes no. Oh, that was with. Oh, whoa. I didn't pick this up. Okay. So that's when she was in California, like taking care of her mom. And that was when she filed for divorce. He was still living back in Georgia, and she was she was in California and wanted to reside in California when they got divorced. So that's why they aren't clear on who was where, because they were living separately at this time. But they don't want to say that. That's why they're confused. Look at, and she's looking at him like, remember? That's when you were with Pooh? Mm-hmm. That's when you left me by myself with my mom, and you were with Pooh, and I had to take care of my mom by myself in California, and you were in Georgia with Pooh.
So we
went
out to California. Well, actually, no. Where did we go after that? He was in Georgia. Yeah, we went to California. Yeah, my wife's mother was dying of cancer, so we went out to be with her. And my wife's. He was in Georgia. Yeah, we went to California.
Yeah, he takes notes.
Yeah, my wife's mother was dying of cancer, so we went out to be with her in her last few years. But we later introduced at the school.
Do you remember that Stephen Stern said that he was helping his parents make end of life plans? And then we have the same story. Mm-hmm. Well, listen again.
Where did we go after that?
Weird.
Georgia. Yeah, we went to California. Yeah, my wife's mother was dying of cancer, so we went out to be with her in her last few years. But we later introduced it to scuba diving. You know, we kept trying to introduce him to things that would be motivating enough to provide enough.
He did say forced. I caught that word, forced.
Incentive to where maybe he would be motivated to go out and get a job and earn some money to pay for these things, because it didn't try to overindulge.
Pay for what things? Dr. John is taking notes like a mofo. 86 did. Wait,
enough incentive.
What the hell did he, what? To pay for these things? What things? His sex torsos? What?
To where maybe he would be.
What was the incentive?
Motivated to go out and get a job and earn some money to pay for these things, because it didn't try to overindulge him with money and access to money per se. I was trying to use that as an incentive and motivation to go out and get a job.
What was the incentive? I missed your incentive and motivation. What was it?
Obviously, that didn't work too well, but everything seemed to be focused towards solitary pursuits. We love reading.
We went from sports to money. Huh?
Games. Poker.
We went from sports to moving to money. Now we're back to solitary pursuits.
On games, Warcraft, and other things. If he liked something, man, he drilled in on it. He focused in on it. If he liked something, man, he drilled in on it. He focused in on it.
Drilled in on it.
He really truly excelled at that, and things that he did excel at. Again, try to encourage him to assimilate, a normal flow of life. And there was almost always a disconnect. It had been a very frustrating experience for us. To get him to assimilate into a normal life. We were getting on in our years.
Do you guys feel sorry for them still? We should do a poll.
We're in our early 70s.
Yeah. So you talked about communication was open, it sounds like, and you were able to talk to him about quite a bit, or at least when he was willing to talk. What about the emotional connection? How would you guys describe your emotional connection to your son when he was younger?
I thought it was very close and loving.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, it was really close up until the accident, and not that.
I thought it was really close and loving.
Close and loving.
Son, when he was younger.
I thought it was very close and loving.
Yeah, it was really close up until the accident, and not that we changed, he changed. I mean, he was, if you show you photos of him, as a kid, I mean, he's running through the house on the tips of his toes and he's running through the house on the tips of his toes and just a little speed demon, laughing and giggling all the time. Really a quite bubbly personality.
He was a baby. Most babies are laughing and giggling. You weirdo.
I mean, we discovered very early on
that loving.
If he was focused on something, forget about it. We were at a hotel one time, and he got the key to the refrigerator or bar in the room, and he was sitting there at the age of 3 with that key, and he was relentless in getting that key into that lock and unlocking that lock.
What? What? When have you ever seen? Wait a minute. Fuck off. When have you ever seen a key to a liquor cabinet in a hotel? A key? We got a cooter chat.
That creep never grew up. Parents babied him even when he went to jail. Probably learned the pedo life from his dad. That man is creepy AF. Mama probably washed his balls for him. Weird family faux show, vomiting face emoji, rolling eyes face emoji, vomiting face.
Thank you so much, Sunshine Susie, for your cooter chat. I concur. This is weird.
He had a quite bubbly personality. I mean, we discovered very early on that if he was focused on something, forget about it. We were at a hotel one time, and he got the key to the refrigerator or bar in the room, and he was sitting there at the age of 3 with that key, and he was relentless in getting that key into that lock and unlocking that lock. But that's how focused he could be. But he was.
What?
Guys, I'm eating junk and watching rubbish. You better come out and stop me.
What the fuck?
We love that kid to death. Smothered him. What?
You didn't smother him.
Well,
love that kid to death. We smothered him. And look at her. She's like, no, we didn't smother him. She's like, horrible choice of words. Y'all, Maddie was asphyxiated. Maddie could have been smothered.
Smothered them with love, whatever. But that key into that lock and unlocking that lock. But that's how focused he could be. But he was. We love that kid to death. Smothered him. What?
You didn't smother him.
Well, smothered them with love, whatever. But we there was never any denial of any outward affection from him. and us, and even to this day, still a lot of outward display of love and affection. Nothing, as I said,
John.
ever gave us any clue or warning to
that will scare somebody.
Recently discovered behavior. I mean, this, like I said, this is a son that we don't know. It's not the son that we do know. So,
Debbie, you even homeschooled Stefan for a time, and that's actually been brought up in numerous conversations on YouTube as well. Do you want to share a little bit about why you chose to do that and what that was like?
Because it was a daily fight to get him out of bed, dressed, and out the door to go to school. It was a daily fight to get him to do his homework.
It was a daily fight, so she took him out of school. Do you guys see how this parenting went down? This guy had never had any accountability.
We had several conferences with teachers, and even on the IEP, he was not progressing. So I talked to the principal of the school, and I said, what can I do? And she said, have you ever tried homeschooling? And I said, well, no. Don't you have to have, a full college degree for that? Because I'm short a few credits. I don't have my degree yet. And she said,
don't you have to have a college?
It's not. You don't have to, because you are going to be supporting him, but he's going to be doing his classes with Florida Virtual School.
I told you, Florida Virtual.
And we were able to get him up at 10 in the morning. It was easier. So maybe that's coddling him, but
maybe it is coddling him, Debbie. We let him sleep until 10. No crime. He was dating a 15-year-old when he was 19 or 20. She's a victim of Stefan Stearns too, in my opinion.
It was easier on me too, because I usually don't go to sleep until 2 or 3 in the morning. So, hey, I didn't have to be up at 6:30 in the morning to get him up. He was able to eat food, and we were able to take short breaks and progress at a rate that would interest him, because some stuff he could just speed through.
Oh, I'm sure.
English language, sentences, reading, history, science. He loved all of that, and he devoured it. Math, no.
Hates math.
Math for me, no. So I called it a tutor.
Oh my God, this is terrible.
You're usually good at one thing. If you're good on the historical and the English side,
you talk too much, lady.
I'm not a linear. I don't have a linear brain. So
yeah, and that's why he's not used to getting up and going to work, because he didn't have to get up and go to school, right? There's a pattern. I know, able to eat food. What, he couldn't eat food at school? Stefan.
So I had to bring in a tutor, but
he's like this.
He had to take his tests orally with a proctor over the phone, and I could not be in the room. And did I help him with his homework? Yep, I did. Don't most people help the kids with their homework? I didn't do it for him, but I helped him.
I wish you were my parent, because I never got help with homework.
No. Anyway, don't most people help the kids with their homework? I didn't do it for him, but I helped him.
I wish you were my parent, because I never got help with homework.
No. Anyway, I also gave him courses.
Hey, Megan.
They were offering in school. We did marine biology. We did oceanography. We did stuff that he liked. He loved dinosaurs. We looked into that. So
he loved dinosaurs. So we looked at, okay, he still had to pass the core classes, right?
I feel like he got a better education at home than he got in school. He didn't have the distractions. He could concentrate on his work. He wasn't distracting the kids around him, and he wasn't frustrating the teachers. But when he described his algebra teacher to me as a woman who stood at the blackboard with her back to the class, talked to the backboard while doing
excuses for everybody
on the board, doing algebraic expressions.
It's everybody else's fault, but Stefan's. Dad is completely tuned out. Completely tuned out.
And they couldn't understand her, couldn't hear her, and she never helped anybody do anything. And I said, why is he even here? You were still allowed to participate with the school because you were still basically
now it's the algebra teacher's fault.
With the school. So he still got to go to prom. He still got to go to graduation. He walked and got his diploma.
Got the cap and gown and the whole thing.
Oh, good for Stefan.
So was he in the virtual program throughout the entirety of high school, or just a few years? What was the
2.5 years in high school?
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that he tended to be a bit solitary. Was that after high school, or was he a bit of a solitary person in high school as well?
Yes. He had his cadre of close friends.
Cadre.
Okay.
A huge group of friends he had.
Okay. Now, I interviewed one of his friends, and I'm going to give you guys the link so you can save it to your watch later. I'm going to put it in there in a second, but his friend had a lot of stories to tell that really unmasked Stefan, if you want my honest opinion. I'm going to throw that in there.
He talks about his voyeurism and things like that. Yep, he got the cap and gown, the whole thing. But she hated his friends, and she was so mad that he did the interviews.
4 or 5 close friends, and that was all he wanted in his life. Just his little circle of friends. He was not a social butterfly by any means.
And do you think that the accident had something to do with that?
I think so. He was quite gregarious beforehand. He would run. He would go and knock on people's doors and say, "Do you have somebody my age that I can play with?"
What?
You know, he would introduce himself to people. He would run around, ride around his bicycle, looking to see if there were any games he could join in. Now he did do.
Okay, I hope this kid did not come to. You got any kids my age I can play with?
Kickball and stuff like that, and he went fishing. Taught him to fish.
They all fucking fish too.
I was the fisherman, not him. I kind of was more of an outdoorsy person because of the horses, you know, and I also got Stefan a horse.
Bitch, you were on disability in 1995 per your divorce records. Oh, I just caught you in a big lie, Mrs. Stearns. Deborah, are you in the audience? If you are, just give me a big fuck you in chat. I don't even care. Tell me I'm the biggest twat. But why were you on disability if you were outdoorsy and rode horses, dude? Uh-oh. How are you disabled and ride horses? Inquiring minds want to know. They had a whole horse farm. I didn't even put 2 and 2 together.
He wanted a horse. He got a horse, but he had to promise to work with me in the barn. And that meant cleaning, shoveling poop, bringing shavings in, hauling hay with me.
I'm going to get...
She did all this?
Up more shavings. All the kids loved that because they got to ride in the pickup truck on top of all the shavings. But, you know, and now people are saying that sounds like this the worst thing I could ever do is to have him actually work to support his horse and to help me because I was having some physical problems from the surgeries I had on my feet.
Oh, there she goes. Oh, my God.
So there was some things that I just couldn't do. But
y'all have the more problems than anybody.
He loved running out at night. He would just grab a hunk of mane, hop on their bareback, and they just run around the pasture. You know, every night.
What? These people are so fucking weird.
He loved running out at night. He would just grab a hunk of mane, hop on their bareback, and they just run around the pasture. You know, every night we went out together and gave the horses peppermint candy before we went to bed. So it was,
what the fuck? Peppermint candy? Isn't that what Grandis gave to Summer? A peppermint candy?
To me, that was an ideal life. He was able to go into the woods and go fishing, catch frogs, catch lizards, catch snakes. You know. You guys are helping me kind of develop a picture of your son, and the more you talk about him, obviously.
Welcome to Cooterville, Melanie 9369. Come on in and close your legs.
You know, correct me if I'm wrong here, but it feels to some extent like your son was very childlike in a way. Like it's almost like with his interest in games as an adult and, you know, the solitary pursuits, it almost sounds like he really struggled to grow up.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Well, and I will also say he's a narcissist.
Okay.
It was all about Stefan. When Stefan wanted something, Stefan wanted it then. He didn't want to wait.
And you gave it to him.
He didn't want to wait for Christmas. He didn't want to wait for his birthday. It was now, and he would throw a fit.
She just got done saying if he wanted a horse, he got it. So that's your responsibility there, Mrs. Stearns.
Yeah. And that was hard. That was hard on us, but it was harder on him because we didn't get into it.
Even when he was younger, he would, you know, teenage years, he never grew out of that.
No. You know, kept waiting for. It seemed like there was a disconnect. You know,
you think
we were kind of this close, and all you needed to do is make this connection. And it's like,
John, he had no impulse control.
Yeah.
Really? You don't say.
And then he paid the consequences later. He got put on restrictions. He had his car taken away. At one point, I went in and stripped his room of everything that he had because he had gone for 6 weeks without cleaning his room, and I had begged him for 6 weeks, please clean your room.
Begged?
Or I'll come in and do it. No, I'll do it myself. Okay. Well, finally, I went in there and I took his wallet. I took his car keys. I went out and took the tags off of his car. I told him you were grounded. Period. Until that gets done. And his friends were laughing their butts off at him, saying you just got jacked by your mom. So get in there and clean the closet and clean up your room.
Send your son's friends home.
These people, this is effed.
She had zero control. His friends are sitting there laughing while Deb is crazily out there removing the tags from his car.
Because of his friends, not because of me.
Yeah.
So it's like.
It was always, I'll do it, and never get that.
Yeah, it's
tomorrow. Everything's more.
So why did he have a car?
Procrastination.
Who gave him his car, Dad?
Unless he wanted something, and then he was Johnny on the spot to do it.
Tell me about his friends. What were they like?
What was what?
Tell me about.
Oh, I'm sure they were the worst kids in the world to them.
Well, so we were never very approving of them because you're the sum of the 5 people you know, and these kids were not very motivated.
And your son was?
Their own family issues, and a lot of them came and stayed.
They had their own family issues, as if y'all didn't.
With us when they were on the outs with their parents.
They seemed to be more interested in drugs, alcohol, partying, sleeping, and just
sex.
And not doing anything.
Sex.
Sex. And not doing anything. All partying, sleeping, and just
sex.
And not doing anything. And I grew up differently from that. I was blessed to have a good circle of friends. Debbie the same, but how he seemed to gravitate toward these people that.
You didn't grow up like that, but you had basically 2 wives for 15 years. Sit down, old man. Sit down.
Weren't a good influence for him.
Oh my God.
Which is why we disapproved of Jen, because again, she was not a good influence. For him.
Why? Why wasn't Jen a good influence? Because she had a little girl and your son had no impulse control? Is that why? Is that freaking why? Because your son had no impulse control and she had a little girl? Despicable.
That's what he seemed to gravitate to.
Yeah, you know why? Because she had a little girl. Dumbass.
What do you think drew him to those types of people? Do you have any thoughts about that?
I do. We used to call it the wounded bird syndrome.
What?
He needed somebody he could coddle and protect.
He needed someone he could coddle and protect. No, it sounds like you. Sounds like you're the one that needed to coddle and protect your little baby boy.
Great town, dude.
And he did that. And he treated those girls very, very well, from what I heard and saw.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
I wasn't with him in the bedroom. I wasn't with him when he was doing whatever he was doing.
Oh, my God.
I do. We used to call it the wounded bird syndrome. He needed somebody he could coddle and protect. And he did that. And he treated those girls very, very well, from what I heard and saw. I wasn't with him in the bedroom. I wasn't with him when he was doing whatever he was doing. And I didn't want to be. So.
He treated those girls very well. That is very odd. She didn't view Jen as a woman. It's like she almost viewed Jen and Maddie as equals. Isn't that weird? I mean, I know we don't know them. And maybe Jen is very fucking childlike, immature. But she said those girls, he took care of those girls, or he protected those girls or whatever. I mean, Jen's a fucking woman. That's weird.
I think he just felt so, his self-esteem was very low that maybe he just gravitated, didn't feel that he was worthy of somebody equal to him. Great.
What? Your son is a pedophile. He didn't think he was worthy of someone equal to him?
Oh my God. They're blaming his pedophilism on self-esteem now. They've hit every mark, haven't they?
Sir, with all due respect, do you know who is equal to your son? Do you know who is equal to your son? People on death row for hurting children are equal to your son. Oh my God, I am disgusted.
He just felt so, his self-esteem was very low that maybe he just gravitated, didn't feel that he was worthy of somebody equal to him, greater than him. You're always better off, I think, associating with people that are smarter, have more to offer than somebody certainly beneath you, because they're just going to drag you down.
There was, in this most recent interview with Jennifer on our on our channel, she mentioned the police officers asked her about his previous relationships, and she mentioned a possible younger girlfriend in high school.
Oh,
do you know about that?
Damn, Lauren calling it out.
She said that Stefan would have been graduating later, so he would have been like 19 or 20, and she might have been 15. I think that was said in the interview, but that's not accurate.
He graduated on time. He graduated at 17.
Okay.
I'm not sure who she's referring to. We have seen in some other conversations with YouTube about the possibility of somebody younger, maybe underage. Conversations with YouTube.
What conversations with YouTube? Y'all, they knew he was dating a 15-year-old.
About the possibility of somebody younger, maybe underage.
Maybe underage.
There's a possibility, Debbie and I don't recall. We might have met her once. Again, like I said, there was always a parade of kids passing through one time. But I've seen some information out there about this person, and I think one of Stefan's friends alluded to it in a conversation on another YouTube about a younger girl. But,
he's talking about an underage girl that their son was involved with.
I only assumed that it was an acquaintance and that there wasn't any type of relationship. And again, later.
Oh, so it's normal for your son to be acquainted with someone underage? No. In my opinion, these people knew shit. These people had to know. In my opinion.
From what I'm seeing, from the information that I've seen out there, that there was never, to my understanding, there was never a relationship there. But we were made aware that this person was younger than what she appeared to be.
In the last few months, never.
Younger than what she appeared to be? I thought you only met her once. Creepo. I thought you only met her once. Yeah, I said it. I said creepo. And look at Dr. John. He's got the same lump in his throat that we do. Listen. Look at him. He's like, are these people?
To my understanding, there was never a relationship.
John's like,
there,
shut up.
We were aware.
Did you ask Stefan if there was a relationship there, Daddy dearest?
We were made aware that this person was younger than what she appeared to be.
In the last few months, never then. But the other thing is do most parents stop their girlfriends at the door and say, excuse me, do you have ID and how old are you? The only thing I remember of her was Stefan coming in and saying, hi, this is so-and-so. I can't even remember her name. That's horrible.
That's like I said, it's just a parade of people.
Do most parents stop their girlfriends at the door and say, excuse me, do you have ID and how old are you? The only thing I remember of her was Stefan coming in and saying, hi, this is...
Chris or Stefan coming in? Which one? Which one introduced you to her? Chris or Stefan coming in? That's all I remember of her. We only met her like once. Gosh, we can't even remember her name.
So-and-so, their girlfriends at the door and say, excuse me, do you have ID and how old are you? The only thing I remember of her was Stefan coming in and saying, hi, this is so-and-so. I can't even remember her name. That's horrible.
That's like I said, it's just a parade of people.
We're going to go up and watch some TV. Is that okay? Yeah, sure. Would you like some snacks? Get you some Cokes, chips, whatever, go up with you. And that was it.
That was it. A parade of kids.
Came back down. She wasn't adjusting her hair. She wasn't adjusting her clothes.
What?
Hey,
What?
Royal High Grounds.
Yo. We're going to go up and watch some. The only thing I remember of her was Stefan coming in and saying, hi, this is so-and-so. I can't even remember her name. That's horrible.
That's like I said, it's just a parade of people.
We're going to go up and watch some TV. Is that okay? Yeah, sure. Would you like some snacks? Get you some Cokes, chips, whatever, go up with you. And that was it. She came back down. She wasn't adjusting her hair. She wasn't adjusting her clothes. I don't think they were up there having sex. They were just visiting. And it was only like a 45-minute visit. So.
Ugh. Chris is very uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
She's very defensive.
Mm-hmm.
This is a disaster.
I am very
This
uncomfortable.
is a disaster interview. The freak?
Your girlfriends at the door and say, excuse me, do you have ID and how old are you? The only thing I remember of her was...
And that part's edited too. This part is edited too. Watch, because Chris was about to drink and now his water's down. They had to edit something out. I wonder what the hell else they said that they edited out. Oh my God.
Do most parents stop their
Watch Chris
at the door and say, "Excuse me, do you have ID? And how old are you?" The only thing I remember of her was Stefan coming in and saying, "Hi, this is so and so." I can't even remember her name. That's terrible.
That's like I said. It's just a parade of people.
We're going to go up and watch some TV. Is that okay? Yeah, sure. Would you like some snacks? Get you some Cokes, chips, whatever. Go up with you, and that was it. She came back down. She wasn't adjusting her hair. She wasn't adjusting her clothes. I don't think they were up there having sex. They were just visiting, and it was only like a 45-minute visit. So who knows?
Right.
No. And I never questioned anybody. The other girls that he was with, he was in school with at the time, so they were his age.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask that. Were most of his friends his age, or was he drawn to younger friends?
They were all his age.
As far as we know.
As far as you know.
Okay. Yeah.
Good catch, Mom interrupted. She said Kendall is a sweet girl. Mm-hmm. They know exactly what's going on here. Why is Dad so nervous?
It's also been mentioned,
why does Dad look so nervous? Watch.
Goes back to
younger. Asked that. Were most of his friends his age, or was he drawn to younger friends?
They were all his age.
Hey, L-I-Z.
As far as we know.
As far as you know.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's also been mentioned, and I guess this goes back to John's question about him being childlike. Pokemon cards and some toys as an adult. Was that an interest of his? Was it toys, or was it simply Pokemon, or?
No, the Pokemon died when we were in Windermere.
Oh no, Pokemon. Obviously, it's a big cult collection now.
Pokemon died when we were in Windermere. That was when they lived in Orlando.
Yeah, it is.
Had told me fairly recently that it had become a big thing. Stefan was big into that at the height of Pokemon.
She was being a smart ass, like, oh, I didn't check my son's girlfriends at the IDs at the door. She's being a twat. Miss Stearns, you're a twat.
But he said that the cards have a higher value now, and that there's a cult out there that collects this stuff, and it lives. He's always into the latest and greatest of toys. And my God, being exposed to all the toys available at Disney, forget about it. Oh my gosh. He was
Star Wars.
What are those?
Kimagachis.
Thank you. Those things. He had a collection of those. I don't know. Unbelievable. Lightsabers. Boy, you could forget about coming to the house. You could get your head lasered off. You got lightsabers all over the place.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Unbelievable. Lightsabers.
Ooh, flow.
Boy, you could forget about coming to the house. You could get your head lasered off. You got lightsabers all over the place.
He's very uncomfortable. Did they offer Pokemon
back.
cards and Yamaguchis to the kids? All the parade of kids that were coming in and out, asking for a friend.
And spent all his money on that. It's like, hey, we're not taking care of your car.
Right.
Wait, now we're at car age, driving age.
So we're talking.
You could get your head lasered off. You got lightsabers all over the place. And spent all his money on that. It's like, hey, we're not taking care of your car.
Right.
So we're talking lightsabers as a 37-year-old, not 16.
Okay, so yes, Dr. John was thrown off by that too, because we were talking about him as a little kid, and then all of a sudden we're
correct.
Both.
Oh my God!
Lightsabers all over the place. And spent all his money on that. It's like, hey, we're not taking care of your car.
Right.
So we're talking lightsabers as a 37-year-old, not 16.
Correct.
Both.
Both. Okay.
Yeah.
Never got over
Gotcha. Okay.
Never got over it.
Maintaining.
But yeah, it's
I mean, my grown son likes Star Wars too, but not like this.
To me, that a 37-year-old man would buy one of those. What is it? The white helmets on the bad guys.
Okay, so it's odd that your 37-year-old son bought a helmet, but it's not odd that he bought a sex torso. Did I hear that right? A 37-year-old man would want to buy one of those helmets on the bad guys and a glove. Look at Lauren. She's like, your son had a sex torso. Kids don't want sex torso. So yes, he did grow up. He's a sexual deviant. Look at her. She's like, your son had a sex torso.
I hope you feel better, Salty.
It's odd to me that a 37-year-old man would buy one of those. What is it? The white helmets on the bad guys.
Star Wars helmet, whatever.
And glove, whatever the glove was that.
Well, listen, you've got these guys that are just into this stuff and they just collect this stuff, and he obviously had a fetish for it. What can I say?
He's proud of that. Blit?
Like the stuff, and he obviously had a fetish for it. What can I say? Obviously had a fetish for it. What can I say?
Why would you ever use the word fetish? These people are horrible. Horrible.
John
had a fetish for it. What can I say?
John, do you have any more questions about Stefan growing up, or?
I think they got paid too, just like the pedo Stacey Wondra.
These types of.
Do you see the disconnect? How we were just never able to just get him to assimilate into adulthood, and said, "Hey, draw the line in the sand, step over the line, and now we're an adult. Leave us behind. Let's just visit it every now and then." But the focus is being an adult. I kept waiting for that shoe to drop, and it just never got there.
The other thing that we were chastised for, apparently, was allowing him to have a firearm. That was brought up, and that was for his 25th birthday?
No, 21st birthday. He was
21 was the tattoo.
No,
they are screeching. What are you talking about? Who's screeching?
Again, he was robbed at gunpoint.
Oh my God. He's robbed at gunpoint. He's got kidney problems. He got run over by a truck twice. He's got a TBI. What else?
First birthday. He was
21 was the tattoo.
Again, he was robbed at gunpoint at 18. And he swore up and down that when he became legal age, he was going to be able to defend himself. So
I thought he had a poo-poo brown belt.
When that happened, I immediately joined him, and I hired a former Black Ops guy. We spent 40 hours, Stefan and myself, with this instructor for 40 hours. I immediately joined him, and I hired a former Black Ops guy. We spent 40 hours, Stefan and myself.
Dr. John is making his notes. Black Ops?
Him, and I hired a former Black Ops guy. We spent 40 hours, Stefan and myself, with this instructor for 40 hours, doing
not all at one time.
Right, one-to-one training with him.
Did competitions?
Yeah, we participated in competition. He was very responsible with that.
I wonder if Stefan went to a wilderness camp. What is he talking about? Former Black Ops? Did he go to a wilderness camp?
He taught me a lot because he invested time in educating himself about firearms and what have you. But it was a method for me.
He educated himself. Look at it. Look at his fist. What is this guy talking about?
To bond with him, because I wasn't going to hang out in the Star Wars arena. I wasn't going to get caught up in kamikazes. I wasn't going to be doing that with him.
Or Warhammer.
But we did go and participate.
He thought his kid was weird. He's like, I'm not going to participate in his war game. She's like, oh, like Warhammer. He's like, I ain't doing that kind of shit. I was going to hang out in the Star Wars arena. So he wasn't going to do anything that his kid liked. But he took him out, and look at his fists. He's like this. He's not talking about karate. He said he hired a Black Ops guy.
Stefan and myself, with this instructor for 40 hours, doing
not all at one time.
Right, one-to-one training with him.
Did competitions?
Yeah, we participated in competition. He was very responsible with that. Taught me a lot because he invested time in educating himself about firearms and what have you. But it was a method for me.
Okay, Crispy, no, it ain't karate. I educated himself about firearms. Nothing about karate involves firearms. He educated himself. Look at it. Look at his fist. What is this guy talking about?
To bond with him, because I wasn't going to hang out in the Star Wars arena. I wasn't going to get caught up in kamikazes. I wasn't going to be doing that with him.
Or Warhammer.
But we did go and participate and compete in gun competitions, and it was fun. It was a bonding opportunity, and that's why I got
gun competitions with a former Black Ops. No, you'll catch up in a second, Crispy.
Got involved with it. But we did go and participate and compete in gun competitions, and it was fun. It was a bonding opportunity, and that's why I got involved with it.
That's why you got involved with it, but he didn't want to do gun competitions. He wanted to play Yamaguchis.
Lauren, I did, to answer your question, I did have another question. After the accident, you guys mentioned that you thought there maybe were symptoms of PTSD it sounds like maybe there could have been some depression too. I'm not quite sure, but
yes, completely.
Oh, here comes John.
I don't get the feeling that mom and dad are close at all, Tamara. I don't get that feeling at all. I get the feeling they're in CYA mode.
Did you guys ever consider, or did you get him into counseling, or did you try to get any help for him at any point?
Ew, what the fox? Jerry Sandusky, bleh.
Well, he, as an adult, he was in counseling and
for years.
Yeah, for years. So I don't know. Obviously, we're not privy to what was person would have you, but
no, I'm not. I'm not faulting you. I think I'm just.
He was in counseling for years as an adult. I wonder if they ever got those records.
More interested in whether you. I guess part of my question is whether.
So there was an edit, and then Dr. John says, "Oh, I'm not faulting you." So it seems like they must have gotten a little defensive. And look at mom.
You thought that his problems rose to the level of seeking help, or do you feel like they were kind of under that bar still?
I felt
as a child.
I thought they were under the bar. I never thought that. Oh my God, he's so bad. We need to go and get him help.
Tamara, sorry.
No, it was nothing like that. I mean, again, the son we knew versus the son we now know, two different people.
Yeah. And when he did get counseling,
no, they are not in their 80s, Marco. They're barely in their 70s. These people are barely in their 70s. I believe Chris is 71, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe someone can look it up. But they're definitely not in their 80s.
As an adult, do you know anything about that? Do you know, like, what age and how long, or did he talk about that with you guys at all?
He was still going through it up to 3 months before he was incarcerated.
Huh?
He was a counselor for years.
Yep.
Cover your ass, Lily.
It was something he sought out voluntarily, or
yeah.
I think he did it because he wanted to get a marijuana.
No, he did it because he wanted to get pills.
Listen, you don't have to go to counseling to get your medical card for marijuana in Florida. You go to one appointment and then you renew. It's got nothing to do with therapy. He hasn't gone to therapy. I call bullshit.
He did it because he wanted to get pills. You go to see a marijuana doctor here. You don't see a counselor to get your marijuana card, Debbie Downer.
Oh. Okay. So, in other words, that would imply that the reason he was going was for symptoms of trauma?
We don't know. We don't know.
I think he felt like he needed it to I don't know, for anxiety, depression.
He had anxiety.
To calm him.
What?
I don't know.
Okay.
John, he didn't want to.
Thank you, Snaz.
To do something unless he thought he could do it well.
He didn't attempt to do something unless he thought he could do it well. Thank you, Snazzy, for gifting 10 to the channel. Welcome in and make sure that you tell Snazzy thank you very much. Love is in the air, Cooterville.
It was hard to get him to take that first step to try something new.
Okay. So it sounds like he was also a bit of a perfectionist.
Self-perfectionist and a perfectionist with everybody else around him. I think he was an emotional bully.
Could you say more about that?
Well, because I think he wanted people to rise to his level when they're talking. If they're talking and they're not making sense to him, he would say something about it. People don't understand. Stefan had an IQ that bordered on genius. Seriously, I'm not saying that because I'm his mother. I'm saying he was tested. He was very high IQ, but the functionality level that he had with that IQ was not there. It didn't match unless he wanted it to. And when it matched, it was magical and it clicked. He could become almost expertise in anything once he did a deep dive into something that.
The expert of experts. He's got the highest IQ. Welcome in new members, new kudos.
That interested him. Unfortunately, nothing that he went to find a job with interested him. So.
Yeah. Was that testing done, by the way, as a consequence of the TBI? Or was it let me back up a little bit. That after his accident and the traumatic brain injury, and I guess I should say what I guess we haven't defined TBI. Maybe some people at this point don't even know what the TBI stands for, traumatic brain injury. So in other words, it would be, in simplistic terms, it would be potential brain damage.
Yes.
So could you talk a little bit more about the aftermath?
So if you're just joining, we are reviewing my review of Hidden True Crime and the Stearns a year ago. And I'm not really having to chime in much because I feel the exact same way. So we're just hanging out, basically. We're just hanging out.
So was he hospitalized for a period of time?
Nope.
No, they treated him, kept him for a couple of hours. X-rays, did an MRI. Him home. Because I think they offered to keep him overnight, but I wanted him to come home. I would rather be home than in a hospital exposed to a lot of germs.
Oh my God.
Weird that way.
You're weird in a lot of ways.
Hospital set. I ended up having to take him to a chiropractor to get him to walk straight again. He was walking on a cane for over a month.
Wow.
Okay.
So he had a cane, but the hospital only kept him for a couple hours.
Walked in there on a cane. He walked out twirling it around like, Groucho Marx.
Lauren's face. I so appreciate them doing this interview, guys. Holy hell.
Walked in there on a cane. He walked out twirling it around like, Groucho Marx.
Oh, Lord.
So it worked. But the car had run over his pelvis and his low back.
Thanks, Kenna.
So he got double swatted.
Did you notice any memory loss after the accident?
So he got double swatted.
Did you notice any memory loss after the accident?
Yes, I did. He couldn't recall things easily.
Oh my God.
He would have to sit down and refresh his memory on some things that happened. He would look at pictures and he would say, where was this taken? When was this? So yes, he lost a chunk of memory.
Yet he was only there for 2 hours.
And so was the cognitive testing or the neuropsychological testing, was that done later to kind of assess?
That was that was because of the school system.
Oh,
they highlighted him as they thought potential ADHD, and we ended up going through a doctor then who evaluated him, gave him all kinds of tests and everything, and found that yes, he is ADHD, and he wasn't before. He was very focused before. I mean, the kid was laser focused on things. After that,
he still was laser focused on an underage girl. People,
he couldn't keep a conversation going, or he would skip ahead. He would know what you were going to say. He could project out what you were going to say, and he would start answering what you were going to be talking about in 5 minutes before you ever got to it, and it drove his teachers bananas.
Gotcha. And so I presume that whoever did the testing knew about the brain injury.
Yes, they had all the records from the.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Interesting. That would be an interesting report to read for sure.
Yeah.
I wish I could find it. I can't.
Oh, she can't find it. Look at Dr. John. Dr. John's like, I'd love to read that report. She's like, oh yeah, I wish I could find it. Can we get some pause out for Summer Lou? And if you haven't hit that thumbs up, please hit it now.
If we moved I don't know. It could be buried somewhere, but I can't put my hands on it. I can't.
That would be an interesting report to read for sure.
I wish I could find it. I can't.
Thanks, bad actors.
I don't know. It could be buried somewhere, but I can't put my hands on it. I can't. In fact, we would like to see the doctor's reports too, and I believe that because there was a lawsuit over the accident, there is a copy of it someplace in Sarasota.
Oh, there was a lawsuit because of the accident, and there's a copy of it somewhere in Sarasota. I thought the accident happened in California. What in the actual hell is going on?
In the county. So,
yeah, his defense attorney will probably want to see it at some point too, by the way.
They know about it. They said they would find it.
Yeah, because remember when Stefan was 10, Dad was in Georgia, Mom was in California. They hadn't gone to Florida yet, unless I think they were raised here. I think they started here. At least Chris did. Chris was raised in Winter Park, which is right up there by Orlando. Yeah, that's Summer. She's not in here with me now, though. I'm abandoned right now, officially.
Yeah. He was when he had that kidney surgery in California. He was one of the first people that they used the robot on.
Oh,
and so
Lord
they
have
used his
mercy.
case in a book.
Oh my God. Wow. Oh, Stefan.
It involved one of his arteries being looped over the top of his ureter, and as he grew and his body, his trunk expanded, it was pulling that artery tight, like crimping a hose.
We don't need to know
and
this.
He was at a track meet, and after the track meet, he was in so much pain that we thought he was having appendicitis and rushed him to the hospital.
The pain was similar to having kidney stones. I mean, he would be in such excruciating pain he would throw up.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
sounds like there was more than that.
After the surgery, he was okay. It was successful.
Yeah.
Yes, except that it kept him from the military, which is what he wanted to do to begin with. He wanted to join the Air Force.
Flo's been on it today.
He joined ROTC in high school, loved it. But when he went to enlist,
wait a minute.
They saw the scars.
Wait a minute. There's more to this story. You guys. Oh my God. Look at this. I just looked up Stephen Stearns in the Sarasota County court records. From Jesus. A year ago. I can't. What in the hell went on?
This is all a replay.
With Stephen Stearns when he was a minor. 12/23/1998, 2 days before Christmas. Petition for appointment of guardian of minor. Oath of guardian. Attorney ad litem. Why? What? Order appointing guardian of property of minor. What does that mean? Reopen guardianship. Did they get a bunch of money or something? Depository for assets. This is all 1999. And then you go up, look at Fidelity Investments in the year 2000. This is their lawsuit or something. And you can't open any of it. It's all private. Ordering change of investments in 2002. Damn. Order approving distribution and authorizing discharge in 2004. So that's all his money. That's for his settlement. Vivian, it's crazy. But why does it say he's a ward? That seems awfully weird to me.
Wait a minute.
Doesn't it?
Didn't I say that his mom filed for divorce 2 days before Christmas? Was that in 98? Do you guys remember?
And you can't view any of these dockets.
Because he was a minor.
Huh. Protected. Probably because he was underage, right?
Because this is a few days after Christmas. So did something happen after his mom filed for divorce?
I know, Marco. It's weird, isn't it? But I thought that shit happened in California when he got hit. What year would Stefan have been born? I mean, 98. How old would he have been?
Third. We're going to go back. Okay.
Passed all this testing with flying colors, but because of that.
Oh, I'm sure he did.
That was a real blow.
Oh, that was
so she said he wanted to go in the Air Force and he couldn't because of his kidney surgery.
To him. It kind of upended everything he thought he wanted to do with
He would have been 11 or 12.
Yeah. So, and he would have been roughly, what, like 19, 20 at that point when he applied for the Air Force?
18.
18?
18, straight out.
Gotcha. Okay.
In fact,
hang on.
When he got hit. Weird, isn't it?
I can't remember. I think this was civil.
I know, Marco.
I think
Board of the court.
I can't remember. It might be family. You'd have to look.
That,
oh, I'm sure kidney surgery.
Did you notice?
I bet it was jail or military. What the Fox says there's more to the story. Why they took him out of school. And you know what sucks is that we can't get any records from minors. You know what I mean? Dr. John says it all. His face says it all right now.
After he was rejected for that, did you notice any changes in his demeanor?
Very depressed, and very angry. Angry, that, which ended up being so minimal, was going to cause such a huge rift in his life.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay. And I presume that he couldn't revisit that after they reject him once, then it's...
No, it stays on the record forever.
What's on your record forever? Your kidney scars? Listen.
Couldn't revisit that after they reject him once, then it's...
No, it stays on the record forever.
Mr. Stearns, his hands, he hasn't stopped rubbing them together. Hey, little mama.
Lauren, it sounded like you...
Yeah. Oh, sorry. There was a phone call I was getting.
Thanks for
and it came up on my earphones and I thought everyone could hear it. So I apologized, but I didn't mean to.
Yeah, I couldn't hear it.
Okay.
Oh, she just interrupted John. Yikes. That just got a little uncomfortable. You guys, seriously, thanks for hanging out with me today. I've really enjoyed I'm kind of just hanging out with you guys in the chat because I don't really have a different opinion than I had a year ago. So this has been pretty cool to hang out with you guys and, be able to focus on chat a little bit more because I've got J number 1 commentating. You want 1 Jennifer, 2 Jennifers? That's the question of the day.
Is it 1 Jennifer or 2 Jennifers?
I know I've had a lot of fun too. I've tried to stay on camera as much as possible so that you guys know if I'm actually talking. You can see me. But yeah, really, thank you for hanging out. It's been a fun day. It's been a fun day. I'm not done yet. And I got Red Robins on the way. See, I like these chill reviews because I've got a whole bunch in my watch later. Some of these, sometimes it's easy or it's nice easy to just kick back and take it easy. Yesterday wore me out, I ain't gonna lie. He wanted to join the army but couldn't get up for high school. Okay, Deb. Exactly. Thank you for your super chat. Mom interrupted.
No, I'm waiting for you to make sure that you have all of your questions. I have a few more questions, but not until
are you feeling
feel
better?
like you
I
understand
wanted
the
to,
military.
thank you guys for sending over kind of a summary of your thoughts before this interview. That was helpful to me. You know, there was one thing that
they sent over a summary of their thoughts before they did this interview. Did you hear that?
That I wanted to read here that really stood out for me.
Too many.
You said, I mean, there's a lot of things that stood out, but this is one that I thought was really interesting, given what we know about what happened with Madeline.
I'm sorry if it's confusing.
I don't have page numbers here, but I'll just read it. You said Stefan has a deep empathy for people and was the person most of his friends turned to when they were in trouble.
Yes.
No, Stefan would have been born in the 80s. My son was born in 95 and he's 29. Stefan's like 37 years old, I think.
And you also talked about how he considered becoming maybe a drug counselor and helping people with that, right?
Serious?
So, yeah, that was after David's death. Yeah.
Who's David?
And so I think what's interesting.
That was after David. Who's David?
To me, I'll have you guys talk about that in a second. I just want to reflect on that for a minute. You know, that I think there's this tendency to want to pigeonhole people and say, you know, this guy's a monster, or he's a psychopath, or whatever. But when you say that and you talk about that side of him, you know, I think it's important to recognize this is your son, and this is a complex human being with a lot of different emotions. And even though you guys describe him as a liar and a gaslighter and all, you know, he's all these negative things, it's also important to remember that this is someone with a lot of empathy and someone who for the most part, it sounds like he did want to do good, or
See, he's playing right into their hands to get them to spill the beans, so to speak.
He wanted to right.
No, he's kind of playing into their hands, probably because he's a creepo too. Look at Summer. Aw, I wish she'd come back in here. She keeps blowing me off, man. She comes in, looks around, goes back out. I'm like, come on.
To be close to people, to be close to you guys. And so I just want to point out that people can be contradictory. Things are never as simple as they seem, right? And so I thought maybe I would just throw this over to you guys to talk about those contradictions in your son and how he wasn't just one thing. He was a multitude of things.
Aren't we all?
Right. But could you maybe talk about, can you tell us a little bit about the empathy and the positives and the things you really loved about Stefan?
Okay. I'm a big animal person. He had such a love for animals. He was so careful with them. I mean, even when he was living with Jen, they found a kitten in the parking lot that was basically dying, and they scooped it up, took it down, and brought it back. She still got the cat. When he went to help us move Chris's sister out of a place where she was and into a hospital because she has some problems.
She's in assisted living. She has dementia.
Yeah, she has advanced dementia, but she had a dog. Well, they found that dog in the apartment in horrible conditions with a harness that was grown into his body and stuff.
What? A harness grown into his body? Thank you, What the Fox. Says, thanks, Jay, for what you do. Thank you, What the Fox. I appreciate you. David is the friend that OD'd. Nicole says, no way I defend my son if he committed these crimes. Hell no.
I couldn't leave the dog behind. He brought the dog home with him, and on the way home, he called. He said, we've got to get him washed. We've got to get him groomed. He smells. He's got poop all over him, and, you know. And so we did. We paid for that. And he brought that dog home, and that's Sailor. And that's who Jen has now as her ESA.
We paid for that. Hear it?
Emotional support animal. That's who Jen has as her ESA.
He loved the animal. Loved his horse Rue. Really did. Loved all the horses. Loved all the poodles here. He had his own poodle for a while, Shadow. But then when he left home, he couldn't take Shadow with him. And Jen didn't want a big dog because he would jump up and knock Madeline over.
Oh, the poodle came before Madeline, huh? She didn't like that because that poodle would jump up and knock Madeline over.
He had his own poodle for a while, Shadow. But then when he left home, he couldn't take Shadow with him. And Jen didn't want a big dog because he would jump up and knock Madeline over. So when the chance came to rehome Shadow, we did. And that broke his heart because we did that. But
thanks, Shell.
So they got rid of the dog because Jen wouldn't let the dog come live there because she didn't want Maddie jumped on. So they got rid of it? Was that Stefan's punishment for choosing Jen and Madeline over the dog?
Skippy the squirrel.
Skippy the squirrel. Yes, he was always bringing animals home. He got bitten by a snake, and he came and got me. He says, it bit me. I'm going, okay. Found the bucket. Had a splatter stream from the frying pan. I put it over the top of the bucket. We jumped in the car, ran to the emergency room, and I'm going in there. I'm saying, I don't know what happened or what it is, but my son's been bitten by a snake. Well, this is Florida. You know, we've got quite a few. and I remember that the guy said, well, can you describe the snake? I said, well, yeah. I said, here it is. And I handed him the bucket, and everybody cleared the room. I mean, people were running. So found out that it was fairly harmless, but still, he would just reach down and grab them, pick them up. Lizards, the chameleons, the aquarium. Oh my God! And then he brought home this.
Look at how elated she is to talk about Stefan. Guys, I mean, are you seeing how elated she has been. She hasn't sat back in her chair once. She sat all the way the hell up. Sorry. But she sat all the way up.
This huge soft-shelled turtle that had been hit by a car. Well, we had a pool in the backyard where he could rehab that. And my horse was badly hurt in an accident. And I rehabbed him. And really, I think all of us kind of tended to go in that direction.
Did she say that he rehabbed turtles in a pool?
With rehabbing animals, and he was going to try rehabbing people, I guess. You know, I don't say that casually. I mean it seriously. You know, he had his ups and his downs, and he had things that he had done wrong.
He was going to rehab people. He was going to try rehabbing people.
Casually, I mean it seriously. You know, he had his ups and his downs, and he had things that he had done wrong, and he dabbled in stuff that he shouldn't have probably, but he never got addicted to it. So I think he empathized with people who did. Seriously, you know, he had his ups and his downs, and he had things that he had done wrong, and he dabbled in stuff that he shouldn't have probably, but he never got addicted to it. So I think he empathized with people who did. If that helps, I don't know. He always things that really made me angry, still does, is he always covered for his friends. He would lie to us about what they were doing when they were doing something wrong. And I felt like that was disloyal to us, because he would bring them into our house and ask us to help them. And I would, because my mother did the same thing to me. You know, any of us who had a friend in need, my mother's house was open. If she had a child in need, house was open.
A child in need? Weird.
She took me back in when I needed it. You know, during our almost divorce that everybody seems to be so interested in. It happened over 30 years ago. And
wow,
if we could get through it and forgive each other and come back stronger, why can't they just leave us alone about it?
I've never heard shit about your divorce or your almost divorce, but thanks for bringing it up, because I don't really care about your damn divorce. Have y'all ever heard their divorce even spoken about?
So interested in. It happened over 30 years ago. And if we could get through it and forgive each other and come back stronger.
Forgive each other for what? What happened, Chris? What happened? What'd you need to forgive each other about? No one knew until y'all said anything. Now I want the tea. Now I want the fucking tea. I know my dog took off.
And this is when I got nosy and got the divorce records. I wasn't interested in them before Miss Stearns said this.
What happened, Chris? What happened? What'd you need to forgive each other about? No one knew until y'all said anything. Now I want the tea. Now I want the fucking tea. I know my dog took off.
And I don't leave us alone to get through it and forgive each other and come back stronger. Why can't they just leave us alone about it? And I don't think that affected Stefan. Didn't last that long. What was it, 3 or 4 months?
Okay, Stefan was 7. So around the time he got hit, y'all were in this divorce thingy for 3 or 4 months?
A minute.
A minute. And I don't think that affected Stefan.
Did you see her face?
And I don't think that affected Stefan. Didn't last that long. What was it, 3 or 4 months? About it. And I don't think that affected Stefan. Didn't last that long. What was it, 3 or 4 months?
A minute.
A minute out of 44 years.
Did you talk to Stefan about that situation?
I never gave him the reason why. And I was going to California because I had to have some surgery done, and I needed to have somebody that could help me rehab from it, because I was not.
He was never exposed to it.
Oh, no, he was.
Exposed to what, dude?
So it was like a moot point.
Huh? You had to go to California to have surgery. He was never exposed to what? The fact that you were separated? Marco, that's Summer Lou. That is Summer Lou. These people are full of excuses about everything. That's what makes everybody side eye you.
Somebody that could help me rehab from it, because I was not.
He was never exposed to it.
Oh, no, he was not.
So it was like a moot point.
I guess it was a point. But I didn't run away to California just to escape Chris. I went there because Chris was working and traveling, and I needed help.
Where did Stefan go? Dude, this is really uncomfortable. This
is wild, because she said she had to take care of her mom. Now it's she needed her mom. She needed help.
I feel like I'm listening to a conversation that I shouldn't be listening to, if you know what I mean.
Mother offered to help.
Okay. So you don't see that as having any impact upon Stefan?
No.
No.
He was, what, 7 years old at that time?
Yeah, he was in elementary school.
Yeah. he wasn't part of it. There wasn't any confrontations because we were separated at the time. So it was just, he was not involved.
Huh?
So just in general, as a child, how would you describe Stefan?
Before or after?
I would say it's two sides of the same coin. There was one side absolutely delightful and beautiful and wonderful and proud to be his parents, and there was the other side that came later that sometimes you didn't even like him. I mean,
but what part were you proud of when he was younger, Stearns? He was drinking. He wasn't, doing his schoolwork. You had to pull him out of school because his ass wouldn't get out of bed. What has Stefan ever done to make you proud, Mrs. Stearns? It's okay if you say nothing. It would make more sense if you said nothing.
I can say I can love somebody, but I don't have to like them. I don't have to like the way they act. But that doesn't mean I don't love them. And that doesn't mean that we're ever, despite what anybody on YouTube says or anybody hints at, we're not abandoning our child. He is wounded. He is having PTSD in jail. He has lost a tremendous amount of weight. He is on heart medication, high blood pressure medication, which he was not before. And I understand that people think that he needs to suffer. Well, yes, okay. He needs to be punished and maybe he needs to suffer. But don't expect me as a mother to turn off my heart and say, buddy, you're on your own. I don't like you. I don't like what you did. And I'm not going to stand by you one bit. Because I want him for the time he has left on this earth. And we don't know how long it is. I will give him as much support as he wants and needs. I want him to be strong in body, mind, and spirit. I want him speaking to God. I want him asking for forgiveness. If we can do what we can to keep his mind active, because he is in solitary and has been for 8 months.
Oh,
I will send him
Gremlin.
as many books as he wants to read. And it's nobody else's damn business what I do with my money or where I send a book.
Then why are you on this program talking about it? Guess what, Mrs. Stearns? They're going to continue getting all of his records. Get used to it. Get used to it. And once he's on death row, he won't be getting any of those things. You won't be talking to him, so get used to it. Don't call the prison or the jail and ask for a wellness check on your son who's in solitary because he unalived a 13-year-old girl. Stop it. Look how angry she is. Look at that face. Holy.
They all have to be approved by the jail. So, and if we want to give him commissary money so he can have coffee or hard candy, whose business is it of?
Guess what? The public. That's why it's freedom of information, baby. Freedom of information. I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. Debbie, and I gladly thank the Florida Sunshine Statutes who gave that right to me. I mean, are you kidding me? Mrs. Stearns.
Really? Wouldn't they do the same? Wouldn't anybody?
Sure.
I mean, I don't
send all the commissary you want. People are going to get the records. So just shut up. Why even talk about it? This is why she doesn't like me.
And throwing them out like bad fish.
Yeah, our love is unconditional enough.
I mean, I don't understand throwing them out like bad fish.
Oh, like he did to Maddie? Like he did to Maddie. I don't imagine throwing him out like bad fish. He's worse than bad fish. Y'all, I cannot with these people. My God. What the fuck?
Would they do the same? Would anybody? I mean, I don't understand.
It's her chair.
Like bad fish.
Yeah, our love is unconditional and unwavering. It's not going to happen. So I don't know how a parent could take that attitude and just abandon their child in spite of what they did. Obviously, there's a reason for what happened. He certainly wasn't raised that way. He certainly wasn't raised that way. He certainly wasn't raised that way. We're just not going to abandon him. It's not going to happen.
You're his parents.
Yep.
I'm going to read, just to reiterate this point, I'm going to read another short paragraph here that you guys sent that I think makes this point very well. And this is from you guys prior to our interview. It says, as long as Stefan remains on this earth, the love for our son is deep, unconditional, and unwavering. We will not abandon Stefan. We also are not trying to make excuses for him. He did this, and we know that now.
Yep.
That's all you did was make excuses, though.
So I think it's important to reiterate that not only the unconditional love, but also the recognition that your son did a horrible thing.
Can't state that. We are 100% on board with the fact that he is possibly identified as the lone perpetrator of all this.
That does not mean that I'm letting Jen off the hook. I cannot believe that somebody let this go on underneath their nose for 7 years. I don't understand how she didn't have a connection with Maddie enough that Maddie could go and say, hey, maybe my, something's not right here.
Well, even the
I'm
roommates,
scared or whatever.
Roommates even questioned Jen. I said, "You're okay with this? You're allowing this?" And I was like, "Huh?" And apparently she did.
But the immunity just galls me. I'm sorry. It galls me. All of the lies.
That's what galls her. You heard it. That's what galls her. We haven't heard one time that it galls her that their son did this. And you know what? Furthermore, they are so deep in denial, they really need to stay off the internet. They really do. They're causing a mob by doing this. These folks do not even realize the magnitude of what their son did. There's no way that they understand the loss of Madeline. Ugh, this is just gross.
All of the things that she did are all wiped clean. She never has to worry about it again.
Wow.
Did they give her complete immunity?
Conditional.
Well, I think it's, I forgot what they call it, derivative? No.
Derivative immunity. Yeah, which essentially means that at this point in time, she cannot be charged with that interview that she gave or what she shares with police. But if there's additional evidence of a crime that shows up, she could still be charged for.
Yeah.
Well, ask yourself the big question.
What's that, Debbie?
Really big question out there. All of that stuff on the computer, all of that stuff on his phone, all of the money that was coming in by the handfuls and the way they were spending it.
Money coming in by the handfuls? I can't wait to see the bank records in this case. How do they know how much money was coming? What is going on here? Debbie definitely hated Jen. What the fuck?
Where did it come from? And could she, obviously she also participated in spending money, so they were
watch Chris's hand.
Money that was coming
Does
in
he squeeze her leg to stop?
And the way they were spending it.
Watch.
Where did it come from? And could she, obviously she also participated in spending money, so do you think she was at all culpable?
Yep.
We don't know that.
What? She was talking about the money and stuff, and he did. I forgot he squeezed her. Ooh.
And could she, obviously she also participated in spending money, so do you think she was at all culpable?
We don't know that.
Don't know.
We're very suspicious that there was some sort of enterprise going on, and of course the police won't tell.
He squeezed her, and then he talked about an enterprise. It was clear there was some sort of enterprise going on. And of course, the police won't tell us anything about that. Enterprise? Some kind of enterprise? Ooh, I caught that too.
Very suspicious.
And could she, obviously she also participated in spending money, so do you think she was at all culpable?
We don't know that.
Don't know.
We're very suspicious that there was some sort of enterprise going on, and of course the police won't tell us anything about that. That was
enterprise? Some kind of enterprise? Santa?
one conversation. We're very suspicious that there was some sort of enterprise going on, and of course the police won't tell us anything about that. That was one conversation or question I had with them, and it almost sounded like they acknowledged Stefan and eliminated Jen, but something definitely was going on, and I haven't been able to figure that out. But I feel there's something else out there. There's a bigger web, possibly.
There you go.
What you are witnessing is real. The participants are not actors.
As far as I know, I mean, that in all the images they have, there's not a single image that I'm aware of where Jen is in it.
From what I've read, everything is perpetrated by Stefan.
There was a big edit right there.
There's not a single image that I'm aware of where Jen is in it.
From what I've read, everything is perpetrated by Stefan.
Right. I think there's definitely a lot of interest in Jen's potential role, and it's certainly something we've raised on our channel.
I think if there was ever any connection or any more arrests connected to Stearns, we would never ever hear about it, because these pedo rings run deep, right? Like, I want to show you guys something that's really disturbing that I never even knew existed until yesterday. Really quick sidebar. Little education. Hang on, I want to show you a part of the FBI's website that is really weird to me. If you go over here to not human trafficking.
Okay, this E cap up here. Can you guys see that? This is creepy as fuck, dude. But this will open up a whole nother can of worms of what could happen in the future with the images that are found when these busts happen. On February, and I had no idea this existed. On February 21st, 2004, the FBI began its Endangered Child Alert Program as a new proactive approach to identifying unknown individuals involved in the essay of children and the production of CSAM, a collaborative effort between the FBI and the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. ECAP seeks national and international exposure of unknown adults, referred to as John or Jane Does, whose faces or distinguishing characteristics are visible in CSAM images. These people are in CSAM images. These are people that are involved in CSAM. They literally, it's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. They're cutting their images out of the CSAM. Look at his fucking mouth. These are unknown suspects. Law enforcement officials are seeking information that will lead to the ID of this unknown suspect. Images of this person abusing young children were found on the internet. His whereabouts are unknown. This individual is described as a white male in his late 30s or early 40s with brown eyes. He has a large mole in the middle of his left cheek. They're literally capturing images from CSAM. But there's not that many there, considering it's been up and running since 2004. But this is just absolutely deplorable. Ugh. But if you go back here, this one really creeped me out. Because they have really cut this person out of whatever image was going on. Salty, I think that whole Santa thing goes beyond Santa, though. You know what I mean? This one's really strange. If you look at these cutouts, right? This one says law enforcement officials are seeking information which will lead to the ID of an unknown individual known as Jane Doe 37. It is believed that this individual may have critical information pertaining to the identity of a child victim in an ongoing sexual exploitation investigation. Video. Oh my God. Access denied. Videos containing Jane Doe 37 came to the attention of the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children in June of 2014. The EXIF data embedded within the video files indicated that the files were produced in April of 2012. In addition, audio from the animated film The Land Before Time can be heard in the background of the videos. Jane Doe 37 is described as a white female with brown hair and wearing dark frame glasses. Due to the age of the images, it's possible that the individual's appearance may have changed over the years. Strange, huh? It just sucks, Salty, because Santa took a plea deal as well. Yeah, I mean, you could go to here. There's not very many. This is weird. These are not dead people. These are not victims. This guy is a perpetrator. Who does he look like? This one says they're seeking information to ID John Doe 40. Look at his tits. Blech. Ugh. It is believed that this individual may have critical information pertaining to the identity of a victim in a sexual exploitation investigation. The video depicting John Doe 40 is believed to have been produced prior to October of 2017. He's a white male, likely between 30 and 40 at the time of the picture. He appears to be heavy set with dark hair. He has a tattoo on his inner forearm. I just thought that was crazy. I didn't know that they were pulling. I mean, there's not that many there, like I said, but it must be bad enough where they're seeking information on these people. Please, I mean, if you know any of if you look at these and you know you recognize anything, they show like pictures of houses and stuff like that. I'll give you guys the link. This takes on a whole new meaning, y'all, once you know this shit about Daddy-O. Wait, where were we? Oops.
In terms of what did she know and what was her involvement, and right now, you know, my presumption is that while she may not have been the best mother, there's not sufficient evidence to really charge her with any crimes at the moment, or to implicate her, you know, in any of the.
Exactly, eccentric. He had to squeeze her leg because Deb was about to get them sued by Jen. Did they know Santa?
Illegal proceedings that we know of, and that's not to say that can't change.
Yeah. You know, so at this point, we, I guess the next step is the trial, unless, like I said, another shoe drops. But we're not expecting anything else. Of course, we haven't expected any of this either. So, you know, we just sit and wait, and we haven't expected any of this either. So, you know, we just sit and wait for the next wave of information, if there is anything. I still think it's an open investigation to some degree, but to what extent, I don't know.
I would like to say something.
Please.
And that is that for all that I thought that their relationship was toxic, which I did.
This is disturbing.
And I liked Jen. I didn't love Jen, but I liked her. And I feel great pain for her having lost this child and her family. I can't put that aside, that she has lost her child. And, so for that, my heart goes out to her, and I say prayers for her. I say prayers for Maddie. I say prayers for Stefan.
Did you know, though, that his dad gave the cops a computer that had no hard drive in it? Did you guys know that?
Yeah, so much tragedy in all of this. It's just, you know, what started out as going to a birthday party has turned into an absolute nightmare. I wish I was able to prevent him from going, but it was Maddie's birthday, and that was an occasion. So
she called and asked him to come. Do you hear her? She called and asked him to come. You're welcome, Lindsay. Good to see you. She called and
specifically asked him to come.
No, yeah.
She called and asked him to come.
So
she called and specifically asked him to come.
No, yeah.
You know, you happen to live, we've talked about this, in the same city as the Laundries, the Laundries, but Brian Laundrie's parents.
Yeah.
And people have compared you to them. And I want to point out something that I think is very clear from the FOIA documents, and that is that you've continuously cooperated with police. And I want to point that out, and thank you for that. And while...
Yeah, and you know what police department they dealt with? Freaking Northport, who couldn't even put their eyes on Brian Laundrie when they went to the door.
Your voices have sometimes shifted through the process because, as you've stated...
Northport. Sorry, folks, park's closed. That's Northport.
You learned things along with the public. You were processing things. I know that since we've been talking to you, and admittedly we have talked to you before this interview, you share different views. And we've watched you sort of progress with the truth and the information that has come out there, just as we have, just as everyone has. And I want to point that out and acknowledge that for you, and see that you're changing your views and you're shifting your views and you're open. You also shared with us something that, you know, I can't even fathom, as you learned about things slowly, and we're, again, processing and taking this in, and you handed over evidence to police. Here you go. Here's this, you know, here's this hard drive. Take whatever you want. You let them into your home. Police is what I mean.
And our dogs in.
Yeah.
I mean,
okay.
No, go ahead. You can interrupt anytime. This is for us to listen to you.
Well, what's interesting, like I said, that Wednesday back in February, while I'm waiting to talk to the police, I'm not even sure they're even going to talk to me. Opening conversation was, were you aware that Stefan was in Northport? What exit do you live off of? Do you know that Stefan was in Northport? I go, what? You're serious? I just drove the middle of the night, tucked him into a hotel room. I went to bed, and within an hour, he's out of there. He actually run room. Serious? I just drove the middle of the night, tucked him into a hotel room. I went to bed, and within an hour, he's out of there. He actually runs to St. Cloud, then he goes to Northport. And I said, you're kidding me. Of course, I learned hours later when Jen called me, I go, do you know where Stefan is? I go, no. What do you mean, where's Stefan? He isn't with you? But you know, I asked him, I said, hey, look, there's a desktop computer at home. Maybe you guys should come get it. He said, okay, we'll make arrangements to do that. Only to find out that the hard drive was removed from it. I know it was there Sunday morning when he left, because I told the police that after I found that out. So,
Wait a minute. The hard drive was removed. How would you know the hard drive was in it? Look at her looking at him. How would he know that the hard drive was inside the computer? That doesn't even make sense. That he gave them a tower, computer tower, that had no hard drive in it, but he knows the day before it was in there? Nope.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
He purposely removed that hard drive. Why? Well,
how did you know it was there the day before? How the fuck did you know that? Did you look at the images that were on it? What the fuck? Wait a minute. What do you mean Stefan was using it? No. Hang on. I got to hear this again. Hang on. Well, why is he turning on Stefan's computer? Why is he even touching Stefan's computer? Why is he trying to boot it up? None of this makes sense. Listen again. Listen. Oh, hey, listen. Why do you go, oh, hey, there's this computer. Listen.
He's out of there. He actually runs this St. Cloud, then he goes to Northport. And I said, you're kidding me. Of course, I learned hours later when Jen called me, I go, do you know where Stefan is? I go, no. What do you mean, where's Stefan? He isn't with you? I asked him, I said, hey, look, there's a desktop computer at home. Maybe you guys should come get it. He said, okay, we'll make arrangements to do that. Only to find out that the hard drive was removed from it. I know it was there Sunday morning when he left, because I told the police that after I found that out. So he purposely removed that hard drive. Why? Well,
see, does that make sense? It doesn't make sense to me.
Again, as I explained to the police, very forthcoming, that Saturday evening, he was having some sort of anxiety panic attack, and I've never, ever seen this expression on his face. Never. And something he had some sort of information and had no idea what it was, but he was really panicked. And then to find out that this hard drive was removed. So,
was the hard drive removed because of something going on with Santa's investigation? Did he get a hint? Did something happen where, because Santa was raided, listen, the investigation into Santa started in the fall, but check this out. Santa, St. Cloud, arrest, James Cox. March 6th. March 6th. March 6th. Keep that in the back of your heads.
We're cleaning out his room a few weeks later, come across this USB drive, 2 of them, as a matter of fact. I put one.
What?
One in both of them computer, one had nothing, just panicked. And then to find out that this hard drive was removed. So, we're cleaning out his room a few weeks later, come across this USB drive, 2 of them, as a matter of fact. I put one in both of them.
Hold on. How did the cops not find these USB drives? Do you think that they didn't look in Stefan's room for the USB drives? How the heck?
Computer, one had nothing, just like the
oh my God, Rachel.
I just hovered my mouse over the fields, didn't see any image, because again, you can't unsee what you see.
It's just file names,
File names.
You, what? Look at Lauren. She's like, oh my God, dude, what the fuck did we just hear? She's like, no, it was just the file names. It was just the file names, dear. Not that we didn't see anything. What?
In fact, I put one in both of them computer, one had nothing, just like the evidence shows. The other one, I just hovered my mouse over the fields, didn't see any image, because again, you can't unsee what you see.
It's just file names,
File names, and just from the description, I said, this is not good.
The description? What? What kind of description? You saw the thumbnails. Stop it. So he's telling me that the CSAM on the SD drive had descriptions, and he knew from the descriptions, salty, that they were bad. And remember, he said earlier, he's like, yeah, I told the cops that I saw that image, and he's like, then I remembered it was just ingrained in my brain from a description. He looked at him. You moused over it and you saw the thumbnails.
Nothing, just like the evidence shows. The other one, I just hovered my mouse over the fields, didn't see any images. Again, you can't unsee what you see.
It's just file names,
File names, and just from the description, I said, this is not good. And I texted the detective and told him that I had some evidence to turn over to him. It took them 3 weeks to come collect it. And in fact, I had to remind them I had this and that it was sitting here waiting for them to come collect. And then to learn later in July, when I had a conversation with them before this information was dumped out, that there were 35,000 images on that USB drive. And I couldn't believe it. It's unbelievable. I mean, somebody he had to get access to a data dump of some sort, but it's just unbelievable. And why did he have possession of something like that?
Why didn't he take it to the police department? Wait a minute.
If they didn't come for 3 weeks, would you have sat on that with that in your house?
Wait a minute. They didn't come get it, and he didn't say, oh my God, I need this out of my house. Scary as fuck.
And
we're almost done, guys.
People who said that he should have thrown Maddie in a lake and let the alligators eat her, or, you know.
Huh?
What?
What?
Oh my God, no one
In the
said
name of
that.
Jesus, Father God, Lord.
No one said that, Mrs. Stearns.
What did she just say? Who the fuck said that, Mrs. Stearns? Who in the fuck ever said that about Madeline? Oh my God, goodness gracious.
So hard. And people who said that he should have thrown Maddie in a lake and let the alligators eat her, or, you know, throw in the woods and let bears eat her or whatever.
Huh?
I don't think that he did that. I think he was careful in placing her where she would be found quickly. I think somewhere deep down inside, he did not want her out there very long.
You know, I went to bed, and Debbie went to bed that Monday night when the supposed disappearance happened, and Stefan describing trafficking, what have you. I went to bed.
Huh? What is going on? Oh my God. One-eyed Flo, hug me. What the fuck? Oh my God.
And placing her where she would be found quickly. I think somewhere deep down inside, he did not want her out there very long.
You know, I went to bed, and Debbie went to bed that Monday night when the supposed disappearance happened, and Stefan describing trafficking, what have you. I went to bed thinking the worst, that she's in a shipping container, you know, crammed full of other kids and going to be deprived of food and water.
What? What is he talking? Look at Dr. John. What is he talking about? A shipping container? What? Huh?
Trafficking, what have you. I went to bed thinking the worst, that she's
Dude, her body was found by Alligator Pond or whatever. Salty. I never put that together. Did you just figure that out, Salty? He was on, the pond was right there by where he was found. It's like called Alligator something. He was going to throw her in that fucking pond. I never thought of that. I never thought he was taking her to an alligator. I guess, I don't know if I forgot, but I never thought of that. I thought he just, I guess maybe I did know. Maybe he got spooked and I don't know, man. I guess it's never really sunk in like that.
In a shipping container.
He went to bed thinking the worst, that she's in a shipping container, but she was dead on the side of the road. Sin. Flo.
You know, crammed full of other kids and going to be deprived of food and water and access to the bathroom for days on end and what have you. That.
What? Was he going to put her in Alligator Lake and he got a flat tire and he couldn't do it? He didn't expect her to be found?
Bing bong.
Okay. This is real, Jay, right now. Listen, my memory sucks. I figured this out a year ago and forgot. Salty, you are my witness to my horrible memory. I figured this out again. This is a second revelation.
God. Flo. Sin. Oh my God, you guys.
Psychopathy.
This is jolting. Jolting.
That was the impression I was left with Monday evening, and then carried over into Tuesday,
girl.
And even later into that night, and not discovering until much later that it was all made up and that there was something more serious involved. I mean, really ticked me off.
Not only that, but it caused us high anxiety.
Really, and not carried over into Tuesday, and even later into that night, and not discovering until much later that it was all made up and that there was something more serious involved. I mean, really ticked me off.
Not only that, but it caused us high anxiety, which we don't need in our condition. And, that was what I was doing out there screaming at God. Why? Why would you do this? I am a Christian. I don't know that I'm a great Christian, but I am a Christian. And I am a Christian. I don't know that I'm a great Christian.
Oh my God. Oh my goodness.
But I am a Christian and I do love people. I just don't understand them all the time.
Holy shit.
I do have empathy for them, and I do, even these people who have sent me some ugly things, I know it's probably hard for anybody to believe that I would actually say prayers to these people, but I think something triggered them, maybe something in their background, in their life that was similar. And I feel so bad for them that they see these things and then they relive it.
If you guys need to take a little break, step away and come back. But we got to get through this. We're almost done. This has been long. We've been live for 4 hours. We only have like 15 minutes left. So if you need to step away, please step away. This is a lot.
I can't imagine it. I know what it feels like to feel helpless.
Do you feel that, so setting aside Jen's responsibility, that's still unknown, right? You know, we can speculate, as you said, we're speculating, we don't know. Do you feel, though, that Stefan manipulated Jen?
I think they manipulated each other.
Yes, yeah.
They manipulated. She was...
based on his actions, that Monday morning, he certainly knew how to manipulate her. I mean, going in to collect the dog, making sure she didn't come out of the bedroom. He's got Maddie up hours ahead of school. School didn't start till 9:38. He's got her up at 7.
Right.
And he's going out the door at 7:30. What's he going to do for 2 hours? I mean, when you see this.
Okay, I have my tinfoil hat on. I've got to share this thought. Okay, we're going to put on our tinfoil hats for a minute. We're almost through this, anyways. But listen, what if they were he's ticked that he hasn't been able to talk, poor John. But what if they were hired? Now hear me out. What if these mofos did no more? What if he did no more? And in turn, there was like deals behind the scene, like there was with Jen, obviously. And what if they did this as like a PR move to like solidify the deal? Like, oh, my tinfoil hat fell off, said Jay. You're off your rocker. But what if this is all like through the prosecutor or something? I don't know. Wouldn't be the first prosecutors. You know what I mean? And that's why we didn't get, a trial. There's all these deals that go on behind the scenes. Look at Corey Richens' case, because she hasn't taken a deal. Look at how crazy it is. But what if, him with this hard drive and stuff, there's more. Like, all the wording he's used, it's just been very odd.
Timeline of stuff, and he goes, oh my God. But again, taking the steps necessary to preserve, his privacy or his actions, and going in and collecting the dog, taking the dog out. Hey, Jen, go back to bed. Oh, okay, thanks, appreciate it.
And like they knew the plan. She said not only the alligator lake, but also she said the woods, and she was about to say something, I think a bear. And it sounds to me like they knew or something. Because didn't Dad leave in the middle of the night too? And they went to like that storage unit or something?
Definitely wanted to keep her where she was at.
It was heavy-handed, sneaky. Warren, if it's, I pray God that it was an accident, that he got mad and that it was an accident. So he had really gone that far.
Sure.
Because he did tell us that he put her, she went to bed, and that when he went out to walk around and blow off some steam, he came back and to check on her, and she was cold. He said he discovered her. Okay, so.
What?
Got mad and that
definitely wanted to keep her where she was at.
It was heavy-handed, sneaky. Warren, if it's, I pray God that it was an accident, that he got mad and that it was an accident. So he had really gone that far.
Sure.
Because he did tell us that he put her, she went to bed, and that when he went out to walk around and blow off some steam, he came back and to check on her, and she was cold. He said he discovered her. Okay, so.
Don't know if that's the truth.
Yeah, that's the truth. Don't know if anything's the truth, but.
Wait.
That's what he told you.
Okay, wait. They started with just saying, I hope this is what happened. But now she's saying, this is what happened. Listen again. I pray to God it was an accident, right? Then she says he got mad. And then she says it like it's a fact. Listen.
And that it was an accident.
Listen.
Warren, if it's, I pray to God that it was an accident, that he got mad and that it was an accident. So he had really gone that far.
Sure.
Got mad and it was an accident. That doesn't make it an accident. An accident doesn't happen because Stefan got too mad. This woman's fucked up in the head, dude. Once Stefan's too mad, it's no longer an accident, lady. It was nice having you too, Crispy. I love being challenged. I do. I love it. I love your comments. But yeah, once Stefan gets too angry, it's no longer an accident. That's when it's murder. How do you rationalize it like that? I don't know if he just got mad and it was an accident.
Right? Then she says he got mad, and then she says it like it's a fact. Listen.
And that it was an accident.
Listen.
I mean, Lauren, if it's, I pray God that it was an accident, that he got mad and that it was an accident. Would he have really gone that far?
Sure.
Because he did tell us that he put her, she went to bed. And
he did tell her that he put her, she went to bed. Huh?
Because he did tell us that he put her, she went to bed, and that when he went out to walk around.
Watch Chris's hand too.
Would he have really gone that far?
Sure.
Because he did tell us that he put her, she went to bed, and
he just fucking nudged her again. He just nudged her again. These people have so much more information. Oh my God.
What the French call les incompetents.
These people piss me off.
And when he went out to walk around and blow off some steam, he came back and to check on her, and she was cold. He said he discovered her. Okay.
What? Okay. She just says, okay, so definitively.
He put her, she went to bed, and when he went out to walk around and blow off some steam, he came back and to check on her, and she was cold.
Why was he mad? Because she had a crush on someone? Was he mad? Was he pissed off that she talked about the boy that she liked? Is he that psychotic that he did this out of jealousy? What the hell, lady? You just told us how he did it. You said, oh, I pray it was an accident, and then you tell us what he told you.
It was an accident. Would he have really gone that far?
Sure.
Because he did tell us that he put her, she went to bed, and when he went out to walk around and blow off some steam, he came back and to check on her, and she was cold. He said he discovered her. Okay, so.
Don't know if that's the truth.
Yeah, don't know if that's the truth. Don't know if anything's the truth, but.
That's what he told you.
Why was he mad? Why was he blowing off steam? Oh my God. And Chris, if you keep touching your head, your ear, what are you doing? What are these people doing? He found her cold.
It's just,
lips are moving, don't know if it's truth.
Right. It's just what he's relaying.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you do a lot right now to protect and process what happened. I guess, do you have anything else, John, to say when it comes to this? Or
you and I, we've talked about this on previous shows, but
okay, so everybody that keeps saying she's pregnant, I don't think so. In the state of Florida, the charges would reflect that. They really do think they're saving face, I think. You know what I'm saying, though? There would be charges that would reflect a pregnancy, in my opinion. Don't you think?
I can come up with plenty of scenarios where it seems like a very logical explanation to say it's an accident. At least as much as saying it's premeditated. So
John just gave Stephen Stearns an out with an accident. I can come up with plenty of scenarios where it seems like it could be an accident and plenty where it could seem premeditated.
Be charges that would reflect a pregnancy, in my opinion. Don't you think?
I can come up with plenty of scenarios where it seems like a very logical explanation to say it's an accident. At least as much as saying it's premeditated. So yeah, I don't think it's clear cut. I mean, Stephen knows.
Stephen knows.
Yeah, Stephen knows.
Whether,
we don't.
Whether or not he's telling us, we don't know.
Right. When did he tell them that? Good question, Amy.
No.
Yeah, whether he'll...
Was it when he went to visit Mama at Northport while Dada was up at the hotel? Huh? Did he go visit Mama? Because they said these dogs go berserk, right? So Stephen came in, had the time to open up a computer, remove the hard drive in the middle of the night. The dogs go crazy, yet Mama doesn't get up and say, what the fuck are you doing? Or why are you here? They had no idea that Stefan, whatever the fuck his name is, was in Northport. But they said that these are like Dobermans with hair on their ass. Thank you, YouTube bad actors. Thanks for waiting a few days. Your analysis is on point. Thank you. But if you really think about it.
John.
Concern.
Let's get back to Dumb John.
With us, I think he wants to preserve some sort of image of himself as being culpable, but not completely culpable.
Yeah, see, there's just no way for him to communicate with us without everybody knowing. You can't have face-to-face meetings. Everything's either text with a tablet or a phone call, and it's all monitored. So
too bad.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? When he goes on death row, he won't have a freaking tabwit.
We'll never know.
But
go ahead.
Even when they.
Right, but how easy is it to do, Spice Bliss, when you have these dogs that they call Doberman pinchers with hair on their ass that will attack people? He comes there in the middle of the night. Mom doesn't hear a fucking thing, right?
Let's get back to
this house. He's going to take into an emergency room by the police.
Oh.
Where's the bill? Where was the bracelet?
What?
I never left my house. I'm a diabetic. I hadn't been eating for over 24 hours.
Wait, what?
I'm charging you they still write things in their reports that are wrong. Can I assure you that I was never taken out of this house and not taken to an emergency room by the police?
Oh.
Where's the bill? Where was the bracelet? I never left my house. I'm a diabetic. I hadn't been eating for over 24 hours.
No one cares.
Okay. I had a busy spell. They did.
No one gives a shit, lady. What are you even talking about?
Bring in an EMT, check my blood pressure. It was a little low. They asked if I wanted to be
welcome back, Amy.
And I said, no, I'm fine.
Huh?
I just need to eat. That's not in the report. They said they gave the name of a hospital they supposedly took me to, which I never heard of before. So I don't know how that happens unless they confused two different actions that night and put me in one place and with somebody
I'm on a fucking tilt-a-whirl. What is she talking about?
I don't know.
Well, the two of you are going through the unfathomable. Like, honest, I don't think I can't comprehend it. While you're learning that a little girl that you love is missing and then learning that your son is responsible, you two are also dealing with a lot of, I'll call it this, harassment and threats. While you're just trying to process your lives falling completely apart, or what you thought was your reality completely being turned upside down.
Who's harassing and threatening? Are they talking about playing videos as harassment? Something in a police report about her going to a hospital. Like, no one even cares.
Can you talk a little bit about that too? Because I just feel like,
how come I don't see
in this true crime community, the way we cover crime is important, and we so often dehumanize the people we're discussing.
Oh, there you are, teacup.
And I just was wondering if you could share a little bit about what you two have been dealing with.
I love that.
Well, like I said, there's not a day that doesn't go by that we don't think about Maddie, and certainly
thanks, what the fox?
We wonder about Stefan, and we wonder if we'll ever know the reason how and why this came about. When did this start? How he got to this point?
Jesus.
Why he didn't.
We just covered how this started, when this started, that he's always been doing these nefarious, deviant things, and they're still sitting there. We came full fucking circle with these people. When do you stop? Like, when do you realize that banging your head against a brick wall fucking hurts? By the way, no, we don't know the details. We probably never will because Maddie was a minor. So even though the records in Florida are pretty wide open, when it comes to minors, they still do protect their privacy on important things like autopsies and, toxicology and things like that. Yeah, exactly, Nick Hummer. It's like,
I
damn.
think that's about it. I think we're about done. Hold on, let me see.
Combination to deal with. So I feel for you guys.
I sought help. I went to see a counselor, and I saw about 6 weeks. And then I finally, just on the last visit, I said, this isn't working out for us because you're not listening to me. You're falling asleep when I'm talking.
She went to counseling for 6 weeks. Debbie, whatever.
She said she only went to counseling for 6 weeks. She said, you're falling asleep when I'm talking to you.
That is not long enough to deal with whatever is going on in your dynamics. I think that the counselor probably wasn't falling asleep, but you probably weren't opening up or wanting to talk about the things that you were there to talk about. Just a hunch.
Kel.
And it gives me a bad taste in my mouth about counselors. Are you just nothing but a paycheck to them? And I went there for help because I am dealing with my own depression.
You're being a Karen.
So,
and I commend you for seeking help, whether or not this was the right counselor for you. It sounds like it is definitely not. But, just to go and to seek that help is difficult. And I commend you for that.
Thank you.
Right. Get a different one.
I hope that we can find something better. I'm sorry.
I wish I could find somebody that acted like they cared. Really. Maybe somebody who's dealt with other people going through this. I don't know. This is a small town. I don't know what's available here. But, what do you do? Advertise.
More excuses.
Hey, mother of a monster seeks help.
Yeah.
Mother of a monster.
I'm sorry you went through that. The only thing I can say is sometimes in the mental health field, some therapists are a good fit and some aren't. So.
You're never a good fit, John.
Now I can drive over to your house.
Yeah. Right.
Now I can drive over to your house.
Yeah. Right.
But I thank you for listening to us. It's been helpful, and you guys have been you've been supportive without being enabling, and very professional. And I appreciate that. I appreciate the way you present things in your podcast or your YouTube channel.
You're not.
I think you go for the truth. And,
like Jane for Justice.
I don't think you don't embellish it. And that's my problem with some of these people is letting people on there to vent that are lying and they don't know it and they just get used. That's sad.
What's she talking about?
And in the meantime, we're sitting here being told, don't answer any of these, don't contact any of these people, don't try to refute it because you just make it worse. The attorney told us that, said, just be quiet. Don't try to stand up for yourself. Well, I'm not no good at not standing up for myself. But I've taken it for a long time now, and frankly, we're tired of it.
Yeah, understandably. Well, yeah.
We're tired of it.
Thank you for allowing us to listen. And your voices, every voice deserves to be heard and to listen to. Is there anything else you two feel like you want to share right now?
I am afraid that we will pass before Stefan does. And I worry about that. I worry about who will take care of him. I worry about who's going to bury him. And that bothers me. We're too old to go through this crap. We are. Too old and too beat up.
Well, Pooh really did a number on yous.
If he's executed, Chris has asked me if I want him to be there. And I said yes.
We were there when he was born, we'll be there when he dies.
I want him to know that there are two people in that room that are going to be sad when he's gone. And then we will send him with love.
Hey, Micro Kimmy.
I'm gonna hit end recording now. Thank you, both of you.
Thank you.
All right. So what do you guys think? Thank you guys for hanging out with me and getting through that whole review of a review with Jay. This is a fun day. Thank you guys. You have proven to me that it doesn't matter what the topic is. You guys enjoy the conversation. You enjoy one another. I'm really, really thankful for you guys. Thank you so much. My food is sitting here, so I'm not going to do my outro. I'm going to go eat because I got Red Robin and fries. I love you guys. Thank you so much for your support today. I really appreciate it. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hidden True Crime. You didn't say 2 words, but the Sterns, you suck. You really suck. But everybody, have a great night. Ski Utah.